Good afternoon. This is the June 5th meeting of the Board of Education of the Oakland Unified School District. Can we have a roll call, please?
On the roll call, Student Director Chavez, Student Director Almasoho, Director Hinton Hodge, Director Harris, here. Director Yee,
here.
Director Gonzalez,
here.
Director Torres, Vice President London,
Here.
President Ng. Quorum present.
Thank you. At this time, we're going to recess into closed session until 5:30. In closed session, we will be discussing labor matters, legal matters, public employee matters, public employee performance evaluations, public employment pupil matters, and real property matters. We are now in recessing to closed session. Thank you.
And Director Hinton Hodge is now present.
Closed session. This is the Board of Education of the Oakland Unified School District. Can we have a second roll call, please?
That's on the second roll call for attendance. Student Director Chavez, Student Director Almasoho, Director Hinton Hodge, Director Harris, here. Director Yee,
Here.
Director Gonzalez,
Thank you.
Director Torres,
Present.
Vice President London,
Here.
and President Ng. Quorum present.
Thank you. President Ng is unable to be with us this evening, so I will be presiding in her absence. Coming out of closed session, we do not have any reportable action. At this point, we're going to review our oath of office and our meeting norms. Our oath of office is we solemnly affirm that we will support the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of the State of California, and the Charter of the City of Oakland, and will perform the duties of a school board director to the best of our ability. Our meeting norms are published on page 7. Honor the time, act as a collective body, check for understanding, share divergent views, celebrate success in each other's contributions, presume positive intent, and no personal attacks. At this point, we're going to move on to item I, special orders of the day. We were supposed to have a tribute right now to Student Director Chavez Villegas, but he's had a family emergency and is unable to join us this evening. So we will have to, Mr. Rakestraw and Mr. Seychow, perhaps we can see if he can join us on the 26th, because we
Right.
would very much like to honor him
Okay.
and thank him. We have another special order of the day, which is one that I am bringing forward. And if I could have the Historically Black College and University group from Oakland Tech come forward, I want to honor you all now. And I'm going to just tell you the resolution is in the agenda, but the bottom line is that there's a group of parent and community volunteers who for 10 years have been taking students on tours of HBCUs. Every year, they help the kids raise the money. They help the kids prep and learn how to go out to these colleges, how to talk to the recruiters. They've taken 225 students on these tours over the course of time, and they have about 115, 120 who have either gone to or are attending HBCUs today as a result of their participation in this. So I want to introduce you all to Nadira Stills, Ms. Hobson, and whoever else you've brought with us. And would you mind just sharing with us a little more about the experience and the whole bit? And the microphone will come up, don't worry.
Okay.
There it is.
So hello, my name is Nadira Stills, and I have the honor of being not only a OUSD alumni. I was a Titan, even though I've been a Bulldog for the last 8 years, and have actually my first experience with HBCU tours was at Skyline, where I would go to my art teacher's room, Mr. Green, who was an art teacher at Skyline for several years, and he would host us at lunchtime, and he exposed us to HBCUs, and a lot of us from all of the different OUSD schools kind of had a common peer group that we had and supported us as we were embarking on our college journey, where a lot of us at that time didn't even know about going to college. And so just by being able to have that common peer group and then being able to go on a tour when I was in high school, fueled my interest in HBCUs, and I actually went to Morris Brown College over a whole bunch of years ago. And so after that experience, wanting to, when I got back from college, to be able to share that experience. And luckily, when I came to Oakland Technical High School, Mrs. Dora Hobson was already taking students on tour, but like kind of on a smaller scale. She kind of collaborated with a lady outside of Cincinnati and would take a group of students. And so Ms. Hobson, along with myself, Ms. Alana Turner, who is here, different parents came together and helped and supported and made it bigger and bigger. And so this past year, I think we took 23 students on the college tour, but about 2 years ago, we opened it up so it's not just Oakland Tech students. Oakland Tech students get a little boost because our PTA helps them out by giving them a little bit, but we also have opened it up to students from McClimate, Skylines, and Vision Academy, more and more, several other schools, but it's just an opportunity to be able to travel. We're here in California, can be very isolated, and we haven't seen kind of what a community looks like, and a lot of black professionals, and we have black professionals here in the Bay Area, but a lot of times we're very spread out. So it's nice when we go on the tour, they get a intense infusion of their culture by being surrounded by professionals, students that look like them, on campuses doing things, and what happens, it allows them to see that they can do it too. And so I have parents every day, and I have a parent, she's a parent, she came, and then Miss Alana too, who their kids come back different. So they come back ready to learn, they see it's attainable, versus sometimes when they don't see people who look like them in the college setting, then they don't see it as attainable. But then when they come back, they're ready to go. One of the young ladies was like, I'm going to do better because I need to be able to go to college. And one of the young ladies, one ninth grader, because we don't usually take ninth graders, she was like, you know what, we're in Maryland, and she saw the poverty, even though we have it here in Oakland, but it was like really real. And she was like, I need to come back because I want to be a social worker so I can help this community. So just seeing that. So it's been a great journey. We'll continue to do it. Even though I'll be not at Tech for about a year, but I still have to do the college tour because I have a 7th grade, well, he's an 8th grader now, right? Because school is over. But just, we appreciate this honor and being able to expose our scholars to different educational opportunities. But of course, the main thing is that they go on and be the best version of themselves, be it college students, be it career, or whatever.
Does anybody else want to offer anything from the group? Wait, we have resolutions. We have resolutions.
And that's
for
my
you.
son over there, who I'm representing his
Does he
school,
want to say
Southern
anything?
University.
Come on, he went on the tour. He's in college. I know him. Come on.
Who's a senior at Southern University. Go Jags.
You want to say anything? All right. We have resolutions.
I have to add,
Go ahead,
my
Ms.
son he's a sophomore at Tuskegee University in Alabama.
And did he go on the tour?
Yes, he did.
And how did it, tell us more about what that experience was like for him.
Okay, so my experience with doing the HBC tours, as Nadira stated, a couple of years ago, Oakland Tech decided to pretty much, the lady who was in Missouri, that we would do it. So
Yeah.
that's when I kind of came in and took over at that time. And that year we took 40 kids. So we started from Atlanta and ended in Texas. It was a labor of love, as I called it, over and over. And so my son experience, and matter of fact, I have a video if you'd like to see it, but their experience was phenomenal. He ended up at Tuskegee. He stayed there. He was like, this is where I want to be. Contrary to what a lot of people say, what HBC is just a party school, it's not so at all. Especially Tuskegee, it has a lot of history with the Syphilis Institute and things of that sort. So that impacted him a lot because they were very serious and they were very, very professional. A lot of the campuses are, but Tuskegee had a special place for him, and that's where he's at. He's an architect major there, and that's where he landed. So my experience with all of them and all the kids that went, they were my babies at the time, as Nadira would say. And it was truly a labor of love, and appreciated doing it, and I would do it again. So a lot of them got to experience something that they never had seen before. Nadira has stated her experience with her first HBCU. Mine was a teacher at Skyline, Miss Lyles. Of course, we had different world. But other than different world, I had Miss Lyles, who actually went to Southern, by the way. And I wanted to be like Miss Lyles. She was just phenomenal. She was classy. She was in a sorority. And I was like, I want to be like her. So I ended up going to Clark Atlanta University myself as an HBCU. So I wanted to play it forward. So what you do it, you want to play it forward and give it back. So the experience was phenomenal for all of them, I think. Most of them some of them had never been out the state. So that was their time to get out the state and things of that sort and experience the South, which is experience in itself, other than California. So thank you for this honor for Nadira.
Is that Ms. Hobson back there also? No, with you. No.
Oh, she wasn't able to be here. I
Okay.
was just
Well,
about to say
we do have framed resolutions for you all. So, board, do you want to come down and we'll present these to
Just one more parent.
one more? Okay, come on.
Because a parent she has a different experience.
Hi. Can you introduce yourself, please?
Hello, I'm Yvonne Reed, and I'm a parent of Brian and Wesley Reed. Brian has graduated from Oakland Tech in 2018. This experience for especially Brian, he is mildly autistic, very shy, cognitive lows, learning differences. But Ms. Hobson, she took him by her side on all 3 tours he went to and went to disabled persons' offices. I mean, she didn't have to do that. He could stay with the entire group. It was my son, Brian, and another young man. I believe his name was Tyreek. Can't think of his last name. But she took both of these young men and see what they need to get in. Now, my son currently goes to an HBCU, but his hair is Stowe, which wasn't on the list. That was just kind of funny how it happened. But that was phenomenal, and my youngest son, Wesley, he's gone once last year. He's going to get, was it this year? Yeah. So he's going next year, and his vision is to go to Virginia State for computer science. So I encourage any student to go on this tour.
Well, and I just want to thank you all. It's great to. We're going to come down in a minute, so don't walk away.
Okay.
But I want to also thank you because you're alumni. Several of you are alumni of Oakland, and so that also shows very well for how you are continuing to give back to our community. Gary, did you want to talk to you? Excuse me.
Madam Chair, thank you for introducing us to these folks doing this really important work. Is this a nonprofit, or is it just, or are you just, are you parents and alums who got together and are doing something, or is this part of a larger effort? For instance, I just happen to know that the NAACP does a similar kind of tour at Oakland High, but I wonder if there's a network of you all, or this is your individual effort. Either way, it's great. I'm just curious.
So what it is at Oakland Tech is that it actually is a committee of the Oakland Tech PTSA. And so the committee just organizes, and basically our tour is a cost tour, but the PTA gives us a little grant that kind of helps us to put deposits on like airfare, but it is at cost. So it's at a different price than most of the tours usually are like $15,000 to $2,000, and they don't offer what we offer, which is workshops, preparing the students to get ready to go to college, as well as we do historical sites. So they've been to the National Museum of African American Studies, they've been to the Civil Rights Museum, we've been to the Pettus, so they get a lot for that. So it's really, they pay, but they're not, we're volunteering because I'm self-employed and I take off like a whole week to just be able to be of service.
Yeah.
So
I just want to congratulate you as volunteers for doing this. And the other thing that kind of occurred to me, and I won't take up too much more time, but it suddenly occurred to me that we probably have a set of employees in our district who are HBCU alums. I mean, I have no idea how many. And if we have 5,000 employees, let's say, what would you estimate would be the number that are alums? What would you estimate?
I would say it's a lot because a lot of times, even though our
is a
leaders
lot?
come from
100,
a
1,000?
full diaspora, but a lot of times the leaders African American leaders do come from HBCUs.
For instance,
so.
our
Parliamentarian.
our parliamentarian executive assistant, I understand you have an HBCU connection, Mr. Rickstraw?
Yes, I'm a Morehouse grad.
Hey.
So I'm just really kind of curious. I'm kind
right.
of curious how many we have. But anyways, that's another thing.
Okay.
Thank you for
Any other comments from board members or anything else? Let's give these folks a nice recognition, and we'll take a picture. And
Okay.
y'all want to come down?
We could go home. James, right? Yes, yes, yes.
That is,
Ali, come take the picture.
Yeah. Look, she's like. Perfect. Okay. There you go, James.
Nadira was sitting in my dining room one night, and I was like, "You need to be honored."
That was a good thing.
Yeah. Excuse me. God, tell the good stories, right?
I did. That always seemed to happen to me.
Madam President, presiding president, I'd
Yes.
like to make a comment to the families and these workers. I don't want to be Debbie Downer at all in this space, but I mean, it's significant to me that you all are doing this work because African American students in this district need that level of support and need the bar to be raised around what the possibility is for them around going to school, right? So we have some kind of abysmal numbers, but I know that there's students behind those numbers, and opportunities that you all give to them are really, really powerful. And then the other data point that I keep, leaning into is the fact that if we had more teachers of color, if we had more African American teachers, and so I know you're doing your thing and focusing, but I'm hoping that there might even be an opportunity to look at like what HBCUs are nurturing young teachers. Could you help push some of the students even in those directions? Because it would be really wonderful to see those young people go to HBCUs and then come back and be teachers in our teaching force. So I absolutely appreciate all that you're doing and knowing that it has a ripple effect and can actually do the work of interrupting a system that doesn't always serve our children. So thank you so very much for your work.
And I realized that we needed to actually adopt this, so I'm going to make a motion.
I'll second that.
Is there any objection? Great. This motion is passed. We're going to move now. Thank you very much to our HBCU volunteers. Let's give them a hand. To submission of speaker card and modifications to the agenda. Are there any, if you are in the audience and you're going to want to speak tonight, please bring your card forward to the front table and we'll make sure that we can call on you at the appropriate time. Colleagues, are there any modifications to the agenda? Great. That is a record. Maybe not. Okay, moving on. We're moving now to item K, the student board member report. Student board members are on summer break. L, president's report. We do not have a president's report this evening, which brings us to item M, the superintendent's report. Superintendent Johnson-Trammell.
Good evening, board. Good evening, community. Officially, happy summer to all of our staff. I just want to appreciate just all of the schools for all their hard work. We had a wonderful time. I believe every single board member here had the opportunity to attend a graduation ceremony, which were awesome, all of them. Last night we celebrated many of our students who are graduating and attending four-year colleges, some two-year colleges, through our East Bay College Fund and Oakland Promise celebration, which was wonderful. We gave out collectively a little bit over $2.5 million in scholarships for our students, which was great. We also, this week, had our first Standards and Equity Institute for our teachers, which was at Skyline starting Monday. It was all this week for K-12 teachers. That was a joint professional development put together from our equity department and teaching and learning, based a lot on some of the feedback from teachers around wanting more professional development. Started in the summer. We plan on continuing it through next year on some of the foundational practices of the curriculum. We had 3 of our teachers that were keynote speakers and provided some motivational words of encouragement to the teachers before the learning started. And today, we had a wonderful classified appreciation celebration for our classified staff. So I want to give a shout out to Shelia White for organizing that, our food services department for putting on the barbecue, custodial staff, our principal of Prescott for opening up her home for us to have it outside with canopies and music and barbecue. So just some ways that we're ending the year with some celebration, and I know everyone's looking forward to a little reprieve. So those are my announcements for today.
Great. Any questions, colleagues, for the superintendent or comments? Director Torres.
So just in relation to the comments about the week of training for teachers, I was able to attend briefly on the first day, Monday, and it was very encouraging that although school just ended, we had hundreds of teachers register, 100 teachers present at Skyline, and the opening session, it was clear from small discussions as well as setting the overview that our teachers are committed to improving the outcomes, and many of the areas of outcomes are going up in our schools, contrary to so much bad-mouthing of Oakland Unified Schools. A lot of the data shows that English learners are being reclassified, graduation rates are going up, and various other things, but we have a lot of work to do. Everyone does in California and everywhere, but the commitment to be there bright and early on Monday, people are dealing with child care of their own family, and so that's tough. But it definitely felt very strong in the room to talk about equity, to talk about giving rigorous work, even to students that have just arrived with English learner as a top priority, and so I'm still giving them rigorous work and seeing them achieve it. And then also just the fact that data that was presented was the #1 indicator of success for students is teacher, I think it was called teacher collaboration and efficacy, something like that. And so I'm really hopeful from seeing that as we go into summer, we're learning right away what's it going to take to make our students successful in the coming years. So I just wanted to give a shout out to staff who went through a lot to get that together and pull it off. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Torres. Anything else on the superintendent's report? Great. Thank you very much. We're now on item M, comment by collective bargaining units. Are there any of our collective bargaining unit leaders here this evening who wish to comment? I don't see anybody coming forward, so we will move on to item O, which is public comment on the items we have just considered. Are there any speaker cards on item O?
We have 3 speaker cards: Jim Mordecai, Mike Hutchinson, and Carol Denton.
Great. We'll give each person 2 minutes. Thank you very much for that. Mr. Mordecai passes. We have Ms. Dalton and Mr. Hutchinson. Thank you.
Mike Hutchinson, proud graduate of Oakland Public Schools. It's really hard to figure out where to start with the year that we've had this year. And hearing these reports don't reflect at all what most of us experienced this school year. This was the most dysfunctional, chaotic year that that most of us have ever seen in OUSD, and that's saying something. And now we find out that our senior staff in charge of the budget and finances have all resigned in the last 6 weeks. We as a community, not only have we had no engagement around the budget, we don't even know who's creating the budget because those people just quit. And at the same time, you know, I attended the Budget and Finance Committee meeting on Monday. It was supposed to be a joint meeting with the Audit Committee, but the Budget and Finance Committee didn't even have a quorum. The school, 2/3 of the school board members who were supposed to be there didn't even show up to an agendized meeting about our $600 million budget. And then reading about for this meeting to open a school board agenda and see that there is a first reading for a 40-year lease at Castlemont, giving it to a charter school for 40 years. I mean, I was just at a community meeting at Howard where the board director for that district objected to the framing that there was a threat to close Castlemont. You sure didn't tell the community there about this plan to give up a 40-year lease for Castlemont. At the same time, you were telling them you'd help them out with the charter schools being placed on their school. Castlemont High is one of our anchor high schools. This is so unacceptable, and you all should be ashamed of yourselves.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, board. I'm Carol Dalton. What I wanted to comment on really is what I did not hear in the reports so far. I'm very concerned about a number of the fiscal issues, including 1840, about which I know several board members had questions last time. Very concerned about some of the facilities issues, and I'm kind of surprised that those are not part of comprehensive reports on the state of the district. Those are things that are of great concern to the community, and we come to hear more details. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dalton. We're going to move on now to item P, which is adoption of the general consent report. Is there? Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any public comment on the items on the general consent report? We're checking. Thank you. Yes, I also want to remind folks that we have an option where you can sign up to speak online, and the instructions for that are right on the website when you go to find our agenda, and that it can also be found right from our homepage, www.ousd.org.
We have 4 speaker cards.
Great. Can you call the names, please? Each speaker will have 2 minutes.
Judy Burrell, Mike Hutchinson, Jim Mordecai. Excuse the pronunciation, but it looks like it's Ologba Ashraf.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi. My name's Judy Burrell. I have 2 children who've gone through OUSD. I'm also a member of Educators for Democratic Schools. And I've been recently paying a lot more attention to the agendas of the board meetings, especially wanted to speak tonight about the consent calendar contracts. What I started to notice was there's an awful lot of contracts for work that has already been done, or work that has already been done and may extend for maybe 1 more month. What I did tonight, and this is just for this agenda, I added up all the contracts on the consent calendar and noted whether they were for work that has already been done or for future work. And sure enough, my suspicions, I'm really concerned about all these items where it seems like you're compelled to approve them because work has already been done. So of the 33 contracts on the consent calendar tonight, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all but 8 of them were for work that has already been done. for a total of $429,600. So almost $500,000 just on this one agenda tonight of work that that has already been done. So of course you're going to have to approve it. That concerns me a lot. The other contracts were for work that is maybe started June 1st, so I'm counting that as future work. That was $258,600. So just as an accounting practice, it seems to me poor business to have people start work and you haven't even approved the contract yet. I mean, I certainly have never worked at a job where, like, I work for 3 months and then they decide 3 months later how much they're going to pay me. Anyway, my concern is that I understand that you've already approved this consent calendar tonight, but it seems poor business practice to have almost $500,000 just on one meeting night that you feel compelled to approve because the work has already been done. And I'm going to follow up with a couple of you so that you can explain some of this to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Madam Chair, I need to correct the speaker cards. It is Asada Abala as well as Carol Denton.
Great, thank you.
Good evening, Board. Carol Dalton, a colleague of Judy's over the years. And I've been coming to these meetings longer than she has. And what's concerning to me is not just that so many of those contracts for work that's already been started have appeared tonight or appeared last week or 2 months ago, but that there was concerted discussion among the board and what seemed like a commitment to change this practice. And as someone who works in the schools and who deals with putting in monies for a variety of different types of purchase of services and reimbursements, I know that this isn't primarily about the financial staff. It's about routines within the administrative staff and then the perhaps teaching staff from whom those requests flow, who need to develop and have developed with the support of the district the procedures and the timelines to submit their paperwork. So it's disappointing to have heard 2 years ago this concern, and especially approximately a year, a little more ago, the commitment that that would be changing and not to see the change. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mike Hutchinson, I agree with the previous two speakers, and it actually goes back longer than 2 years. In the 6 years that I've been coming to every meeting, this has been a long-standing issue. And we've heard the board more than once say how you were going to take care of it, how you wouldn't backdate contracts, how you'd pull contracts of a certain amount. But no matter what happens, meeting after meeting, this is the practice. You know, one of the things that they presented at the Monday meeting was that FCMAT is now reporting that we have a $700,000 and change deficit this year. And because of that, we'll be receiving $500,000 and change through Assembly Bill 1840. So if we have a deficit this year, but we keep doing these consent reports where we're just approving contracts, backdating them, all kinds of stuff. We have no internal auditor, and our finance department has now quit. Does anyone see the connection to maybe why we're in this situation? You know, I've heard every board member up there lament over and over how you don't know, you didn't know, you don't get the information, you'll do better. The same thing keeps happening. There's been no community engagement over any of these budget issues or contracts in here at all. You tell us more people are paying attention to your practices than now the county, FCMAT, the state's involved. But it sure seems like this year there was less information to the community, more dysfunction, and more people quitting midway through the year. At some point, I would hope you would actually look in the mirror and take responsibility for what you've done in your practices that are getting us here. The amount of contracts in here, the $500,000 that was cited, that's not a small amount of money, especially in OUSD. So who is going to take charge of this? Who's going to say, no, we shouldn't do practice this way? Who's going to say, no, I won't vote for this? Who's going to say, no, this is illegal? Who's going to say that our community deserves better and I'm actually going to start serving them?
Okay, Jim Mordecai speaking as an individual. I expect this year would have been chaotic because I think that their long-standing practices have covered up. It's sort of like a Band-Aid over the festering problems, especially financially in this district. And the first thing you have to do is sort of rip off that Band-Aid and let the air get to it. And that's the process that the difficult process that you're going through, where you don't have in place, as report after report says, the oversight, the tracking of how money is being spent properly. So if it wasn't chaos, then I suspect you're not doing anything. So hopefully, you know, out of the mud will grow the lotus, that you'll have better days ahead. But you had to do it because you had a practice where you would come up with a balanced budget at the end of the year, but it was always by robbing Peter to pay Paul. So it was gimmicky. And now you don't have those gimmicks, and it's really hard to get these changes brought in. And the people that are doing this very difficult work, it's overwhelming, it's difficult, but what's the alternative? The alternative is to maintain what you had before. So you have to, I disagree with the idea that it shouldn't be chaos. Now, can you do better? Of course. And specifically the board, I'd be more critical of the board than the people that are behind you that are trying to bring about the changes that you would expect when, you know, this is a democracy supposedly, and you're supposed to be attuned and respectful of the money that you're in charge of. And your names as directors, I should be changed to trustees. We remind everybody how important money is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Love life, love black people. I'm making a suggestion that in the future, anytime you have anything that has to do with the Oakland Public Education Fund, you have 2 items on the agenda that has that, or with the East Oakland Education Fund and Promise have now merged. But the Oakland Public Education Fund is also connected to Promise. And it's very difficult to see how the money is flowing with that. So is this a Promise initiative or is it not? There are 2 items with that. The other thing is there are 2 items on the consent calendar that deal with the Spanish-speaking Unity Council. There's been an audit done on well, it's not an audit, it's a high-level review that was done last November 2018 on the Unity Council, and it identified that they illegally took money in 2014 from a restricted fund of a program, a federal program called Neighbors Works America that works for affordable housing in communities. They took the money to accommodate the fact that they didn't have money to pay for maintenance and operational issues. It was identified in an audit, and they were told they had to return the money. They were unable to return it, but the city of Oakland helped by giving money back. They've never been held accountable for taking that money illegally, and I don't consider it good business practice for anyone to do business with the Unity Council. And I think that's a lesson to be learned. Anybody you do business with, you should do some type of review to see if they are ethically, morally, fiscally responsible before you do business with them in the future.
Thank you. Mr. Rakestraw, can we have a roll call on the adoption of the consent agenda, please?
Yes, ma'am. On the roll call for the adoption of the general consent report, Director Torres?
Yes.
Director Harris? Yes. Director Yee?
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge?
Yes.
Director Gonzalez?
Yes.
And Acting President London?
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Great. Wow. So item Q is public comment on non-agenda items. 7:30 p.m. or as soon thereafter as speakers may be heard. So we're only at 6:25. So we're going to have to keep going with the agenda, and then we will come back to public comment on non-agenda items at 7:30, or as close there too. If we'll try to hit our items so we're ready at 7:30. Never happened before in my 10.5 years on this board. So we're going to move now to public hearings. I'm going to, at this point, move to item 190990. This is a hearing on the district special education local plan area annual service plan and budget plan for the fiscal year 2019-20. Superintendent, I believe I'm going to turn this to you.
Thank you. At this time, I will ask Nina Bawa, our Executive Director of Special Education, to come up as she will be facilitating this presentation. And I believe she will be introducing some special guests as well from our CAC committee. Thank you for being here tonight.
Welcome.
Good evening, Vice President London, Board Directors, and Superintendent Johnson Trammell. My name is Nina Bathal. I'm the Executive Director of Special Education. CAC will also be joining us as part of this presentation, so when I'm done with them, I'll go ahead and call them up as well. I want to start off by providing a snapshot of our data. We currently have 6,781 students who are eligible with IEPs. We have 687 pending records, which includes students being assessed, new enrollees from other districts, and proposed assessments. Currently, we have 17.5% of all of our students in Oakland Unified School District who have an IEP. Okay, thank you. So a major aspect of a SELPA is implementing key pieces of legislation that shape and define how we should be serving students with disabilities. We have struggled as a nation to provide a quality learning experience for students with disabilities as indicated by key pieces of legislation listed here. As legislation has evolved and improved, we too must respond and shift our practices so that we are not only implementing services that are compliant, but we'll also be accountable for the quality of our service we are providing to our students. The SELPA policy-making body is designated in the local plan to make policy decisions, approve the SELPA budget and allocation plan, and direct SELPA operations. Responsibilities of the SELPA include such things as ensuring program availability for all students with disabilities, governance committees, including our Community Advisory Committee, assistance with understanding compliance requirements, transition planning, program coordination, fiscal management, staff development, curriculum development and support, and management information system as case miss and reporting to the state. Regionalization services, interagency coordination, program evaluation, budget planning and review, and community awareness. Each SELPA will adopt the annual budget plan according to the governance and policy making process established in their local plan. To the completion of the process will be documented by evidence of a SELPA level public hearing that has been held to adopt the annual budget plan. The annual budget plan must include administrative cost of the plan, services to students with severe and low incidence disabilities, services to students with non-severe disabilities, supplemental aids and services to meet the individual needs of students placed in general education, and regionalized operations, services, and direct instructional support by our instructional coaches, and the use of special education property taxes. The annual service plan must also include a description of related services and physical location of where the services are provided. They could be alternative schools, charter schools, opportunity day schools, community day schools operated by the county Office of Education, regardless of whether the district or county Office of Education participates in the local plan, and our non-public schools and non-public agencies. I will now hand it over to one of our CAC members, Kristen Zimmerman, who will continue with the presentation with CAC recommendations for the 2019-20 school year.
So you're saying that these are not the correct slides. So
Well, we have 2 decks.
all right.
There
So
are two decks, and
Is
we have
this-
to bring one deck up at a time.
is that it?
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you. Hi.
Thank you for being here. I notice you're operating with a bit of a disability tonight, so we appreciate you, you standing. I've been through something similar recently, and it's not easy.
Thank you. I just want to say we had hoped to have a few more parents, and we had prepared a student here tonight, but we thought we would actually be talking later, so they're on hold. We're really excited to be here tonight. Tonight is actually a culmination of about 3 years of integration of the CAC as a subcommittee into the LCAP work, and it's been amazing to be able to build relationship and understanding across other stakeholder groups and see the connections. The recommendations that we're sharing tonight are based on work that we did within the CAC itself, which includes stakeholders, students, parents, staff, teachers, and then also work that happened with the CAC and the LCAP process, and then the performance indicator review process from the Department of Education. As you know, Oakland's under scrutiny for outcomes for students with disabilities based on the state dashboard, what the state dashboard monitors. And we actually see an opportunity in this moment, both the integration with the LCAP and that process, because at the state level, there's a shift in thinking where the thinking is that both all of us are responsible for the outcomes of our students with disabilities. That includes general education teachers, that includes special education teachers, and it includes district departments. And so we know that the performance indicator review process is actually engaging people and getting people to think about across departments, and so is the LCAP process. So given that almost 1 in 5 students are in OUSD now are students with disabilities and IEPs, and that we need to see them fully as OUSD students, and that we must ensure their equitable education and programmatic access to programs, schools, and services, and demonstrate ownership of their outcomes, what we are asking and upholding that this begins with you as district leadership. So we're really asking that ownership and the mindset shift happens from the board level all the way down to the paras and other staff.
CAC, we also recommend that we must fully achieve the following in the 2019-2020 year for students with disabilities and IEPs. That there's cross-departmental collaboration, that there's appropriate curricula for all classes and all grades, universal inclusion training for teachers and principals, data access and fidelity for students, and that students with disabilities fully reflected in the LCAP and in school site plans. One of the examples of the need for cross-departmental collaboration, and this is something that the enrollment office did take responsibility for, and along with Director Gonzalez created policy, was to ensure that placements for students who do have IEPs and inclusion programs and special day classes had space for them. These programs would not exist without that policy, which is kind of tragic. This is the idea of collaboration that we're looking for and that will lead to success for our students.
Hello. I was planning to stand here with Raquel Johnson and Reginald Mosley, who thought they had to come at 7:30. So I'm going to speak on their behalf, but also speak a little bit to the process. I am very humbled by the integration and the specificity of focus on students with IEPs within our LCAP process. So the LCAP PSAG has a solid focus on the previously 4, now 6 student groups in the red on the California Schools dashboard. Students with disabilities and IEPs is one of those groups. It has embedded study groups in the meetings, in every single meeting for these student groups that are now going to be six, and has helped OESD develop different student group data, showing patterns across schools and seeing how well particular schools are serving these specific student groups. And it has strengthened collaboration with the other committees, the CAC, which is one of them, and now attends meetings, and there's a lot of back and forth. And they're part of lead delegates meetings for planning the PSAC meetings themselves as well. The other committees, the District ELL Subcommittee, decided as its main feedback a focus on English language learners with IEPs and their reclassification. You will hear about that at the next hearing. The Foster Youth Advisory has always had a focus on students with IEPs. It is more than half of its population. And there are emerging caucuses, one specifically around African American students by African American parents in the PSAC. So the work has become extremely collaborative, but most importantly, intersectional. There's no way to talk about all African American students without talking about students with IEPs, or all Pacific Islander students without talking about students with IEPs, et cetera. And that data is being generated because these committees have pushed it. We have that intersectional data now, school by school, and they're going to continue that focus into next year. So these recommendations that you see, the first two, are actually echoed by PSAC next week. So the first one is that LCAP indicators track access by all special education teachers and programs to robust language arts, math, and reading curriculum, access related to assessments already in use by general ed classrooms such as Fontes Pinel, et cetera, and training for the use of both. It's not just that we say we do it, they want this to be monitored within the LCAP as an access indicator, just like we do with Williams as one of the access indicators. So the next one is at least one targeted strategy, and related sub-indicator under each LCAP goal for students with IEPs. And that is the same for the other 5 students, groups that are under differentiated assistance. And they're asking to really show overlap data. For example, students with IEPs are not in the red for chronic absence, but African American students with IEPs are. So if we don't start showing that overlap, we're never going to see those needs. So these are 2 of the requests, and they're going to come from the PSAC as well.
So the CAC has the following recommendations that we were asking the board to mandate. First, all general education teachers participate in professional development for inclusive practices and universal design for learning. Second, a minimum 0.5 FTE to support the leadership and participation of special education families at the district level. And third, a data analyst who supports the special education data trends and forecasting. And we ask that you adopt this policy for the enumerated items as part of the LCAP adoption on June 26th.
So the core thing that we're asking you as the board is that we need board policy to back this up. The CAC believes that a strong mandate message and sustained commitment from you can help us build ownership for students with disabilities across OUSD. And we want to help, we want you to help us make 2019 to 2020 a year of disability justice and education for OUSD students, and we're excited to work with you on that. Okay. Will you do that? Go ahead.
So we want to close off by saying that defining our students by their gifts and their potential, fulfill both and supporting our students with their disabilities and needs, and remembering that disability is not an inability. We do want to thank you for listening to us, and we also have an appendix that's attached to the deck so that you can look at some data points as well.
Thank you. Is there more to the presentation?
Thank you.
Great. Colleagues, let's start with 3 minutes for each board member, and then we'll loop around again if we need to. Director Gonzalez.
Thanks. Superintendent, I wonder which of your staff you would like to have. I would like to go through some of these recommendations and just find out, just hear from, I don't know if it's Dr. Aguilera or Ms. Bawa about the feasibility, because I really believe that, so when we're at this threshold of 17%, like it is important for each LCAP goal, in my opinion, to specify a strategy for special education. And then if you could flip back to the other two recommendations. So yeah, I would just love to hear from whoever the appropriate staffer is about what it would take to be able to move forward to implement some of these ideas.
I can go. So for the first data point, we do also acknowledge that in order for us to do inclusion well and to support all of our students, gen ed students and students with disabilities, we need to train everyone. That means from our support staff, our special ed teachers, our gen ed teachers, our principals, our central office staff, we understand the urgency around that. One of the things that we're actually doing, I believe it's in 2 weeks, is holding a UDL training just for our central staff who's working over the summer. And the plan
Could
is...
you say what UDL is,
Yeah,
please?
Universal Design for Learning. One of our goals this year is to take that and to scale it to all of our school sites as well. We know that we're getting referrals. As you can see, the data is showing that the increase is happening. And we want to make sure that our schools are doing SST, cost team meetings, and also implementing multi-tier systems of support. In order to do that, we have to make sure that every single school site receives intensive training on how to support students at the Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3. Our plan will be to have professional development around that starting in the summer.
Just to clarify, summertime training is optional, right?
Correct.
Okay. So what is the plan then to make sure that everyone is receiving that training?
So what we'll initially be doing is working with Wes Shocks, who will be helping us create a summer calendar and also a calendar in the fall. We're starting the training with just our central office leaders, and then we'll design a training, actually providing the training to school sites as well. So we'll have to target individual sites.
So, but let me just to be clear, do principals choose whether they would elect to have that training, or is this something that we can say, nope, this is the expectation that every school is going to have this training?
So just want to clarify a little bit about the upcoming training for central staff. So that's a mandatory training for our central staff. And then from there, we are going to start with a small group to see any sort of implementation gaps that we would have, because it's not advisable to go full scale with everybody the first year. And so we are getting some help from the implementers of Universal Design for Learning to start small and then scale up. So we're asking for certain schools to come in first, and then from there, the next year would be full scale everyone. The way that we're thinking through not doing optional professional development is having the Wednesday minimum days be the days where we pull everyone together, because it is during the contractual time, and that's how we will ask for everyone to come to a centralized training. But regionally, all of these details are being worked out, but we're first starting with the central office being trained in Universal Design for Learning, because there's lack of knowledge on our team as to how to implement this approach to instructional planning. Then I was just talking to the implementer, or the trainer, Tuesday, and she was explaining to me that we'll work through the existing plans for central office training to see how we can integrate the approach, so that way more people are getting access to it. But then we're going to start with a small group and then scale up the next year after that. So it's a full implementation plan. We can't do it all in 1 year, but we do understand the urgency around making sure that a lot of our staff have access to this training.
Dr. Aguilera, when will the board
Director,
be getting...
Director Gonzalez, we're almost going to move on to the next person when you're done
I
with
didn't
this.
get all of my questions answered.
But we can do another loop around. I had asked everyone to start with 3 minutes, and then we'll come back around.
Okay.
For the other items, I'll just say that we're seeing recommendations for the first time from PSAC in the last week with the formal recommendations and these recommendations. So we do need some time to investigate and respond to all of them, because they do have monetary, we do need to make investments. And there's some that we'll be able to do this year, and there's some that we're not. So we need to kind of suss through that a little bit more deeply than responding right now on the spot. Can you do this one, and can you do this one? Because we are receiving these PSAC recommendations. We got the full recommendations 2 nights ago. So we still need to work through them.
Great, we'll come back around. Anybody else? Director Yee.
Thank you. I have a few questions as well. I'm not exactly, I mean, let me start by saying I think inclusive practices are really an essential part of this. It's, and the numbers that you gave us in the beginning, the 17.5%, 20%, doesn't to me distinguish between students who are already included in classrooms and maybe not underserved, and students who are in special ed classes for whom we want inclusion. So do you give us a rough idea of what are the numbers we're talking about in terms of mild, moderate percentage versus, say, moderate or severe, or however else you'd want to break it out so we have a better understanding
Absolutely,
of
I
what we're
can
talking about?
provide that data.
I mean, could you just give me something off the top of your head?
So right now I can say for elementary, we were just working on the data points. About 30% of our students are in a self-contained classroom.
30%?
Yes.
Okay, so roughly, let's say 2/3 of the students should be already in a general inclusion program in their school with special ed support, and 1/3 are in some sort of special day class in which some part of their time should be in inclusive. So those two, it seems to me, a little bit different, but maybe universal design means it's the same inclusive practices. So that gets me to the question, what, in 2 or 3 words, maybe, what would you consider inclusive practice? Can you give me an example of an inclusive practice that currently you say is not particularly existent that should be?
Right. So one of the things that I think that we're definitely growing on as a target is including our students who were considered SDC students. What we're seeing now more so than before is a continuum of services.
Excuse me, could you say what DC students are?
I'm sorry, special day class students. What we were seeing before is when students needed to be included more in an inclusive environment, some students would have to be moved to a different school site to access inclusion. What we're doing now is making sure that we establish a continuum within a school site so students don't have to move to have access to more restrictive or to least restrictive. That way the schools will be able to accommodate the needs for providing that continuum at that particular school site.
So because the recommendations are asking the school board to do something, namely policy, it would be really helpful for us to see some kind of a graphic describer which talks about these groups and how they potentially move around with the goal of inclusive practices. And then the second one is among the schools that we have existing now, do you have any exemplars that you would say this school approaches the model that the CAC is envisioning? I mean, does this model of inclusive practices exist in our district? Does it exist somewhere? I've heard there's a school, which escapes me now, in Southern California. I can't remember the name of it now, which people have encouraged me to go see, where inclusive practices are part of the SOP of the school.
Sure.
So would you say we have any which are exemplars that school board members should visit so they can get an idea of what a board policy might mandate?
Sure. The 3 schools that I actually have our teachers and principals observe when they're thinking about how to expand in terms of continuum of services. Acorn is a prime example.
Okay.
CCPA has done a very good job of including all of our students, even students who came in as our special day class students.
Okay.
And Bella Vista this year has shown tremendous growth in including our students in general education.
So that would help me a lot if you could use one of those as an exemplar and say, this is what it would look like if we did something. And then I would feel secure. Yes, it's possible to do because we actually have a school that's approaching it. But without that, it's all kind of theoretical, to me. And so that would really be helpful to be able to do that, to show the template that abstracts what the practices are actually going on. And then that helps to reinforce what we would like to see aspirationally for all our schools.
Great.
Thank you.
Director Yee, we'll come back around if you have further questions. Anybody
Make
else?
sense?
Yes, thank you.
Anybody else? Director Torres.
Thank you. So in regard to my question, aren't teachers in this district going through professional development anyway? All teachers, aren't they going through professional development? So if they're all going through professional development, as we sat here last June and heard reports, we were asked that all professional development should start with something along the lines of addressing the special education issue, because we're approaching 1 in 5 already. So this is almost like a deja vu repeat of last year. And yet, here we're talking about starting small and growing out. What happened is what I'm not understanding, because I recall hearing that last year, and I was going to the smaller meetings where that was what was being said by all the people at Cole. I was going to many of those meetings, and yet, deja vu, here we are, back to square one. So that's the first thing I want to ask. Because if we have this many special ed students, why are we still just talking about it instead of doing it? I don't want to hear small batch. And so the fact of the matter is they're not a small batch amount of our students, right? So in any event, I feel like why we wouldn't be starting with all teachers. What about students who haven't been identified? If all teachers get some level of PD training and they can then identify students who might be needing an IEP or some kind of evaluation, we might be spending millions less in lawsuits where we have not identified fast enough. So we're spending the money elsewhere. We might as well train all of our teachers. That's one comment. Secondly, data specialists. That seems like a no-brainer to have somebody collecting the data. And then in regard to the LCAP indicators, why wouldn't we want to make sure that our students are getting access to what's required? So the fact of the matter is that we have Williams reports that are not telling the truth and that are not telling the whole story of the fact that there are SDCs that don't have instructional materials in reading and math, and yet we're getting Williams reports with fake news. So I want that fixed as well. I want confirmation via the superintendent of an audit that the SDCs actually have the core quality instructional materials that those students legally require and deserve. We are getting sued every minute, every day over special education. What's it going to take, right? What's it going to take? So that's one of my concerns, is that I want to see how we're going to fix what is a true Williams audit, not the fake one that we're getting. And so lastly, I will say that we will have to talk about a policy, and following what Director Yee just said, we actually have some schools that do inclusion very well. When Antoine Wilson was here, they were talking about scaling Edna Brewer, and the teachers in the audience, Ismael Armendariz, who was doing it at middle school, and that we were going to scale what's happening in Edna Brewer for the whole district because inclusion is happening there. So I'm not sure why that didn't happen, but nonetheless, the IEPs, the goals, and the areas of the LCAP, that needs to be an overlay for those students. Eventually, they'll be 25%, 30%. What are we going to wait, 50%? I'm appalled. And now we have data by race, and we know we have an overabundance of African American and Latino students identified in special education that aren't supposed to be there. We need to fix this. We need to fix it now.
Thank you. Do you wish to offer? You want any? Okay. So, okay. And great. So you'll follow. You can follow up with Director Torres. Great. Director Harris, did you have questions?
Well, yeah. One less about the recommendations, more. So later on, actually, thank you, first of all, to the PSAC committee, to the LCAP committee for doing this work, for leading the work. I think Director Gonzalez lifted up some important questions about whether or not we can actually implement these recommendations. A community group came to me, and I shared with Director Gonzalez as well, a resolution that really speaks to the timing so that we can cure this for next year. So the biggest red flag is what Director Aguilera just shared, is that these were just shared with the team days ago. And so, you know, we're looking at a first draft of the LCAP next week. And so, I mean, have I misspoken, or say again? I'm sorry.
The PSAC recommendations we received sometime about a week ago.
Right.
Even for, maybe 2 weeks ago.
So you had just seen
But the CAC recommendations are slightly different. So the data analyst and the community engagement person is what I'm referring to.
Those
but
particular
PSAC,
pieces, okay.
We don't want to conflate the two, even though that they are working together. Tonight, we're looking at the CAC recommendations,
it.
but you will also see them duplicated for the PSAC recommendations. And all of this was just culled together from
Okay.
all the different subcommittees and provided as one. You'll see that on June 12th as a full presentation. But
So-
we're looking at CAC recommendations, and the two that are named here were given recently. But the UDL I could speak to because I know that we've been planning on implementing this type of training.
Okay, so you have had sufficient time to review
For the
for the
PSAC,
PSAC. When did you get those?
it was the 28th, I believe,
Of May?
of May, which is earlier than what we have in the past. So
Right.
I actually said to the group that evening that this is one of two times that, and Ms. Cynthia Molina did correct me, it was the second time that we've had recommendations prior to the June board meeting, because usually when we're presenting, we're hearing recommendations for the first time, and their team really worked hard to give us the recommendations with a lot of time.
About
So
2 weeks in advance, which you had
than
normally
what we
been-
usually get. But
Yeah,
I'm
okay.
naming the CAC is the ones that are newer
Which
than
are-
the
which are-
PSAC recommendations.
Okay, so yeah, so I appreciate the clarity on the CAC piece. The resolution that I referenced speaks to the PSAC recommendations. Again, May 28th, that's earlier. I mean, that's 2 weeks before we look at the budget. So I mean, I think the spirit of the resolution we want to bring forward, I'll introduce tonight, is to actually, this needs to be happening sooner, much sooner than 2 weeks to actually provide some consideration for this. Mr. Hutchinson, you're right, and part of the addition I made was actually getting an LCAP reading earlier, and so this has been an aspiration of the district for a number of years, but it's hard to actually, with fidelity, understand the recommendations of this body, get them all considered, put them against it, what turns out to be about an $800 million budget, and then produce, something that actually makes sense and is thoughtful. So I think we have to work to get it done much sooner than May 28th, and certainly much sooner than the CAC recommendations. But I appreciate that. But that was the question I had. So thank you. Does that make sense? Makes sense.
Thank you, Ms. Director Harris. Director Hinton Hodge.
Great. Thank you so much for the work. So I'm always curious as to what schools get piloted, and with the data, one of my colleagues was like, I want to see the practice. I want to see what we have, and so from what I can see, these are not schools that have predominantly African American students at all in them, and so it just, for me, it always raises the question around. I mean, I could say this opinionated about even a lot of other departments, like even when it comes to food, right? I hear like, oh, the pilot happened at Hillcrest, or the pilot happened in other places where, in food insecure communities, it doesn't seem like there's any target in that way. And again, it could be the case, but oftentimes that is not what gets kind of put out there. So, I didn't hear Prescott. I don't hear, schools that I know struggle deeply around the right number of staffing, who the students are, the response of the department to them. And so I absolutely support these things, but for me, it is always capacity, and it is always about whether or not we're really interested in interrupting some institutional barriers, right? If we're even willing to beyond naming them in a data point, to really kind of look at, well, what does it actually look like to do this work at a Prescott? Acorn Woodland is amazing, but again, it has a predominant population, probably a lot of English language learners, and so again, I can be excited and support all of these things, but until someone says, this is a really specific need for certain children inside this district, I will absolutely support you, but there's just families that are just kind of tired of waiting in the midst of all the other things like shortages of teachers and turnover. Those are other pieces that we can do the policy, But if we don't have capacity, I mean, it's just like our equity policy, right? Like, if we don't have capacity, and frankly, I feel the will to do some of this work, I don't want to be lame in that particular kind of way. So I don't know what it can take for your department to kind of interrupt and maybe say, I can't do this work. Like, I want some honest kind of conversations about what can work and what can't work. What are your barriers? What are those barriers? So I absolutely want to support it. And then there's definitely a position there, so that would probably be important to hear back. Thank you.
So if I may, Board Director Hodge, because I think those are great questions. And I think one actually links to a presentation that we're going to have later, which has been a huge issue in our district in terms of where we are level setting with autonomy. So we're hearing from one group right now a very compelling argument for the need for the district to actually take a more centralized approach around a group of vulnerable students that actually cross many race and ethnic lines that we're not serving well. If you remember at our engagement in West Oakland, like a lot of the trends we're seeing, if you go to the California State dashboard, you're seeing the same trends across the state. So it's not just a challenge in Oakland, it's a challenge statewide. And I don't think there's an easy answer to it because it's not about all centralized or autonomy, but I think what we're hearing from the CAC is, you know, we can't point to, like many districts, a lot of schools that do this well in terms of Tier 1 MTSS. And so it begs the question at the policy level, how would a policy like this sit and rest with Board Policy 3150, where we're giving over decision-making to sites? So that's a complex question, but in terms of what needs to be wrestled with, because from an execution standpoint, that comes down to who gets to mandate who goes to professional development on Wednesday. Is that something that we're saying schools have the authority to say, we have authority over what happens on Wednesday? Is it something in the middle where it's with something? So I think those, when we get to that conversation later, and we're talking about wrestling with where it makes sense to have autonomy, and then when we're looking at data and we're seeing, are there areas where we're seeing we just need to have certain things in place for all schools? That's one in terms of a barrier, a challenge from a policy level. The other one comes down to finance and resources, and what we've been talking about with citywide plan and other things in terms of the need to, the professional development is one piece. The training of everybody is one piece, but as we've been talking to, Sandra and I did an engagement with some families in the Fruitvale, all special education parents, and over the need to have more staff on the preventative end. So you have a child who may not be reading at kindergarten and first grade. So there's only so much the classroom teacher can do when we're talking about 17%, 20%. And so the need to figure out how we're resourcing all of our schools to have more early intervention specialists and mental health to do more of the preventative versus thinking that the classroom teacher is going to be able to absorb. So I think those are, you know, just some of the real challenges that we need to grapple with in order to implement some of these solid recommendations here.
Thank you. Director Gonzalez, I believe you had some additional questions.
Yeah, I just wanted to know when we can expect an update on Dr. Aguilera's articulation of sort of starting with the training of central staff and then piloting at a few schools. When are we going to get an update on how many schools that is, how the pilot go, how many schools are you guys looking at doing the following year? What are you learning from the pilot training? So those are some of the questions. And then this idea that we can just wait a year to implement some of these, they're at risk of losing their support for the CAC right now. And so this is something that I was really clear when we were doing the budget reductions. I thought this was a really bad idea. This is something that they are, you know, really clear that they need the support. So I don't support like waiting a year. I think that these are our most vulnerable families and they need to have support for their, this is the important way that they can learn about their rights as special education parents and support each other. So that was the training piece, the support for the CAC, and then can you flip to the other recommendations? Okay, so on the LCAP indicators, track access. Okay, so yeah, I think these are really important equity pieces that I hope that you guys can move forward to implement this year.
Let's go to Director Harris and then Director Hinton-Hodge.
Yeah, this is bothering me. I don't know why I can't let it go. So the time, this is all about process, and I'm not about process, but what is the normal timeline? So best case scenario, you would get recommendations from the CAC, you get recommendations from the student group. What's the plan when you start the year? By what date do you expect to receive recommendations from those groups?
Are you saying CAC specifically?
Like these recommendations. So
Right.
did you plan to get these recommendations 2 days ago?
So I think these recommendations, and please feel free to jump in when you can, came from a year of experimenting. I believe
Okay.
the CAC, we had a year where we didn't have a community engagement specialist. I think the CAC members spent a lot of time doing robocalls, emails, and community engagement. Just to be really honest with you, our CAC events were not well attended at all.
And so it was a matter of gathering the right feedback to build the recommendations. So there was a problem potentially in that process, and you're kind of waiting to receive those before you can then go forward to make formal recommendations.
So I
for
think
the
that
LCAP.
our CAC members saw the difference of having a community engagement specialist where we had a larger turnout. And this year we realized that doing the work internally, it was very hard to get an audience to come to our monthly meetings. And that's part of the end of the year recommendation by our CAC members.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. If you have more, I'm really trying to just with the time I have here.
So we're able to see a draft LCAP into May. So there's no way to do kind of comparisons from year to year until the May 15th hearing is the first hearing where May 15th meeting for the PSAC was the first one when we actually were able to see the actions for the upcoming year. Even though we're working from the last LCAP and we're looking at what existed and sort of knowing that a lot won't change, and we did that in April 17th, and there were a lot of what you're seeing here is findings from what exists right now, how is it working, and feedback to that. But the committee has basically like a window of like 2 to 3 weeks to really understand what's in the plan. Foster Youth Advisory was able to do an analysis for the first time yesterday. So the only year that we've had recommendations way early is because we carried the recommendations from the year prior, and in December, with the budget, that only happened once. So we actually furthered them into the next LCAP. And just so you know, not as much the CAC ones, the indicators on access are new, but the other one and some of the other ones that are after, when you see the PSAC recommendations, you'll see this was a recommendation last year. This was a recommendation last year. There are many of these recommendations that are actually being carried through years. So they're not, while we're not able to analyze the LCAP in time to develop something more nuanced, they are actually repeating things that they have said in the past. But the staff who oversees the LCAP has shifted somewhat, and the teams have shifted, so. But just know that that will be a remark over and over in the recs. This was a recommendation for 17, 18 as well.
And so the last thing I would say is when you come back for the second round of this piece, can staff be prepared to speak to how we can better monitor and improve systems going forward, how we're working to improve that, in addition to how we're monitoring and what changes we're making in order to, to adjust for the things that we saw that did not work. Right?
And I see a lot of promise for you. I'm going to give kudos to staff myself. The teams that we have for the LCAP, which are goal aligned, there are teams from all departments in each goal area. Because of the PSAC's influence and the CAC within it, have to articulate targeted strategies for our students. We just want them to align well with the indicators that are already there and the action areas that are already there. And those staff are actually coming and embedding themselves in PSAC meetings. I look forward to those staff attending CAC meetings and the EL committee and et cetera. But we have the makings of the most integrated and specific LCAP and planning process ever. So I want to give credit to that. But these things that are here are urgent in the view of the committee and in the view of the PSAC.
Colleagues, I just want to highlight for you that this item is a public hearing and then adoption tonight of the SALPA. So we may want to loop around to that. Director Hinton Hodge, did you have additional questions?
Yeah, and I don't know exactly how it's connected, but sometimes the things that like I'm not understanding, we talk about it but don't move it. So for me, these conversations sometimes are, the impact of transportation is what I'm trying to say. So, where does this fit? I know that our director of transportation has talked about, looking at like our bell schedules, looking at the ability to reduce our transportation costs if we had better regional kind of, I don't want to use centers, better, services that could kind of happen within regions. And so students, maybe, I don't know, all services are in all regions or something like that, and looking at from a transportation standpoint. So I recognize that like there's always layers to this work. But transportation is clearly like an access issue. Like if we can pay millions of dollars for like some families to get to different schools, and I know that most of our budget is coming for these students, particular students, which is great. It's not ever enough, but we have wisdom inside the organization that says we could do it for a little cheaper. That's money that comes out of a general fund. So if there's more money left in the general fund, it actually gets to serve students in different kinds of ways. So anyway, so I'm just throwing that out as like, a layering piece of this kind of stuff as you look at like, where you're targeting, where services, because I think there's some structural things that we could be doing differently. Thanks.
The staff, yeah, sorry, Kristen.
I just have a quick clarification. This year we didn't have any staff. We had a staff, what are we now? We had a staff the previous school year, and it was a 0.5, but they got taken away from us. So we were really, and different staff people stepped in to do different things, but what we really found out was that the communication did not happen. Like that things that we thought, or that the district thought could happen among staff, it just didn't work in order to actually be able to engage the community. And so so all of this happened without any staff support or piecemeal staff support. Obviously, Nina is supporting us to the degree she can, but she has a huge workload. And then the other community engagement staff person who's on all of the other district committees technically isn't assigned to us. So I just want to make that clear because we did all of this without that.
You know what Delane Easton says, right, who ran for governor? Budgets are value statements.
So I wanted to just, if I may, colleagues, I wanted to just ask a couple of questions. I would like to understand and maybe this is for the superintendent, but we're supposed to adopt this SELPA tonight, and yet this presentation includes recommendations. Is embedded in the SELPA, are there budget expectations, or what? Can you help me understand what the difference is?
Right, so we actually, for today, we combined presentations, but the annual budget and service plan is completely separate from the recommendations that were made from the CAC.
Okay, so, but the recommendations from the CAC have budget implications, and those are not in the SELPA that you're asking us to adopt tonight.
Correct.
So just for clarification on that point, because I'm confused about it myself, the public hearing was about adopting the principle of the SELPA. Right. It's not this is community feedback, which is at a future date, but adopting the SELPA today is a technical responsibility to move the budget and so forth for the SELPA, not the specifics of the recommendations. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Right.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, can we go to public comment, and then if we have more questions, or do you have one more?
This is quick, yeah. Ms. Bawa, I noticed that the SELPA report is much, 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 much more brief than it typically is. Mm-hmm. So why is that?
So typically we do, this year we're not required to, but when it's more context and more information is when we do redo the local plan, which is, I want to say 20 chapters of it. That's every 3 years. And so when it's time to redo our local plan or add more information and updates to it, that's when it becomes a lot lengthier.
Okay, so you guys are not required to provide that same level of detail in off years?
Correct.
Okay.
And I'm happy in the appendix, I actually did attach the local plan chapters.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to public comment, please.
We have 3 speakers. Asada Olabola, Ismail Aramendez, Carol Dalton.
Thank you.
Love life, love black people. I'm not seeing the scope of all children with disabilities. I don't see how children who are identified as severe, profound, autistic, higher levels of behavior problems. And when I say severe, profound, I'm talking about children who are tube-fed, who are at the brainstem level. I'm not seeing where aids are used in the special education and where child-specific aids are being used. I'm not understanding the part of where parents receive counseling, but how do parents learn to participate in the IEP conference? Because my experience has been that the parent sits down at the table and the IEP has already been done and all they do is go over it with the parent. And I hope that process has changed where the parent is a vital participant in the development of the IEP. And that needs to be brought out, that we're actually having the parents develop the IEP. The parent understands that they can bring the IEP back at any time to reconstruct it. All the rights of the parents, even the consideration, and I've seen in some districts in other cities where they have parent advocates that go to the IEP with the parent. They can be volunteers. That's what I did. But I'm not seeing the full scope of the inclusion of all disabilities. And the most important one, because I worked with severe, profound children, and they were always excluded in many ways, but they have a right to be in the school system. So at some point, I hope that discussion comes up, how we accommodate those kids, and the aids, and how many child-specific aids we have, and so forth and so on.
Thank you.
Ishmael Armadaris, I'm speaking as an individual. So a few things. One, I'm really happy that we got to partner with Nina and some of the parents this year in the beginning of the year around passing the enrollment policy change, because that has allowed us and will allow us to have a continuum of service at each school and expand inclusive practices. I appreciate that. The other part, I just want to put a caution out. So some of the things about having district-wide PDs is that we check a box, but there's no actual deep engagement in what we and how we are involved with the development. And so a large PD, I just kind of have cautions around that. The other part I want to state is that I feel like some of the questioning that was coming from this board today was just very out of touch about the realities of what's going on, not just in the classroom, but within the special education department, particularly around the demand to have reports early. Just to be clear, this board voted last year on a budget that cut out our SALPA director, whose job it was to develop this report. And so when you have a growing number of special education students who are eating up, or I shouldn't say eating up, who are requiring more of our general education budget, and then we have a higher growing population of charter schools who are not serving those kids, there's an imbalance now that's costing us financially, and then we go and we put that pressure back on them with a growing population. So we don't have a SALPA director. We have 3 directors or 3 admin who are running the entire department, on top of an influx of teachers who are new. And so the policies that you vote on and that you debate here have direct impact on what we're doing in our department, and it's actually prohibiting us from moving forward. And so I just caution around some of the questioning before, check in with people, have a conversation before we make broad strokes statements. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Carol Dalton, and I'd like to point out that all of the speakers on this item, although we're all speaking as individuals, we are also all special education professionals with training in a variety of specialties. So we've worked over our careers with students with special needs. And in particular, I've had a role in working in inclusion. And what I want to say about the professional development is that it's so important not just to have it for the special education staff, but for the general education staff. And it's so important to have follow-up training and coaching, and for teachers to feel successful. There have been many times when a teacher will say, "You really think that's going to work? You mean I should try that?" And then who will then come back and say, "Yes, it's working, and I'm figuring it out, and it's such a pleasure to be able to see students learn who have different learning modalities." In the same way that this board considered an enrollment policy change that helped locate special education programs in a more productive way, I hope that you will consider adopting a space or facilities policy, I'm not sure what you would call it, that makes sure that there is adequate space for supportive services such as resource speech, OT, and counseling, and that those rooms are not in danger of being allocated out. I'd like to see you use the special education department's number of 17%. When you look at special education and you compare how schools are serving, who's being served in different regions, and especially in the charter community, each school may not have that percentage, but how do we achieve parity? And I'll email you about my additional concerns.
Thank you. Colleagues, any additional discussion before we close the public hearing? Okay, we're going to at this point close the public hearing. We now move to adoption of the Special Education Local Planning Area Annual Service Plan and Budget Plan.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on the motion? Great. Can we call the roll call, please?
It's on the motion to adopt the SELPA Annual Service and Budget Plan for next school year. Director Yee?
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge?
Yes.
Director Gonzalez?
Yes.
Director Harris? Yes. Director Torres?
Yes.
Acting President London?
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you. It's 7:21, and at 7:30 we go to public comment. So, colleagues, I'm going to ask if we can, well, we already had a first reading on this next item, 190818, which is the middle school science curriculum adoption. Can we move to that item now?
So moved. Second.
Whoa, I like it when everyone's fighting over that. Welcome back our staff. We're excited to hear. I think you might have some good news to share with us.
Yes, so good evening, board. My name is Sandra Aguilar. I'm the Chief Academic Officer for our district, and we are bringing this item back from, it was tabled on May 8th, 2019, to verify the funding source. And we're not going through the full presentation because we did that on May 8th. What we are here to do is update update the information on the funding sources. So we do have it listed here in our resolution, the 3 installments. And it was unusual that the very next day we received notification on May 9th that we received a large grant to help fund this adoption. So coupled with our lottery funds, a science partnership grant, and our supplemental funds, we will be able to move forward if the board approves this with the installments and the payments that are scheduled for this adoption. So that is our update for today. You can see the schedule of payments and the funding sources. And if we have any questions, we're happy to answer any questions for you.
Great. Let's do 3 minutes, and we'll start with Director Gonzalez.
Thanks. I don't think I need 3 minutes. Can you just talk about the grant that we received, who it's from, what it can be used for, all that good stuff?
Yeah, so the grant, it's a federal grant called a Math Science Partnership Grant. And we were invited to apply as a district who has received a similar grant in the past. So we are one of just 5 districts in California awarded this grant. It's partnership, and that we'll be working with local universities. So our partners are the UC Berkeley, as well as Lawrence Hall of Science, Community Resources for Science, and a new organization called Scilingual that focuses on science and language development through science. So through this partnership, we're going to be developing a cadre of middle school teacher leaders, as well as, and this is the really innovative part, for the first time having elementary teachers and middle school teachers working together. Because one thing that is exciting about having a consistent program K-8 is that we have a lot of capacity already in the district to lead this work. And while our single subject science teachers in middle school come to us with deep content knowledge, often they don't have a lot of the skills around teaching language development and foundational literacy that their colleagues in elementary school are well trained in with their multiple subject credentials. So we're going to be bridging those teachers together. They're going to be working with local experts and local scientists, and then training the rest of the teachers through the year. So this grant will cover a lot of training opportunities, leadership opportunities for teachers, as well as a good chunk of the curriculum purchase.
Okay, and so that's what I just wanted to verify, is that the curriculum purchase and acceptable use of the grant dollars in addition to the teacher professional development.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the grant sounds exciting. Congratulations to us.
Thanks.
Any other questions? I do have a question. So I'm very mindful about our environmental education and climate literacy policy that we adopted in February. Can you talk a little bit about how this curriculum adoption and the grants that you've been successful in obtaining support that and help us implement that?
Happily. And I apologize, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Brenda Tui, your TK-12 Director of STEM Education in Oakland. So in response to the question about how this will support climate literacy, the next generation science standards to which this curriculum is aligned includes concepts about climate change as students learn about earth science, life science, and physical science. So all year in every grade, and that's true beginning in kindergarten. So now we'll have a fully developed curriculum that includes these concepts as part of the core academic program. Furthermore, the curriculum itself has students going outside to do part of their science investigations in their schoolyard. And that's going to be a growth area for our middle school teachers, leading groups of adolescents out on the yard. But we're really excited about the opportunities that this has. And then through the grant, part of the work that our teachers are doing, because this is a curriculum that's used both nationally and internationally, so there's no way that by design it can connect to local scientific phenomena or local environmental issues. So part of the work that our teachers are going to be doing with local scientists is identifying what are the real world, local, environmental concepts that connect to what kids are learning to make a national curriculum feel really place-based and local for our kids.
So it sounds like there's also a good opportunity then to tie this in with the other policy that we adopted in February around living schoolyards and really trying to tie the built environment with what we're learning in the classroom.
Exactly. So as more and more schools transition their facilities to have outdoor spaces, we'll have teachers who are trained and ready to do their core instruction in those spaces. And in the meantime, they'll be able to make do with the facilities we have.
Okay, great. Is there any public comment on this item?
No.
There's no public comment. Great. Let's call the roll.
On the roll call to adopt S1 or 190818, Director Torres. Not present. Director Gonzalez.
Yes.
Director Yee.
Yes.
Director Harris. Yes. Director Hinton Hodge.
Yes.
Acting President London.
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Great, thank you. We have 2 minutes and we have 2 items before public comment that are, I think, pretty quick to dispose of. 191065, this is a emergency contract for plumbing and construction at the Community Day School. Is there a motion to
Move
approve?
adoption.
I'll second it. Thank you. Is there any presentation on this item? No. Any comments from board members? Any public comment?
This is the emergency construction contract for Community Day.
No public comment.
Okay.
Okay, let's call the roll, please.
On the roll call to adopt S2, Director Hinton Hodge,
Yes.
Director Harris.
Yes.
Director Yee,
Yes.
Director Gonzalez,
Yes.
Director Torres,
Yes.
Acting President London.
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Great. For this next item, we need to make sure that we have all 6 of us here to vote because it keeps coming back because we need to have 6 people voting on it. This is item 190839, a resolution terminating the enactment of the emergency abatement and repair of the sewer line at Community Day School. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Comments by board members?
Who seconded?
It was
Okay.
Hinton, Hodge, and Gonzalez. Great. And is there, are there any public comments on this item?
No.
No public comment. Can we call the roll, please?
On the motion to adopt S3, Director Torres,
Yes.
Director Yee, Director Hinton Hodge, Director Harris, Director Gonzalez,
Yes.
Acting President London.
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Yay, we finally got that one adopted. We're going to go now. We're going to go back to item, I believe it's item Q, which is public comment on non-agenda items. How many cards do we have? Maybe we're moving too fast for our staff here. Well, she might be counting. Oh, she's coming around. So, public comment on non-agenda items. How many cards do we have?
Okay, we have 5.
Great, we'll do 2 minutes. And can we call the speakers, please? Thank you.
Christine Thomas, Asada Olabola, Mike Hutchinson, Carol Dalton, Ismail Arizmendi.
You can come forward, please. 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Christy Thomas. I'm a parent of a Kaiser student, and I'm a Oakland resident for 25 years and a public servant for 15 years in the city of Oakland. I'm here to talk against school closures. I know the train is leaving the station on this one, but I will not be silent. I still have 2 big questions about the Roots closure. At an earlier school board meeting, Mr. Wilson's presentation claimed that the closure will result in the neighborhood of a savings of $300,000 per year for the next 5 years. But my first big question is how many Root students will stay in the district? A loss of 20 to 30 students to charters, parochial schools, and other options would cancel out the savings from this otherwise harmful decision. I am looking forward to hearing from the district about how many students have left in the fall. My big question number 2 is how many Root students and their families will experience the harm of another closure in the next few years, and how is this being addressed? School closures are loaded with risk. They're unlikely to lead to fiscal vitality and more likely to result in a declining spiral in enrollment and the related fiscal chaos. Plus, they hurt students, families, and communities. Why doesn't the district find bold solutions that will increase attendance and support students and families, like expanding TK programs, summer academies, language of programs that have grown school enrollment in some of OUSD's success stories? Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Reginald Mosley, and I'm a proud parent of 3 students at Montclair Elementary. One of my children has an IEP. And we are from 2 different schools, actually. Our first school where my child went to in kindergarten, where she started her IEP, was an absolute failure for a number of reasons. She had made absolutely no progress whatsoever. The second school that we've gone to, the progress has been so profound that in our IEP meeting just a month ago, they said she only has 1 more item to correct, and she'll no longer be designated as a special needs student, which made me very happy because I spoke against her being designated as a special needs student, particularly that if it was my choice that she be designated as a special needs student or she walks around with a speech impairment, I'll take the speech impairment because I don't want the special needs to follow her as a stigma on her throughout her education. And as far as autonomies go and giving students or schools the autonomy, the idea that they can decide what's going on within the school itself, again, I point to the fact that our first school was an absolute failure, and it was due to the administration at the school. The second school where we're going to right now, they communicate to me, not just my child, all the time on what's going on. So I'm actually involved in setting the IEP, how that goes, what I think is important, what I think is not important, and what they're working on. So to the young lady who spoke earlier, that actually does take place in some of the schools, but I think that the district and the board should be on top of what's going on in the schools. If you give them autonomy, you still have to be there to make sure that they do the work. But thank you very much.
Hi, Ishmael Armendariz again, speaking as an individual. What I really wanted to talk about was some of the good things that are going on in special education. Some of the things like the UDLs, I think that's a great practice that we need to invest in. One of the things I'm very proud of at the CTA level is I'm working on a policy to make UDLs part of CTA policy that CTA recommends it and actually works for legislators to implement it. So UDLs, I'm very proud of that work. I'm glad it's going on, and I wish that we can partner with OUSD a little bit on that. It's good. Professional development, there needs to be a lot of professional development, particularly around collaboration time with UDLs. It's a lot of work. It's taking a lot of things and putting it into the classroom so that you can meet every kid's need. And so we're going to need time, particularly with special education teachers and gen ed teachers, that collaboration time so that they can meet the IEP needs of the kids and actually develop lesson plans that help them get around some of the barriers that are caused by their disability. I'm very proud that particularly we have members right now, and I started that work a little bit before we had a prep for the strike, but that we started a residency program here in OUSD. So working with Sarah Glassband, we're working on finalizing our MOU around building a pipeline and a residency program, and we met over the summer with that. And so there are some good things that are happening now. The other part I want to say is that ultimately, though, nothing that we do is going to work unless we increase state funding. Right now, we don't have enough psychologists, we don't have enough nurses, we don't have enough speech pathologists, we don't have enough at the diagnostic center. There's tons and tons of backlog of students who are coming in with autism and disabilities who we have to serve, and we don't have the capacity to serve them now. And until the state comes in and provides adequate funding, then we are not going to accomplish anything. There's not enough money for us to serve students in California with special needs. That just doesn't exist. Thanks.
Alan Purcell, a member of the Community Advisory Committee for Special Needs. And I have 2 points that I'd like to make. One is an answer, partial answer to the director's question. For the data that we have for 17-18, the top 5 schools with African American students with IEPs, the highest percentage were Lafayette, Grass Valley, Burke-Halter, MLK, and Sankofa, which a previous speaker has alluded to. Of these schools, these are elementary schools, the top 5 with number of students with IEPs overall were Lafayette, Grass Valley, Brookfield, Howard, and Manzanita. Secondly, in response to a previous speaker, and some of the comments that the board has made, I feel that the main ask that the CAC had tonight has been missed. And that is students with IEPs and 504s, students with disabilities, are not considered a separate class of student. Positions, financial requirements, that is all secondary recommendations. We're asking that you, as the board, see and mandate that these students are OUSD students and are treated as OUSD students with the same access and opportunities to thrive and are not treated as a dirty name.
Good evening. I'm Raquel Johnson, a member of the LCAP PSAC, and I just wanted to thank you for the conversation around students with disabilities. I don't think we talk enough about those students. And also, I also want to just bring up the point that our students come in many different forms and fashions, meaning that they intersect under certain categories. We have many students that are in the red and in different categories, but our students also overlap in those categories, meaning we can have an African American student who is a disability student who also may be a homeless student. So we really need to look in regards to how our students are showing up and understand that the overlapping of those students is as important as the different categories in a separate category. So those data, that information, we are trying to look at in the LCAP PSAC, but I think it's important enough for us to bring it up and to be mindful that our students come not in just one category, one-dimensional, but that they do show up in all of those different categories as one person.
Mike Hutchinson, proud graduate of Oakland Public Schools. You know, since we're going to have a month of weekly meetings, I guess, that's what some people have announced kind of privately, even though publicly has not been scheduled, so the community still doesn't know when these meetings are going to happen. It again shows the dysfunction of this year. You know, with the discussion that happened before, the problem isn't moving up the notification of the PSAC and the LCAP and the SELPA. The problem is this is now going to be the third year in a row where the budget is going to be approved at the last possible day of the year for it to be approved. You know, we've been promised now for 3 years that there'd be full community engagement around the budget, and instead we've had none. We were promised a post-mortem before of these budget cuts. We got nothing. We were told that there wouldn't be any cuts this year and that we did not have a deficit this year. Now all of a sudden, FIC Matter's reporting that we do. We've lost our financial team. They're all gone. I can only assume they're gone because they didn't want to put their names on the shenanigans going on behind closed doors anymore. We haven't even had an explanation of the $60 million increase in expenditures this year, and Director Gonzalez at the meeting on Monday says the board has been asking for that information and hasn't received it. Now, I know the board hasn't been asking for it. But if you haven't received it, if you don't know what's happening with the budget, how is that acceptable? That's your one job. We are now 21 days away from when you're going to be voting on the budget. Have you seen the budget? Because we sure haven't. Is that proper? Is that acceptable to anyone? That you're going to decide a $600 million general fund and there's no engagement and nobody even gets to see the plan ahead of time? And then you throw in the fact that you want to vote to have a 40-year lease at Castlemont High School and there's been no engagement. We got 3 days notice about it being discussed today, and you might vote on it finally next week for a 40-year lease at Castlemont High School, and you don't even talk to people about it, so the money's kept a secret. Public facilities are kept a secret. You're selling us out literally and giving away our property with no engagement for 40 years? These were all things you promised there'd be a process, a rubric, things would be decided. Nothing was ever decided here publicly or established. And the first we know about it is a first reading for a 40-year lease, one of our 6 traditional high schools. For those of you up there that claim to be from Oakland, how can you be a part of this? How is this acceptable? For some of you who are graduates of Castlemont High, how can you preside over this? And I promise you, when Castlemont alumni start to hear, and when District 7 starts to hear, you think any of you...
Thank you. That concludes public comment. Oh, no, I'm sorry, Ms. Olabaya, please.
Love life, love black people. It is my position that Measure AA should have never been on the ballot. After doing the research, I found out the two components of Measure AA, kindergarten readiness and Oakland Promise, were not sufficient to go to the voters. The kindergarten readiness program on the ballot only identified a number of goals that would they like to reach. They had no method, no strategy, no plan for how those goals would be accomplished. Oakland Promise, at the time it was on the ballot, had no 501c3 status, had no bylaws, had no board of directors, had no executive director. During the annual reports, the 3 that they provided, had no fiscal recognition of how money has been spent. To this day, you've never seen a fiscal report of the spending of Oakland Promise. Nothing. Along with that, Oakland Promise is an experiment. It was developed with Harvard redesign team in 2016. It's in the process of being evaluated by the University of Chicago. It's also being evaluated by the University of Michigan, but it has not been identified as a best practice or a research-based practice. It should have never been on the ballot. Now they're trying to fix Oakland Promise. They've merged with a 501c3. They have an executive director, Mia Banta. They have a board of directors. You're on the board of directors now. They had an advisory board, but nobody was given, they were only advising. How were they managing? Nobody knows. So your responsibility, because you play an integral part in Oakland Promise, is to find out how all this happened and have them nullify that vote as not passing, as passing, and it should be not passing, and get it right. Get it right. Because Oakland Promise has potential, but you can't do it this way.
Good evening, Board. Carol Dalton. Before I start my remarks, I would like to note that item Q on the agenda is listed for up to 30 minutes, and in my opinion, there was no reason to limit speakers' time to under 3 minutes apiece. I'd like to come back to the theme of special education and also the theme of the budget. And some of what we heard on Monday evening was that there is likely to be carryover in the restricted funds. There is likely to be some carryover because of the cautious spending of the special education department this year. And I hope that that will all be put toward adequate services for the large influx of students that you heard about earlier this evening. And also to fund the CAC priorities and especially the data analysis. One of the issues that our district has been constantly criticized for is not having adequate numbers and analysis when it comes to some of the identified groups who are part of the LCAP plan. In particular, in special education, how can you tell if you're being successful? How can you tell if you're making progress if you can't track when students come into the system and when, as we were hearing from a parent earlier this evening, they might exit the system having met their goals? You can't tell what the categories are of students who need more and students whose programs might be able to be served in more of an inclusion and universal design model. So I asked you to please consider the needs of the students when the budget is presented to you with the recommendations from the PSAC and the CAC.
Thank you. Are there any more public comment? Great. At this point, we're going to go back to our regular agenda. We're now on item Page 35, it's item S4 190962, College and Career Access Pathways Act, agreement between the district and the Peralta Oakland Unified School District and the Peralta Community College District. And I see Preston Thomas and one of his associates coming forward. We need a motion.
Move adoption.
It was moved by Director Gonzalez, seconded by Director Yee. Good evening. Thank you for being here. And before you start, can you clarify? We're looking at the agenda, and there's a number with too many zeros. Is this a $60,000? Okay, 60,000. Yes. Thank you.
Hi. Good evening, directors. I'm going to turn it over to Leslie Sue, who's the manager of dual enrollment. And she's going to, I think she included, there were some questions last time about data, and she's provided that here, so I'm going to turn it over to Leslie.
I actually wanted to see if you had specific questions. As you had, we presented this at the last board meeting. So if you have specific questions, I'm happy to take those as opposed to me presenting information. I'm also happy to do that.
Well, can I
Yes.
just make a comment?
Absolutely.
So my questions are always around like the dividing line around whether or not kids who are racially how kids racially are served in this district, in particular African American kids. So I asked my question pretty clearly, and then I got a barrage of public comment after that meeting. And so there is like the allegations are that really it's very high functioning students that are actually getting access to this opportunity, and they're figuring out how to navigate concurrent enrollment, increase their GPAs, and be able to, have their resume and their high school portfolio be amazing and brilliant when they leave out. And in fact, kids that are perhaps struggling inside of our system are not getting the same access. And we know they're going to community college. They're not even being helped around that process, right? So those are the things that I learned after I made my just kind of inquiry comments about that. So I can't imagine that you because I'm asking it now, or maybe you never heard it, or you know what I mean. So I don't know that it'll get really addressed. So to me, I say this to, superintendent, like, we can't do random acts of equity, and we can't do stuff on the backs of talking about black and brown children when we don't have the data that shows that we are pushing them into these programs so that they're ready for community college. So I don't know if you're going to be able to show me any of that data. It makes me, and again, I got this from community, and so, people have different, some people are also upset about the space you take up in the building. So, like, I was like, but they kind of have to have a room. So anyway, those were kind of the things. So, again, it came down to, like, this equity question around the most needy students. How are we helping them at 10th grade and 11th grade to re-engage them, keep them in school, help them boost a GPA, help them navigate a different kind of environment? What does that look like? You probably have numbers on that, right?
Yeah, we have included the dual enrollment data. You'll see that we started as a mini program. Historically, as some of you may know, students who were accessing the Peralta colleges through concurrent enrollment were doing it on their own. And that really was a privileged program because it required students to research college courses by flipping through a 300-page course catalog. It required them to walk a parent-guardian form over by themselves to a college counselor at a specific college, pay a fee, and then finally enroll in a class and then show up to that class all on their own. And dual enrollment has really shown, we've grown from 15 courses at a handful of high schools to now being at all of the high schools except for 2. I was talking to Will Shavrin this morning at Castlemont. We're going to have 5 college courses at the Castle in the fall. These are things that
you know, we do have work to do in equity.
Which two schools don't you have them at?
At Met West and at, well, actually, we're going to be at Street Academy. Sojourner Truth Redsdale. Yeah. And it was really just, we actually did try dual enrollment out at both of those school sites for about 2 semesters, maybe even more than
So
that.
do you have the most activity in schools like Oakland High?
No, I wouldn't say that. We have a lot of activity at Fremont High School, at McClymonds, CCPA. We have a robust list of the courses. I'm happy to, you know, share those.
This
but
person was from MAC, so.
Yeah, we
and
have
I do know classes that are at MAC, so maybe some of their stuff was even more about the space issues. Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Director Torres.
So how can we build in reporting back, following the line of thought of Director Hinton-Hodge? How can we build into this a reporting back with data, the classes offered, because what we want to see again is potentially students needing to do coursework that's not just random, like African American Studies, I think, was just shown to me, or some trades classes or something else, but something particularly so they could be doing prereqs to get into four-year universities, because at the end of the day, shaving off a year or a semester for students who need to make money right away, that's the #1 factor of even dropping out of high school for newcomers at Fremont, is that they need to start working by 11th grade, and so they stop coming to school little by little. We've been able to kind of interrupt that, probably with the college level work, but at the end of the day, if we can get reporting back annually at the end of each semester what the courses are, who are the students enrolled, I'd even want it disaggregated by race. That would be helpful to us to know we're not just serving a certain kind of student who knows how to traverse education.
Happy to provide that. I'm glad you mentioned Fremont, because just a good example of what we're trying to get at with dual enrollment is at Fremont, they've embedded the wood technology certificate at Fremont. So students are walking away with 3 or 4 of the courses that they need in order to walk away with the wood tech certificate. So schools are being very intentional about what courses they're requesting, and then it's our job to go and hustle and find those courses to accommodate student needs. Happy to share that with you on a regular basis. Also, I just want to remind you, this is only a 1-year MOU, so we'll be able to come back, you know, a year from now, and I'll take note of the data that you'd like to see.
I just wanted to add one piece to the courses. One of the things that's in this CCAP agreement that wasn't in our previous MOU is it actually specifically articulates all the courses that students can take. So there's a much broader menu of what can be offered to students through dual enrollment. And one of the pieces just on who's being served, and I think there's a data sheet that's attached as well, that 72% of the students that are participating in the fall of this year are African American and Latino students. Right, so we are opening up far greater access to students of color across the district that historically haven't had access to these types of courses very early on. And there's even stories of kids at like Madison Park, to your point, Director Torres, that are graduating with like 40 units worth of college credit. I think one of the students that was highlighted in one of Kyla's superintendent's Connecting with Kyla pieces was a student from Madison Park that went to Cal and had I think 40 units, so it's almost a full year in, coming in with dual enrollment credit.
So on that note, just really quick, since I'm out of time, would we be wanting to set up our students who do this dual enrollment with the fact that, yes, pursuing an AA might be fine, but pursuing classwork that will then get you into a 4-year university, should that be your goal versus the trades? Because one of the problems that people I know who serve on the board for community colleges is historically Latino students stay for 5 years and get nothing and go nowhere from there, but just to work at CVS. And so when my friends were elected to those boards, they were surprised. The white and Asian students were getting the AA and transferring to 4-year universities. The Latino students were staying up to 5 years and doing nothing with it, just random classes. So I'm just wondering, it's a great opportunity to start our high school students understanding how they're even going to get the bachelor's degree, right? It's hard if you're the first one to graduate high school and no one's graduated from college in your family. you don't know what it's going to take.
Great. Do we, Director Yee, let's do 3 minutes for board member comments, please. Thank you.
And thank you for the report and the work you're doing, Ms. Xu, on the expansion of the program. I think one of the maybe misunderstandings about dual enrollment is the difference between the historical reference to concurrent enrollment, which I think most people are referring to, where it's only optional and it's only the high-end kids. The dual enrollment program is actually focused on expanding the access to college, to dual enrollment classes. And the second part of that, which I think is really important, is, as you said, Director Torres, the potential cost savings actually of taking dual enrollment classes is equivalent to the same amount of money that a Gates Millennium Scholarship provides a kid in the 4-year program. Most of the dual enrollment classes, and I've been involved in it in my former career and throughout the community colleges, are actually A to G eligible and actually qualify for transfer. So most of the courses that I passed to you that are actually A to G and lower division 4-year college eligible. So these are not remedial classes. These are all high-end classes that lead somewhere. So when you talk about 2-year colleges, this is consistent with the board's mission to provide kids the choice when they graduate from high school of college and community, 2-year and 4-year college, 4-year college and CTE programs. There's no differentiation in it. So it's really important to have somebody like Ms. Xu and the Link Learning Office keeping track of that. And I got so excited because the question you asked about the data, hopefully we'll get this presentation in 2 weeks. The Measuring Commission will be providing the data, exactly the data on the sheet, because one of the things that we've been tracking in the Measuring Commission is the number of students that are participating in dual enrollment classes, and it's exponentially growing each year, and I just want to thank the office for leading the effort in doing that. So I think all the things that you're talking about will be discovered and deployed in the next meeting. So, but I think the differentiation between dual enrollment, concurrent enrollment, and the historical shifts that Oakland Unified is making is really important to start the discussion so that we're all on the same page.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on this item?
No public comment.
All right. Let's call the roll, please.
On the roll to adopt this matter with the understanding that the agreement potential cost is no more than $60,000 for the 1-year term. On the roll call, Director Hinton Hodge.
Yes.
Director Harris. Yes. Director Yee.
Yes.
Director Gonzalez.
Yes.
Director Torres. Yes. Acting President London.
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you. We'll move next to item S5 190901. This is a resolution around the district central administration housing. We discussed this at our last meeting pretty extensively. It looks like we don't need to run through this presentation again. We heard it before. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Director Yee, seconded by Director Gonzalez. I think we can go right into any questions or clarifications from board members, and then we'll go to public comment and conversation. Director Gonzalez.
Thanks, Vice President London. As you know, President Eng can't make it tonight because of an eye injury that she's trying to deal with, but she has some changes to the resolution that's before us. So I wanted to raise those. The board has has her proposed changes. So I just wanted to share, colleagues, that I support the changes that she is interested in making, and I will be proposing amendments, which I can do right now, or I can do after we hear discussion.
I think it's fine to do them right now. And if the maker of the motion accepts them, then that will be how the motion stands.
I accept them.
Thank you, Ms.
Can you just
Director
read them? Just
Yes.
read that paragraph 7
Yeah.
for the benefit of the public.
So this is
you
under.
don't have to. I just read what it says.
So this is under now. Therefore, be it resolved. The last therefore be it resolved. Number 7, we would change to read: further explore options for preserving and honoring the legacy of the late Dr. Marcus Foster, Superintendent of OUSD, 1970 to 1973 at the site. And further explore feasibility of a partnership with Peralta Community College and or the City of Oakland to fulfill a vision of leveraging 1025 2nd Avenue property and the surrounding area as an educational complex, a citywide asset to serve our students through the full continuum preschool to college and beyond.
Okay, and the maker of the motion has accepted it. That language has been put out on the table if members of the public want to see what it is we're looking at. Colleagues, is there any comment or discussion at this point?
Yeah.
Director Hinton Hodge.
So this is something that so I think I can probably accept the amendment, but it was something that to the staff and through the superintendent, I have not supported the coal expansion in any kind of way because I feel like that for the last 6-7 years we have not done the work with 2nd Avenue. And so what I had asked for was, in some ways a promise, which is, in this way, maybe this legislation and this amendment holds staff to a different standard around really looking at alternatives. So I wasn't included in like building this plan. So underneath it, I think if Director Yee or Director Harris know a little bit more detail about the Peralta Community College conversations or City of Oakland conversations, because we've collectively been in some of these conversations, but for this to kind of be pulled out now as an amendment, I'd really like to know a little bit more backstory around what is happening. And so I definitely can support the language, but I think what I've been saying to staff all along is that I've expected a lot more creativity, a lot more looking at the environment that we're in to look at how we can leverage that asset and work and partner with developers, nonprofit developers. Not all developers are evil, and that we have some boldness to do it. So it looks like this language suggests that to partner with Peralta in the City of Oakland. So in some ways, I want to make sure the staff feels comfortable with this on some level. I know that we'll vote on it and direct you, but I really want to know, is this something, because you know what I mean, because we could spend another 6 years playing around with this and still not have anything done. So that's to the staff, and then go ahead, and then I definitely want to ask directly to Director Harris and Director Yee where this amendment, what is going on with Peralta and the City of Oakland.
Mr. White, did you want to respond?
Yeah, thank you. Demoke, Director Hodge, I think that the question surrounding the vision for 1025 and the joint use options with Peralta, City of Oakland are things that, as one of the board members opined, something that we've talked about for several years in the past. There is a synergy there that we've been wanting to take advantage of for several years, possibly back as far as when Elihu Harris and Director Yee sat on the board of the Peralta College. So we do believe that that's worthy of a partnership and exploring. We think that, we've actually had some conversations individually about how that could actually work, and so we do as staff support.
So I know that there's politics, in this. Mm-hmm. So there's a new chancellor, there's new board members, trustees on Peralta. So that's what I'm trying to understand. Where are these conversations starting to come from and be generated at?
Okay.
There was a question from Director Hinton Hodge to Directors Harris and Yee. Do you have anything to share or offer her?
Well, so these conversations are premature at this moment, but the idea is that we would engage Peralta, we would engage the District 2 leadership on the City Council to look at a plan that leveraged kind of all of what is out here, including this space, and turning it over to the idea and concept of lifelong learning and education. So, I mean, that's the vision I discussed with Director Ng. I've discussed that briefly with community partners and just over email with the city council representative. So it's a hope at this point, but I think it's an appropriate hope given all that we've put into kind of rehabbing the property across the street. In the larger context, the coal opportunity, I get where we're going, but that is some time away and dependent on a bond. So we have a lot of work to do in order to bring that to life, the coal opportunity as well as the opportunity across the street. So it's not that anything has happened without anyone here or without you in particular. It's work that we're going to have to do. If we believe that parcel should be dedicated to education, I think we have an opportunity to work with the city and make it so. They've expressed an openness to it, but I mean, that's kind of the status of it. I hope that
I mean, when
helps.
Orton was dealing with that particular property, and I know that they timed out, right? And we made a decision as this board that we didn't even want to share property. So we've been at the table when we could have did some creative things, and we decided not to do those things. Some board members didn't like the fact that they were being talked to by city council members or that they were being talked to by the mayor. So I just want to keep my pulse on like the changing tides of politics. And then I also want to note that there is an African American developer that sits on this corner right here, Michael Johnson, along with some other folks that have been stalled and have not been able to actually build and have not been able to invest, while there have been multiple cranes that have been up in this city and they have not been driven by folks of color, right? And so when you talk to the city, when you talk to Peralta, know that there is a whole corridor, and that there are actually African American small local business, not even small, they're big, but they don't thrive in the same way that these other folks do inside of our system. So I know this is supposed to be a conversation all about coal, but again, I said 2 weeks ago, I don't want to talk about coal unless we are talking about Second Avenue. So again, I absolutely support this amendment, but I want transparency, because I think even as like the bond stuff that has come up over the last 2 weeks, like we're just starting to have meetings and we're just talking to other people. So if you're gonna do that, I want to hear. And maybe you could exclude me, I don't know, but I want to know. And then the other piece is that if you're going to deal with, again, the last thing I'll say, in this particular region, there's a significant African-American developer and contractor that's working this land and doesn't, again, get the same kind of support that happens around the rest of the city. So once again, if we want to talk equity, if we want to live it, we want to walk it, there's an opportunity sitting in front of us. So I can call the question unless there's more discussion.
No, we haven't had public comment yet. Director Yee, did you want to add something?
Well, Director Hodge mentioned me, so Director Hodge mentioned me, so I should respond. In 2007, which I believe is before you were on the board, Director Hodge, and I was Vice Chancellor. Chancellor Eloy Harris did ask me whether there was an interest in some kind of a joint building, because their administration facility is on the other side of Laney College. And so at that time, we put together a small group that included several people from the African American community to explore. Yes, and we thought it was a promising prospect. And so that idea has been bubbling around, but it's in competition with many others. And the use of our own building. We didn't have the flood at 1025 at the time, and people were happy with that building, for example. The Kaiser Convention Center considerations were never in play. So there's a lot of other things that happened. On the campaign trail, many of us who were running for office in whenever it was, had various conversations about ways we could collaborate, and one of the conversations had to do with what to do with this area, which many people are conceptualizing as an education center for the city of Oakland. That would include Peralta, Oakland, the city of Oakland, and so forth. And so I think the discussions were only at that level, nothing formal. I certainly wouldn't do that, and I'm respecting the process that we go through. Regarding why it came into the The amendment, you'll have to ask President Ng on that, but because it's there, I'm very happy to support it. You know, I'll go on record as thinking that they would be a potentially good partner given the right circumstances.
So can we hear public comment, please? Are there cards? Or did you have more? Go ahead.
It's just a question, and I could probably figure out in the archives myself, but is there, and I think Mr. White, you were actually here during the tenure of Superintendent Antoine Wilson, and I can like vividly remember a brainstorm and a conversation with the entire board about building the Marcus Foster Educational Learning Center. Is there documentation from that conversation, or I feel like there was some specs, I feel like there was architects. I mean, we invested in thinking about these things.
Yeah, I remember the engagement with the board. It was around the scope and specifications around the vision for the property, and so
I'd love to see
I'll
that.
see if
I
we
don't know
can,
if you can find. We can all look for it, but I think
yeah, I'll
there's
see if
no
we
new
can
ideas out
resurrect that.
here. And so for me, the question will be: is just how bold we will be, how committed, where will the will be for us to actually move forward something that could be incredible. Peralta, yeah, you know, we were talking to Kaiser before. Like, we've been here before, so my question becomes, what's the will?
Thank you. Do we have any speaker cards on this item?
Yes, we have 3. Kim Davis, Mike Hutchinson, Carol Dalton.
Thanks. 2 minutes, please. The speakers could come forward.
Good evening, board. My name is Carol Dalton. I've been following the discussions of the Facilities Committee on the videos and also the Bond Committee. So I feel that I'm certainly not surprised by this proposal, but I'm very sad and I'm very anxious. I'm sad because of all the missed opportunities, and some of those I see in the 1000 Broadway. You know, I wonder why, if the district staff has been contracting, there hasn't been subcontracting of space already. I'm sad because of the district needing to rent further space or deciding to rent further space at the same time the district says we have too many buildings. I'm anxious because I know there were proposals about 1025. I remember as a PTA parent getting a survey about those. And somehow that became too expensive. Somehow there were costs that were budgeted, and then now we look at the budget and it exceeds by hundreds of thousands of dollars, maybe millions, what was originally budgeted. I'm worried that the same thing could happen with Cole. I'm sad that there is no plan to locate administration at school sites. I've seen districts do that at fairly minimal cost. We have so much that we can do with Skype, with email, that we don't have to have a culture of meeting about everything in person. So this makes me very sad and anxious.
Good evening, Kim Davis, parent. Definitely echo what Ms. Dalton says in terms of the lost opportunities, but it doesn't actually make me sad. It more makes me angry. Something that I have raised with the Facilities Committee. I just wanted to throw some information out in my digging around. Initially, 1025 could have been repaired in 6 months and mostly paid for by insurance for about $7.3 million, according to district documents. That was repair, not upgrade. That was from the insurance folks. 1025 could have been updated with move-in date of January 2016 for $26 million, with all of the rent for 1000 Broadway being covered by insurance, so no rent cost. Since 2013, construction costs in Oakland have gone up 33%. So whatever you do now is costing children and taxpayers lots of money. In 2015, you all unanimously approved near doubling of space at 1000 Broadway, including doubling of cost. In 2016, you unanimously approved the rehab of 1025 for $46.5 million, plus a $10 million upgrade to Dewey, to be completed August 2019, in 2 months. Now, the soonest move-in option that we have is September 2020, 7.5 years after the flood, 5 years after the original completion estimate for a rehab and upgrade of 1025. The move-in option for Cole is September 2022, 9.5 years after the flood, 7 years after the original completion date that was estimated. Instead of paying $26 million, which was the estimated cost, and I know I'm going to go over and I apologize, but I'm going to continue talking. $26 million in 2013 and paying no rent, we will finally pay $62.35 million for Cole and $17.4 million or so in rent at 1000 Broadway.
Thank you, Ms. Davis.
I'm not finished.
Well,
I'm sorry.
we need to move on, so
I'm sure
we're gonna.
you do.
She can talk without a microphone. She better talk.
There's boundaries when everyone goes by those things. Oh, so you just get entitled to do that.
Thank you. Is there any further public comment? I believe those were the cards, yes?
I think the only other thing when I think about Central, I think about like how long this has taken. I mean, for me, it comes down to a lack of will, and there's privilege that like shows up, and I think that that's what scares us, right? Those are those moments when we're like, oh, it's old building is historic. Well, it actually was never, qualified as historic, but someone said it was, and then that pushed us away. We didn't fully engage. I mean, I think we've multiple times tried to engage Dewey, but sometimes that conversation got twisted that it was about Dewey, and it was like about this whole region, right, that we're looking at. But I just want to end and say that I, too, was able to celebrate with the classified clerical staff that work inside of our buildings, that work at school sites, but they also work at central office. They work at 1000. They make sure people get paid. They are people that answer the phone when parents call. They're the people that answer the phone when teachers call, when principals call. And they deserve to be in a high-quality building where they enjoy coming to work and that they are honored. And if there are people who do not want to vote for a bond measure that will make sure that the adults inside this district are actually well taken care of, that is your prerogative. But adults inside of this system that work on behalf of young people must be supported as well. And we should use our assets to make sure that employees of this district are treated with dignity and respect, especially in the work environments that they are in. And do you want to call the question now?
Is there any further discussion, colleagues? Mr. Director Harris.
Not really discussion, but just a moment of honesty and clarity. What you hear, what we do going forward, and it's clear that folks know the district is potentially pursuing and looking at pursuing a bond. Part of that is being accountable. So I can sit up here, and many people can sit on this thing and say, we voted to do X, and we voted for X to happen. End of the day, when we look at the final analysis, it has not happened yet. And that's something that we have to come to terms with as a board And that doesn't mean, I think the spirit of what Director Hinton Hodge is saying is that that does not mean run away and quit and say we're ashamed of ourselves and do nothing further, right? It means being accountable for the things that didn't happen, and how we get better going forward is up to us. But it's a painful memory. It's a painful series of years, but we still have to do our best for children. We have to do our best to establish structures that allow us to get better and allow us to leverage the facilities that we have. So we can't get stuck in the moment. We do have to be accountable. And so these are discussions that the board are going to have to lead, that staff is going to have to be accountable for going forward. So I understand the frustration, but we cannot stay stuck in that moment. We have to look at what went wrong, and we have to understand how to move forward with that parcel across the street, with what we're talking about at Cole. This is a vote, but it's totally dependent on the taxpayers' willingness to trust this district. So, you know, that does not go missed, I don't think, by anyone on this board, and it's something that we're going to have to work on going forward. So I just want to say that and just offer that for your thought and consideration.
Thank you. Let's call the question, please. Oh, Director Gonzalez, excuse me. I take back calling the question.
So I'm going to support this. I mean, I want to echo what other people have said, that this is not ideal. You guys are asking us to stop paying rent at 1000 Broadway, and this is the cheapest way for us to do that. It's not perfect. So just to be clear about why I'm supporting this, I do think that this is going to get us where we need to be quicker than trying to pursue 1025, but I think this resolution is about specifying that I don't want to see us sell 1025 or do anything else with it that's not going to be good for students and for public use. So just to be really clear about that.
Director Torres.
So I'm not sure who the you are asking us to stop paying rent. I think that we have a failure of self-management, hence FICMAT, hence receiverships in the past, hence cuts mid-year last year, hence cuts this year. So it is a failure of this board. I think someone should just say it. We failed. We screwed up, but we all have to own it. At the end of the day, there is a lot of pushback around whether buildings are going to get tied up in litigation because they're historic buildings. So that probably caused a lot of fear up here in the beginning when that was being explored at 1025. Whether or not we had the right leadership in our facilities department, that's another issue. We had a temporary person, then we had a person who was new to Oakland, and everything in Oakland is changing so quickly. Unfortunately, hearing data given tonight about the cost of construction, I agree. One bright spot in my view is if this 7-Eleven committee can move quickly to make sure that we continue to explore how to not waste more land and property that we own and become good stewards of that land, which is extremely valuable and could render enough income produced projects that would help us continue to give raises as they're due. We're behind. All the cities around us, we're behind, whether it's teachers or other kind of staff. So I just feel as though this is a very painful position that we're in. This is not something I agree with. And I do at least appreciate President Eng for adding changes to paragraph 7 to state that we must honor the legacy of Dr. Marcus Foster and explore partnerships with the city or Peralta. Personally, I think Peralta is the most logical, being that we're sitting right here next to them, to use this property at 1025 to serve Dewey and all of the other students that are sitting in this school and the school next door. However, it's definitely a massive failure. So at the end of the day, I don't support it, but I do see the effort our president is trying to make.
Okay, I just want to say that I think it's time for us to make a decision and move forward. And we have to figure out how we're going to stop paying rent at 1000 Broadway. We have to figure out where we, if you look at the staff reports, and we've been through this on the facilities committee, Director Torres and Director Yee and I, we've explored all this, and you know, we all know we had a lot of opportunities we didn't take, and this is the one that we have now, and it's time to act. So with that, I'm going to call the question, please.
On the roll call, Director Hinton Hodge?
Yes.
Director Harris?
No.
Director Yee?
Yes.
Director Gonzalez?
Yes.
Director Torres?
No.
Vice President, Acting President London?
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you. We will move on now.
Can I do a, sorry, comma, asterisk, whatever? I think I just want to put this on the record as well, that the West Oakland community needs to be engaged in Tuesday. We started, some conversations to begin, but there's a lot of development. The West Oakland BART station is being developed by Alan Dones and Regina Davis, and what was the other thing? Oh, and Beth Eden, which is right around the corner. They also have a life center as well that's being developed, and it's right across from public housing. So if people don't know the region or know kind of what's happening, there is like some development and some life that's happening within that region, and I hope that we will be very invested in a part of that if we do this work at Cole.
Thank you, Director Hinton Hodge. We're going to move now to item T1. This is 191030. This is I believe, an update report on our Board Policy 6006, Quality School Development, Community of Schools Defined Autonomies Framework. And again, this is an update presentation. Superintendent?
Thank you. Good evening again. We have the honor of having a joint presentation that is going to outline where we are and beginning to think about how to operationalize autonomies within our district. So you are going to be hearing two presentations, one from a multi-stakeholder group that represents people who've been in the work for a while, from principals, teachers, community, parents, and then you're going to hear kind of a historical summary of the work that's been done within the district, really that spans almost 2 decades around how we begin to systematize autonomies. So that's really the outcomes of the presentation, is to be able to hear the work from this multi-stakeholder group and some of the recommendations that they have in terms of how we can begin to operationalize one of the components of Board Policy 6006, and hear some of the perspectives of district leadership in terms of looking at the work that's been done and making some recommendations. In the presentation, if you visually think about a Venn diagram, you will see how both the recommendations, there's some similarities and some differences. And so that's where we hope to have some rich discussion and feedback around how to move forward. This really takes place in terms of thinking about what are the best conditions within our system to accelerate quality and sustainable schools in our neighborhood, and comes at a time when we're doing, as we all know, some pretty drastic changes within central office, and really thinking about what is the best theory of action in terms of the design around how central office should support schools. So those are some of the questions that will be answered and that we want you to hold as you listen to the presentation. This slide is one that I've been showing in terms of central office design, and so tonight we're going to really be talking specifically around defined autonomies. And I hope that within the presentation you'll listen. One of the key pieces that I've been pushing is how we're thinking about durable structures. And what I mean by that is I'm not going to be here forever. All these board members aren't going to be here forever. There are many folks that are in this presentation, from principals that are currently in seats to district leadership, who actually helped to bring a lot of this autonomy to bear. And we've had a lot of stops and starts within our district, because when folks leave, then the ideas and the beginning of systems evaporate as well. So this is really a conversation of being able to think about when folks change, how do we make sure that certain systems are durable? And so what does that look like from the governance policy level, and what does that look like in terms of partnership? So with that said, I believe, who is going to be starting us off? Is that going to be Leroy, principal of Acorn Woodland? All right.
Is there a clicker? This thing's fancy. We don't have this in Acorn. Good evening. My name is Leroy Gaines. I'm the principal of Acorn Woodland Elementary School here in Oakland. And I just want to thank you guys for having me and our team here to present. We're really excited. And also, of course, to President of the Board for allowing us to do this, but also to Kyla herself for asking us to come and present. First, I want to begin just by talking a little bit about the group that we have here. Let's see. Where are we? Yeah, that's our pretty beautiful faces right there. So for the last 2 years, I have had the honor of working on this project. First in 2017 and 18, we had a small group of school leaders, all of whom were working in various ways with the teams in the school community to redesign and improve their own schools. And explore how we might be able to get there faster, how we could like leverage some of the resources within the system and within our own schools to be able to improve the outcomes for our students, especially our most vulnerable students that we were serving. And then over the this last year, 2018-19, we had a conversation with Kyla, and she gave us a blessing of having a group of multi-stakeholders go out and actually do some research and think about a year-long research project and think about how do we learn from other districts and from our own studies what it could look like to produce results for students through accessing these autonomies, right? And like accessing resources and bringing site-based decision making into the fold in a thoughtful way. So what I want to do is present to you guys today what our report is, like what our findings have been from the course of this year. I want to also acknowledge just our team. I want to acknowledge Catherine Carter, who helped lead this team with me this past year. She's been amazing, extremely helpful. Just in thinking through being an amazing thought partner and helping to lead this group. But the team just isn't us too. We also have 7 parents and community members, including many of them who serve on their SSCs and different leadership bodies at their school site. And we have a few of them here with us today. In addition to this, a group is also, we also have a partnership with OCO, a well-respected community organizer here in the city. We had 8 teachers, including several who have significant instructional and union leadership roles at their school site. And they were amazing to have on there because the teacher voice was just so powerful in moving our thinking as a group around what does it mean to have site-based decision-making and teacher leadership involved. And then we had 10 school leaders from multiple networks, diverse experiences. And these principals include Moira Contreras, Catherine Carter, Karen Gathers, Carmelita Reyes, Anita Camelo, Eleanor Alderman, Diane Lang, Jem Nguyen, Madeline Noonan, Karen Schreiner, the new principal at TCN. We had 2 central office colleagues join us. And we also had Carolyn Gramstroff from Ed 78 and Sarah Robb from Empower Schools support the work. While not the entire team can make it, we do have several of our members here, and they're going to get a chance to actually speak a little bit here in a second. But yeah, actually, can I call Judith and Ellie? Can you guys come on?
Hi, good evening. My name is Eleanor Alderman. I'm the principal of International Community School and a proud member of our Autonomies design team. So I'm going to call out the elephant in the room because I think it's important. There was a lot of skepticism on the part of our group in working with Educate 78. And we had to have some pretty difficult conversations because for many of us, we associate Educate 78 with charter schools, which is a really emotional topic for many of us, including myself. And so we had to kind of face that head on and talk about the fact that that made some of us really uncomfortable and that it was going to really, we were going to need assurance and trust that this was really going to be driven by our group and not by Educate 78. And I think the difficult conversations did drive the trust building that really allowed us to engage in the study and in the work that needed to happen on our trip to Boston. And I was really grateful to be able to be part of that trip. And I think what really stood out for me was hearing from the leadership teams at the different schools that were part of innovation networks and hearing from the governing bodies that were made up of a mix of teachers and parents, and really hearing how teacher expertise was being leveraged, and not just leveraged, but compensated, and that money was able to be allocated at the sites to pay teachers to do extensive work around school redesign, and that the teachers were really the ones and the parents monitoring the progress and holding the accountability for the site versus that coming from central office, because what that was really doing was valuing teacher expertise and also simultaneously, I think, building teacher retention because teachers were being valued as the experts and compensated as such. And Judith's going to give a little account of the parent experience on our trip.
So we're actually going to do this. Judith wrote her statement in Spanish, and I'm going to translate it on the mic in English rather than using translation to make sure that the public can hear what she has to say.
Buenas tardes, superintendenta y representantes de la mesa directiva de OUSD. Mi nombre es Judith Méndez y estoy aquí en esta noche para compartir de mi experiencia como madre líder, especialmente en ICS, durante 7 años. Al formar parte de este gran equipo que está conformado por directores, maestros, personal de OUSD, padres y algunas organizaciones comunitarias.
Good afternoon, Superintendent, or good evening, and members of the school board. My name is Judith Méndez. I've been a parent leader, especially in ICS, for the last 7 years, and I'm here tonight to share my experience as a mother who is also a member of this great team that is made up of principals, teachers, staff from OUSD central offices, parents, and community-based organizations.
Como les han compartido ya anteriormente, en el otoño pasado tuvimos la oportunidad de viajar a Massachusetts precisamente para visitar e investigar las diferentes formas de gobernanza escolar y conocer cómo han sido estas transformaciones con los cambios que decidieron hacer para mejorar el éxito académico, tomando en cuenta las grandes necesidades de los estudiantes y los presupuestos escolares que ellos tenían.
So, as was shared before, our group came together last fall when we had the opportunity to travel together to Massachusetts, specifically to visit districts to do research around different forms of school governance and to learn about the transformations that have been made through changes that they had chosen to make to achieve academic success, taking into account the great needs of students and the school budgets that they have.
Y un gran ejemplo que les voy a compartir es que durante nuestra visita en Boston, algo que me impactó fue en Manning Elementary, donde era una escuela pequeña con clases de inclusión, donde de kinder a tercero tenían un maestro y un asistente, en cuarto y quinto tenían 2 maestros, precisamente para darles la mejor atención, ya que el 28% de los estudiantes son de necesidades especiales. Y en esta escuela los estudiantes de color también tuvieron mejor éxito con sus programas que ellos tenían. Y eso fue algo que me impactó a mí en lo personal.
So I want to share something that really impacted me during the visit to Boston. So during our visit to Boston, something that impacted me was our visit to Manning Elementary School, where there was a small school with inclusion classes. So for the kindergarten through third graders, they have one teacher and one assistant. And for grades 4 and 5, they have 2 teachers. And this was precisely to give all of the children better attention. 28% of the students in this school are students with special needs. And what was really impactful is that the low-income students of color had the most success academically in the program.
Y como escuchamos de ellos, al iniciar algún cambio siempre hay dificultades, como ustedes saben también, que enfrentar, pero cuando se hace un compromiso de luchar por un gran cambio para mejorar la educación y darle lo que se merecen los estudiantes, vale la pena cualquier sacrificio, ya que ellos nos contaron y nosotros lo pudimos ver cuáles son los resultados y éxitos que ellos están cosechando.
So, and as we heard from them, when you're initiating change, there are always big challenges that must be met. But when we make a commitment to fight for a big change, to improve education and give our students what they deserve, it's worth any sacrifice, which we could see when they told us about their experiences, and we could see the results and the successes that they are harvesting.
Es por eso que ha surgido en este gran equipo y entre otros más padres que están muy involucrados en sus concilios escolares y pensando en la situación presupuestaria tan crítica que estamos pasando en OUSD y todo California, sería una buena opción de tomar en cuenta las mismas ideas para el mismo fin, de poner a los estudiantes primero y llegar a un acuerdo de que los que están más cercanos y día a día con los estudiantes y sus grandes necesidades son los directores, maestros, padres, estudiantes y personal de la escuela, por lo que las escuelas deben tener la oportunidad de tomar más decisiones en sus presupuestos y administrarlo de acuerdo a sus necesidades, que son diferentes de acuerdo a su población estudiantil, para así sacar mayor provecho del presupuesto que año con año es más bajo.
So this is how this great team has emerged, and together with other parents that have been involved in their school site councils and thinking about the critical budget situation we have been facing in OUSD and across California, it would be a good option to take into consideration the same ideas with the same goals to put students first and arrive in agreement that those who are closest to students day after day and understand their great needs are principals, teachers, parents, students, and staff at their schools. And schools should have the opportunity to make more decisions about our budgets and how to administer those budgets in alignment with our needs, which are different, and based on the different student populations in order to make the best possible use of the budget that year after year is getting smaller and smaller.
Thanks. Can I ask you to please wrap this up? We are well over time on this item. Ms. Nunez-Adler, I would ask if you could not do the translation. We really want to get. Right, I'm going to give you 1 more minute.
Okay. Ya que cada escuela tomaría decisión en qué maestros necesita, qué programas o qué recursos benefician más a su escuela. Y con esto no se trata de deslindarse de OUSD, sino de trabajar conjuntamente con los socios de las oficinas centrales para tener equidad para todos y sacar provecho de cada dólar que les corresponde. De antemano, muchas gracias.
This way, every school would make decisions about what teachers need, what programs and resources will most benefit their particular school. With that said, this is not about disconnecting from OUSD, but rather our goal is to work together with our central office partners to achieve equity for all and to take advantage of every dollar available for our students. Thank you.
Thank you. I see there are additional speakers. How many more speakers do you have in your group? You have 3 more. 4 more? Okay, I'm going to give you 5 minutes, and I hope you... wait, how many of you are there? this was supposed to be, I think, a 10-minute presentation, so we're well over time now. So I'm going to give you 6 more minutes, and I hope you can conclude the presentation in that time.
Good evening, board members. My name is Ming-Cham Nguyen, principal of Encompass Academy. I've been in OUSD over 17 years as a teacher, teacher leader, administrator, mentor. I want to recognize the work of Sandra and her team, that we come to this in the spirit of collaboration and offering the best thinking and the research. In the trip, there were a great deal of things that were learned around system structures and strategies from other school districts and educators and parents closest to the students. And but we also were able to use the learnings together to work across difference. This sharing is to show that I've never seen in my work at OUSD a cross-section of the different stakeholders in a way that truly built team. And in that spirit, we want you to know that we bring to this work that with the hope that we can continue to build that. Following our trip, the design team engaged in 4 different meetings and to apply some of the lessons from in our own context. We engaged in more inquiry and learn from the small schools movement. Folks including Preston, Moira, Carmelitas, me, Jason, Willis, David Silver, Megan Sweet. And we also initiated a presentation and a paper on the lessons learned, shared with the board's Fiscal Vitality Committee, as well as a number of stakeholder engagement sessions that we held with teachers, parents, school leaders, SSC members, board members, and community partners throughout November, December. Through this feedback, we drafted a design team report and recommendation document, which we then shared with various stakeholders, including colleagues from central office. We made more revisions. In April, the design team was convened to review the revised report and recommendations and to use a consensus process to approve the content that we have begun to share with the superintendent and her team. And that we are sharing with you tonight. Before we jump into the recommendations and report, I want to emphasize that even though it's over 100 pages, we believe that the very strong recommendations are also still suggested models that we could draw on to support schools and that will drive outcomes. We don't see this as a finished playbook, and we simply want the central office to that we want you to take and implement. We want to be a part of the inquiry and the research and the thinking partnership together. There are a lot of stakeholders. We do recognize that there are still yet more folks that need to be invited, engaged in the process. Our labor partners, especially classified colleagues, we want greater participation from central partners, office partners, and especially on the operations side of the house, including more of our community partners. We hope that you can build on this with the work of the spirit of this team so that we can support you. I don't see this as a fight. I see this as a do together. Thank you.
I'd like to encourage you to move to your recommendations at this time, if you can, please.
So I do want to add, Acting President, that this work was done over 2 years, and so maybe it was miscalculated as to 10 minutes, and we can make an adjustment. I think that to do 2 years and 10 minutes would absolutely be impossible, or once again, what is it that we value and what is the message we're sending to people who actually are staying in the district?
It's at the pleasure of the board. If you wish to give them more time, then we can give them more time. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Jessica Jung, and I'm currently the ELD teacher leader at Bridges Academy. I've been there since 2006, starting as a student teacher and then teaching 5th grade for 8 years before transitioning to a coaching role. So I've just finished my 12th year there. And my reason for joining the design team are threefold, actually. First, it's personal. I'm a longtime district teacher. I'm a homeowner in the district. My property taxes go towards our schools, and I want to make sure that it's being utilized well. And also, I'm a future parent. My kid's going to be starting kindergarten in 2 years. So I have a vested interest in the success of our district. Secondly, it's philosophical. I believe in public education. I believe in public education here in Oakland. And as a product of as an immigrant and a product of public education in California and LA and in the UCs, I know what it can do for our students and families, and I want that for our students, our community here in Oakland. Third, it's pragmatic. I've been here for over a decade, and I've deeply felt the pain points of working in OUSD, and I joined this team so I can be an agent of change in terms of figuring out a way to help our district run more efficiently, and have the work of all of us working together to serve our students better. With that, I'm going to just lead you through some of the summary of the initial sections of our report. As you heard, the report's over 100 pages, and so just kind of walking you through some of the basics of it. And giving you the rationale and the infrastructure of the 5 recommendations that we're making for the board and for the team. This is a quick overview of our design team's vision and design principles, and I wanted to walk you through how they align with the existing board policies that you've passed and other effective district models, how we believe that moving OUSD towards such a model can actually help us address the challenges that we face as a system. As Chum and Judith shared, our multi-stakeholder team has spent a great deal of time with research and learning about systems and structures and practices that have shown results in other parts of the country for students, and by empowering educators and families at the school sites with the systems and resources and trust to make important decisions about staffing, time, program, and how they spend the majority of their per pupil dollars to achieve transformational outcomes and equitable student outcomes. We believe this, and we understand that we also recognize that there have been past initiatives here in Oakland, particularly with the small schools, small autonomous schools movement. And while some of them have been very successful, we realize that they've produced some unintended consequences that would need to be addressed in order to achieve our vision. And so because of that, we've created a set of design principles along with a recommendation. And one of the foremost that we created was that we are OUSD. We want to support our belief that this work can be done and should be done within our district because we have the capacity to do that. But in order to do that, we need to create a solution that's durable and sustainable long-term for continuity and retention, both within central office and at the school sites. And so while we don't have time to review all the principles, they are in Appendix A on page 20 in our report. Moving forward to just giving you a brief history about our 20 years of OUSD's own principles, our own policies and initiatives, starting with our first empowering our local communities to start a small school back in the 70s with when Marcus Foster worked with the Urban League to launch the Oakland's original small school with the Emiliano Zapata Street Academy, which is still operating today. And it's it's an innovative way to serve some of our highest need students. We also believe that school communities know best and need to be empowered with the resources and capacity building to best serve our students. And that's at the heart of the small schools movement and the results-based budgeting that had happened about 15 years ago. And while we recognize once again that there were unintended consequences with the small school movement, it's important to note that when these initiatives were being operational, or implemented, OUSD was actually being recognized as the most improved urban district in California for 6 years in a row. And so we continue to see these successes in some of our most successful and high demand schools like CCPA, Melrose Leadership Academy, Met West, Acorn Woodland. And these schools were all designed around and continue to implement a theory of action that's based on using site-based shared decision-making as a key strategy for improving student outcomes and student achievement. And then finally, the recommendations will also draw on strategies and structures like Measure N. And in addition to that, the board has supported these site-based decision-making and calling for systems needed to operationalize this type of district model but within an array of board policies that I know many of you are very familiar with, including Board Policy 3625, 6005, 3150, and 5032. And in our research or in our inquiry, our team has found that while these policies and even administrative regulations exist in many cases, these policies have not yet fully been operationalized at our schools. And so in many cases, the district systems have not yet fully been developed in alignment with your policies that you have passed. And so given this, part of our recommendations, a number of them, are for the district to actually create and develop these systems, the capacity and the mindsets that are necessary to actually implement your policies that you've passed. And finally, most recently, the board passed the board policy 6006, subsection E, which calls on the superintendent to develop a citywide plan that includes a plan for defined autonomies, so that OUSD can better support continued innovation within our district schools and accelerate the number of high quality school options. And so we believe the recommendation and action steps outlined in our report can actually be used to help us to both fully implement the existing policies as well as develop systems needed to deliver on this section of the citywide plan. And so moving into our recommendation, we feel that in addition to being aligned with OUSD's policies and a number of successful innovations that were born here in Oakland, our team's vision for the district is also aligned with a type of district model that we believe is best positioned to deliver improved outcomes. And that was based on research. Part of our inquiry and learning was based on the work of Katsir and McAdams to understand the various theories of action that school districts employ to improve student outcomes. And as a classroom teacher for many years, this is like way above my pay grade. So it's been fascinating to actually learn about this and feel more invested in this process. And as we examined OUSD's history and policy framework, we see a strong alignment between the research of Katsir and McAdams with the performance empowerment district model, which is in this section up there, third from the left. And so in this performance empowerment model, district model, some to many schools would have greater site-based decision-making, particularly over the 4 resources: time, money, people, and programming. They would also receive less control and support from central office in terms of inputs. However, the central office would be focusing the work on accountability for outcomes, because we do want to make sure that our students are making gains and achieving more. And finally, because there's a greater freedom for schools in the performance empowerment model to innovate and flexibly use their resources to meet students' needs, there tends to be a greater diversity of school models within these school systems. And as a team, we believe that this type of school model, district model, is one that we need to work together to build and implement. We can't do it alone. And we believe that this model is best positioned to truly lean into and live out the deeply held belief that communities need to be supported and empowered to make important decisions on how to use their precious but limited resources in order to serve our students with the highest needs. Lastly, there's several reasons why our belief for the performance empowerment model is we believe in the power of it, particularly given Oakland's current context and challenges. And so first, the Autonomies Working Group and the design team have read various case studies and visited districts that are employing some form of the performance empowerment model. And through this inquiry, we have seen that there's a lot of benefit to this type of model when it's effectively executed. And so as we think about our own context here in Oakland, we believe that fully aligning our district systems, so systems change that needs to happen with our existing policy framework towards this model, the performance empowerment model, could help us first and foremost to improve student outcomes, because let's be real, we're failing our students in many ways. And as well as addressing a lot of other critical challenges we currently face as a school system. For example, and so these are some of the things that we would improvements that we would need to do. And one of Oakland's highest assets, in my belief, is our human capital. Our city is special, and we attract amazing educators who want to live and work here. And as a teacher at a school site, I realize that we do a lot of work to develop new teachers every year. I've been coaching teachers for years now, and within 5 years, they're out the door. And so how do we retain good teachers who want to live and work here with our students and families, and improve our teacher retention at our school sites? And so we want to make sure that support that through a systems change. And while we don't have the time to review all of these points in depth, you can look at Appendix D on page 23 of our report. That will give you additional information about how we believe moving OUSD in this direction would actually help us to improve and thrive as a district. So in summary, the initial sections of our report will create a rationale and infrastructure for our team's 5 recommendation, which is that we hold a vision for OUSD to become a school system that puts students at the center and empower those closest to the students, educators, families, and the students themselves to make these decisions about people, time, program, and money in order to achieve transformational and equitable outcomes for all students. We believe that the vision is consistent with both our existing district board policy framework as well as Oakland's proud history, but it's not yet complete, a history of innovative and successful initiatives. Our vision, policies, and history of promising practices is very consistent with this performance empowerment district model. In examining other districts where that they are successfully building systems aligned to this type of theory of action, and we see many promising practices that we can apply to use here. And so by shifting our district towards this type of theory of action and district model, we can create an effective district model that's able to improve student outcomes and address many of the challenges we currently face as a system. So thank you.
So we're going to go into the 5 recommendations, and I want to say there's no prescription or playbook that we're suggesting. Really what we're doing is we're giving some recommendations that we think can and should be operationalized. I think also this collaboration, we really think that it's a collaboration that needs to happen along with the district, with central office, with our unions, and there's a number of folks who haven't been in this conversation as of yet. And we would like to have that happen this next year. We feel like we need more folks. We have this community behind us, but there's so many people that weren't here to help us think about the details and how to operationalize it. The people we do have are super powerful, and I think it's a complete gift that they're giving to our students here in Oakland and to the district. So let me just begin with our first recommendation here.
Thanks, Leroy. So Catherine Carter, principal of Oakland Soul, and with OUSD since 1995. Leroy, do I take away the binder? Thank you. All right. So I'm actually going to go over the first 3 recommendations, and those are near and dear to my heart because those are actually about our existing board policies. And similar to what you just heard from Jessica, we really believe that the issue is about implementation. That Oakland actually does have a theory of action. It's a theory of action that's been around for decades. And it doesn't just live in our school system, it lives in our city. And it's about empowering people. And it's about developing people. And that's a theory of action that's been embraced by our board. And it's a theory of action that we have struggled to consistently implement as a school district. We see bright spots of it, and many of us have been parts of those bright spots. And our charge is to figure out how can it go across. So the policies that I wanted to talk about, first of all, is the first one is the one that I remember that creation of. I remember actually, Director you were part of that committee, Board Policy 3625, and that's about school governance, our school governance policies. And that's something that you're going to see that's really similar when you see the presentation from Sandra, the emphasis on strong teams. We know that we need to have strong teams at our school sites in order to implement these policies and in order for them to really work. But most of all, we need to stick with it, right? And we have an opportunity now. We have a homegrown leader that's sticking with us, and we have an opportunity to have coherence on these policies and to think about not just what has to happen at the school sites, but what has to happen in our central office in order to make sure capacity is developed to implement it, and then further develop that across our school systems. And we're making progress in these areas. We've made progress, and we've made progress over the last couple decades, and we've made progress even just in the last year, going back and looking at what are some of the systems that have been in place in the past, and how is it that we can make sure that they work for all students across OUSD. So this is just the beginning of a conversation, and one of the most important things is to expand it to central office. And that means the folks who are doing both our operational and instructional work in that house. That means also deeper partnerships with all of the unions. We've had some representation from our teachers union, obviously UAOS, and as we move into central office and operationalizing, we need to engage with SEIU and all of our labor partners to make sure that this is really working for all of our folks. And we've started with leadership from parents, from teachers, from school sites. We know that we have gaps. We know we have gaps by geography. We know that we have gaps, you know, and not as much a secondary representation as we'd like, although we do have Ojai in the house, or Oakland International, excuse me. But we know that we need to expand and include across our city and across all levels of our system. So that's really what this next slide is about, is thinking about how are we aligning that. And here you see thinking that one of the things is aligning our labor practices, aligning our policies, and moving this through. And we need to make sure we're developing the capacity of everyone in our system, not just the folks who are at our school sites, but the folks who are all in our central office and the folks who are serving our school sites in different capacities as well. We really think that doing this, and one of the things that needs to happen, is that this design work needs to move into that kind of a partnership. The second policy that we've been looking at and that we want to really put back on the table is this quality schools development policy. And when looking over this, I thought back to the experience I had of having a SPF at my school, a school performance framework, and having that SQR, that school quality review. It was one of the most authentic ways I got to really see what was going on at a school when I led Manzanita Seed and how we could improve it. And those tools are already here. We have them. We don't need to recreate them. And we really think that going back to some of that work around the SPF and the school quality review, updating it to our new assessment frameworks around SBAC, and also making sure that it doesn't just include that academic data, but it also includes holistic data with our focus on the whole child, on SEL, and on develop a student's sense of identity. We also hope that it could include a 360 evaluation of the leader at the school site to make sure that they are evaluated as a strong leader, not just by their supervisor, but ultimately by the families that they serve and by the students that they serve. So we really think we can build on that existing framework and make it even stronger. That qualitative data is really important, and the beauty of that SPF and SQR process is that it can include the qualitative as well. And again, part of the reason we're not coming to you with that tool. Cliff Hong has been interacting with our team, and the most critical thing he asks us, he says, where's the framework? You know, what do I have to do to get autonomy, and how am I going to lose it? And we said, Cliff, we can't design that by ourselves. We need to design that in partnership with folks in the central office. We need to design that in partnership with you all, and that's the work that we're saying is we want to engage in that design. But we're not the ones to create that tool by ourselves. It needs to be an expanded group. Finally, we wanted to lift up Board Policy 3150, or equity-based budgeting. And this is important, too, because this was a revision on our earlier policies of results-based budgeting and saying, yes, we need to put the money at the school sites, and we need to do it with a lens towards equity. Our current policy states that 15% should be reserved for non-optional services, and that 85% of our funding should go to the school site or to services that are directly servicing students. I can say that has not been my experience. That has not been my experience when looking at my own school budget or analyzing the budgets of other schools. And that doesn't mean that we don't have well-meaning operational departments, but we are not getting 85% of our funding to our schools. And at a time when we're under budgetary crisis, we need to go back and look at that policy. And we need to make sure that the funding is going to our students and that the funding is going to the faculty and the staff and all of the service providers. And by that, I'm talking about support staff who are working with our students every day. And so one of the things in this model that we're looking at is really flipping the script. Instead of saying, let's give the money to the central office and then figure out how much goes to schools, let's give the money to schools and then set aside that 15% for central office. And then let's think about what does it mean. There's some services that all schools need. So we are not talking about, oh, do I want to work with my HR department or not? Or do I want to work with the facilities department or not? Those are operational services that all of our schools need. We want those to be high quality, but no one's talking about opting out of those. What we are talking about is the whole range of services that we're providing right now to school sites that a school might just get a fraction of. So perhaps I might get a fraction of a coach for academics, or a fraction of a coach for PBIS, or a fraction of a coach for restorative justice. And school sites can determine instead, well, what if I combine that, and then I could have one person who can really know my families and deliver all of those services well. So when we're talking about the schools having control over those resources and discretionary funding, that's what we're talking about. And about those decisions being made by the school site, by a robust site-based decision-making team, and being done, of course, in compliance with all of our labor contracts. That's something that's come up really importantly for our team throughout this. And I know that's a question that we've gotten when we've interacted with you, Director Gonzalez, and one of the reasons that we actually haven't engaged yet heavily with SEIU, although we want to, is because there really has not been any talk about trying to opt out of those services. In fact, instead, we've talked about things like, how can we retain our classified employees at our school sites? How can we make sure that we keep our teams whole, even when things are happening like bumping across the city? How can we work with SEIU to do that? And those are the kind of conversations that we want to have. So if we actually did this, if we were able to just get 15% for our central overhead and put 85% to the school site, that would mean over $1,300 more per student per school that the school site then could determine how to best use to accelerate student achievement. $1,300 per student. And in many schools, if we did this with an equity-based formula, because it wouldn't be equal to each site, schools that had high concentrations of free and reduced lunch, for example, would get an even greater per pupil expenditure, $2,500 or $3,000 per student. And then that funding can be used to purchase back central services, but to do so in a way that's directed to the actual needs of the school site. And by doing that, we hope that our central services can get stronger, because then they're truly in service of the students and the families that they're trying to impact. So there's a lot of detail on this, and if you actually want to go into the report, you can look at what this would look like. It's actually modeled out, so you can actually pull out schools that are in your region, in your district, and say, oh, what would this mean for a large high school in my region? What would this mean for a small elementary school? And then you can also look and see what is the current per pupil cost of our departments. That is something I think is really important information for us to know, so that we understand what the return is on our investment, because we do have really high quality programs and services. And if we are getting really great outcomes at a low cost per pupil, those are services we would want to expand to more schools. But if we do have services that are at a very high cost, we would want to make sure that those are not precluding us from providing other services to students at the same time. So I encourage you to really look at the detail if you have questions about the budgetary impact. We worked with Jason Willis to develop this, who many of you might remember from when he worked in OUSD when we were implementing results-based budgeting. He now works for West Ed. He's also welcome to come in, and he said he would engage with the board and also with current leadership to better understand what this model would look like. So I'm going to turn it over to Leroy now, and he's going to talk about recommendations 4 and 5, which are talking more not just about the board policies, but what is it we would need to do to make sure that they are implemented, that they're durable, and that they last beyond the people in this room.
All right, thank you. So recommendation 4, exactly like Catherine's saying, we're talking about durability and making sure that those systems are in place and are sustainable at the school site. Recommendations 1 through 3 are really about fully implementing the long-standing existing board policies, right? Like, how do we implement those and get those into regulations and regs and operationalized at the school site? And as I said, recommendation 4, what we're talking about here is really essentially, how does OUSD support continued innovation at school sites?
Do you want to advance your slide?
And, oh, yeah,
Thank you.
There we go. support and accelerate the number of high-quality schools and options within OUSD? And how do these things exist and continue to exist, regardless of who's in charge, who's on board, who's the superintendent? Because we know that when those things are not durable, that they have some unintended consequences to those schools that are implementing those autonomies. There were a couple of things, I'm trying to get through this part, but there's one thing I did want to note, and that's in the recommendation talks. There's this notion around a robust and maximized set of autonomies. And what we're talking about protecting and ensuring are these autonomies, but we want to get really sort of clear and try to provide some outline and about what this looks like and what we've had our conversations as a group and what that included. One of the autonomies that we're talking about is budgetary autonomies. And the ability to purchase or forgo non-optional district services, again, with a potential model for this is described, as Catherine was mentioning in recommendation number 3. The second one is autonomy over programming at the school site. So school teams should have the autonomy to set their own program and instructional approach to best meet the needs of their students and the goals outlined in their SPS or their site plan and their performance management systems. This is not just talking about curriculum, but it's also thinking of professional development and enrichment opportunities at the school site. The third is staffing. In addition to mutual consent hiring at schools, we should have flexibility to adopt our own staffing models rather than being staffed by allocations, or our schools should have the flexibility to align with our collective bargaining agreement and in consultation with our labor partners, our school site leaders, teachers, right, to develop roles and structures that best meet the needs of our students at the school site. And the last one is just around calendar and timing. The school community should have some flexibility over the ability to set our own school day hours, annual calendars for staff and students. This can allow school teams to strategically offer professional development, collaboration opportunities for staff, as well as opportunities for enrichment, intervention for students. Keep in mind, however, that school teams that increase their hours would fairly be compensated, of course, according to the contract. So I just wanted to call those things out to say these are the things that, you know, that we're speaking about autonomies that we want to just sort of get a little clear about what we're mentioning or what we're meaning by that. And when schools have these autonomies and the accountability systems that go along with that, making sure that we're exploring ways to make sure those are durable and lasting. I'm going to skip over and go to number 5, actually. And this is a big ask for us, is the collaboration. We've had this year to work on this report, and our big ask and the next step is to have some green light from the district to continue this work and to continue our research, but alongside with our district partners, alongside with our union partners, alongside with our classified staff, because we, once again, feel like we're on the right track. We think that we have something that would really benefit the entire district, but yeah, time has run short, and we realize that there's some learning that we definitely had in the room with us, but there's a lot of learning and a lot of feedback that we weren't able to get because it was not in the room. So we would like to, in an ideal spot, launch some pilot work if there are schools that are exploring that autonomies, be able to support them, but also learn from those schools and think about ways with the team of how do you expand on that learning and spread that to other sites. I'm going to call up Tim to come up and just share some of our successes.
Thank you, guys. We're almost done, so thank you for bearing with us. We appreciate your patience. My name is Tim Douglas. I'm a kindergarten teacher at International Community School. Ellie's my principal. Judith, her sons have been in my kindergarten classroom. So Leroy and Catherine kind of gave you nuts and bolts, and I'm just going to try and give you like the social emotional part of it about why I believe in the work. If you ask me why I'm a part of this team, is because like you've heard all night from people here, those of us who are closest to the work know what's best for students. So that's why we're here. If you look at our strengths and our successes, that's what we learned. We took a page out of your guys' playbook, and you said if you want to go fast, go alone. And if you want to go farther, go together. So our team here is a reflection of that and how we want to develop these relationships alongside you guys all. We believe Kyla. I was at the Equity Institute on Monday, and she told us that as teachers, we know best. And so we want to believe you. We want to believe you. We want to believe the board that you think that teachers know best. And that's why I'm excited about this group, and that's why I'm at this table. Because in my 8 years, I haven't been asked to come to present to the board. This is cool. I'm glad you guys are listening to us. So I'm really excited about it. I think that this is a huge opportunity for us to build our relationships going forward. And then lastly, what I've heard Kyla also talk a lot about, and you can tell I'm a fan, you talk about innovation. And when you bring a group of this caliber together of teachers and principals and parents, you get different ideas. And I got to see what Bridges is doing, and I get to see what Oakland International is doing, and I get to see what different campuses are doing. And you know what? That excites me. And that kind of cross collaboration is something that will bring and will keep teachers in the district. Our challenges are nothing new, and things that I've heard, and I'm sure that y'all are thinking, durability and accountability. And my piece of the durability of this is that this work, and like Catherine said, it hasn't succeeded in the past because teachers haven't owned it. Y'all have board policies that are great. I saw you smiling about that board policy. That's a great board policy. But you know why it hasn't worked? Because we didn't own it. It was owned by certain central or by certain people, but teachers never owned it. It wasn't actually owned by the school site. And this is the exciting thing about this group is we're starting to own it. And we're not going to go away because now we own this thing and we care about it and we're going to take it. So I hope that you see this as a huge opportunity. The challenge for this year, it was a really big year. We had a strike. We had all kinds of crazy things happen this year. It was a really big year for OUSD. We should be proud of it. And I see this challenge as an opportunity is to build these relationships. So as people have talked about, we have ideas about specifics in a plan. We also realize that the implementation of this plan is the most important part of it. The implementation, who you have, who you're talking to, where the information's coming from. Have you engaged OEA? Have you engaged the unions? So all of this work, all what I'm trying to say to you is it's exciting to me because we get to build these relationships, and I haven't seen this happen in my short 8 years. I know I have a lot to learn. I got a lot to live up to. I got a lot. That's why this group was awesome, because they taught me a lot. So durability. Give us the work. Put us in charge. And also accountability. So I'm going to give you a little kindergarten vignette, and then I'll wrap up. In kindergarten, if I send them out to work into small groups or to work independently, I'm not controlling them, right? They're working autonomously. They're working on their own thing. If I have clear expectations for them, and I have a rubric, and I have outcomes, and we have an anchored goal, if they are not on task, who are the ones that are coming to tell me that they are not on task? The other students, right? The other students. Isn't that cool? That's a great idea. Like, I've set them up, and now they're coming back to me to tell, hey, so-and-so's not at this level, who's not doing this, I'm doing that. That's what you want for the school sites, right? If you give the teachers the power and engage us in this way and let us have accountability over our calendar, over our schedule, over some of the funding that we get for hiring Playworks or whatever it is, whatever we see best, you're going to excite us and you're going to get more out of us. And that's going to hold us accountable to our school sites and hold us accountable to each other and hopefully just be a really positive thing for the district. So in all these challenges, I see that as learnings. The durability, engage the union, engage the teachers, engage us. Make that your durability, right? We're the ones that are doing the work. Engage us. And that also, I think, goes hand in hand with that accountability. We hold each other accountable, and as you engage teachers, we are the ones that are seeing where we want to go and how we're going to get there. So, suggested next steps. Our first and most important step is that we get the support from the superintendent and the board. So we are here today to start that conversation. We really hope that we can build the trust, and we know that between Central and between everybody out here, trust is something that we need to work on. And I'm excited about this because I see it as an opportunity to build that trust and to build those relationships. Something that we preach all the time is so much of what we do is relationships. So I just see that team as doing that, and I appreciate all of us being here to do that work, and I thank you for listening to us.
Thank you. Ms. Aguilera, how much time do you believe you will want for your presentation?
I can try for 10 minutes.
Thank you. And I think it would be helpful to provide some context. I don't know if you or the superintendent want to do that. I met with some of these folks last night, and it's my understanding that somehow your proposals are linked. So if you could just explain how you all fit together, that would be very useful.
Sure. I think that as I go through the presentation, I can do some of that. And I especially think at the end for discussion in terms of some dilemmas that we need to pose and kind of work through and ask for some feedback. I think you'll see that as well. Okay, so thank you to the working group for sharing your course of study and your recommendations with us. I'm going to take us through what we're proposing as a draft framework for this work. When you think about the different models, when you look at managed instructional model all the way to diverse models, you're seeing a continuum of the different options that are out there in terms of defining our autonomies. And what you'll see is many of the districts that are surrounding us really work towards a managed instruction model where most of the decisions are held centrally. A lot of the decisions on the instructional program is held centrally, and a lot of the funding is held centrally. So I often get the question, like, what sort of autonomies do you already have in our district? So we do have budget decision making at school sites where school sites are able to decide the funds and how to use those funds strategically. We do currently have Article 12, which is staffing. It gives you a window of opportunity to have a committee help hire for the vacancies at your school site. We also have Article 27, which describes special programs. So school sites can opt into Article 27 through a process and be designated as a special program. We also have the OEA schedule waiver process. There is quite an option for our schools to decide on their instructional minutes, and that will come up as a dilemma as well later on in the conversation. And then we do have a curriculum waiver process. So schools are able to opt into using different curricula besides the ones that we are suggesting. So with our autonomies, we are lifting up two key drivers. And for this part, I would love for you to think about a school within your own district. And you may not know all the details, and so this would give you an indication of the type of work that we would need to do in terms of investigating some of these areas. So we're lifting up two key drivers. One is school site governance, and that was mentioned before as being one of our school policies, our school board policy, 3625. And the other being school performance, which is growth-weighted framework, and that's out of the Quality School Development Policy 6005. And of course, all of this work is wrapped up into Board Policy 6006. So with this, we believe that school sites are the best positioned to make decisions about how to serve their students and families. We believe that school sites must demonstrate both academic performance and academic growth. We also believe that school sites must distribute leadership in order to achieve this success. So the two key areas is school site governance and school performance. So how will we measure that? So for school site councils, we do have an existing rubric that is used within our equity office to guide our SSCs. We have newer checklists that have been created to say that this would be quality instructional leadership teams, quality professional learning communities, quality school culture and climate teams, which would include school culture, attendance, and our coordination of services teams, and communication. So essentially what would happen is that a school site would work through these different areas. It's a checklist and a rubric to self-assess. Their supervisor would also assess, and then you would have observations to get that triangulation to make sure that what we're collecting and what we're measuring is really the true, authentic measure of what's happening at the school site. So for measuring school performance, we would use the California dashboard, both the measures that are lifted up in the California dashboard are status and change. So you can see the different academic indicators. You look at language arts and math separately, which is often known as our SBAC scores. You would look at English learner progress,
chronic absenteeism, graduation rates, suspension rate, and college and career readiness, which also, this is new, it includes the grade 11 assessment results. It previously did not include that. So many of us are familiar with the different type of color that you would get in all of these areas, which give you from red to blue in terms of the range of effectiveness. So red would be lowest performing and blue would be highest performing. So something that I would like to especially point out in this is that for status, we are adding an equity measure. So often you'll see a school site, and perhaps they serve high-income students, and perhaps they're serving students that already bring a lot of social capital into their school. And they're often referred to as a blue school. We're a blue school because we're high performing. But what we're adding in terms of our status is an equity measure that says you may be performing at a blue overall score, but how are your subgroups doing? How are your African American students doing? How are your students with disabilities doing? You would not be considered an overall high-performing school unless all of your subgroups are performing at a high level, and there's not a huge disparity between how the overall students are performing compared to the subgroup. So this is a special item that I just want to really call out, because we are a district that says that we're about equity, and when we say a school is overall high quality, we need to really mean that. We mean all students in this way. For growth, we are uplifting the California dashboard, and we're a core district. We're participating in some really cool work with core districts, and there is a cohort, a matched 3-year data set that we get every year as a part of the core districts, and we're able to see what schools are really making a difference with their cohort matched students. So we would also be including that in terms of the change or growth that we like to see in our schools. So you were thinking about that school site that is in your district, and maybe you know something about how they run their school in terms of school governance. Maybe you would need to investigate more about their professional learning communities, or how they are running their cost team in order to give a full analysis. And then all of us have access to how our schools are doing on the California dashboard, both with the status and growth measures. So if a school, and if the school you're thinking about is both strong in site governance and high in performance and growth, they would have the most autonomy. If a school site is scoring or low performing and low growth, but have high, strong site governance, they would have more autonomies. And I suggest that many of our schools would actually land in this area, because we have a lot of high-functioning schools, but then the results are not what they need to be for our students. And continuing on the continuum, we have weak site governance and high performance and high growth. And then lastly, a school site that would have weak site governance and low performance and low growth. So you would have the least amount of autonomy in this framework. So when you think about the types of autonomies that are possible, here are some examples of flexibilities and incentives. So once you have high autonomy, you could be looking at how you use your time, your money, your people, and your program. But say that you need more help, and you've identified some areas that you are lower scoring. You would get supports, accelerations, and interventions, and here are some samples of what we could consider in that model. So you would essentially get help that's more aligned to the need that you have scored in your self-assessment and your supervisor's assessment. Okay, so here we get to the dilemmas that we need to discuss. So we named some of the existing autonomies, and part of this is that some of our schools don't know that some of these autonomies or some of these articles even exist. And sometimes the window opens for Article 12, and whatever is happening on the school site prohibits the school from really taking full advantage of that. We also have some alignment and savings. So this has been kind of spiking in the conversation.
We are a school district that is under differentiated assistance. So this is a conversation around what is tight and what is loose. Usually when you're under high scrutiny, you don't loosen up the controls in terms of the instructional program. So we have been working with our county, and we also are working with a state, the California Collaborative, through some of these items, and this is something with a lot of tension. They're telling us you need foundational professional development in these areas. You need to be implementing certain items like the what we call the interim assessment blocks. So the interim assessments that our students are taking, that was in conjunction with them, our county, saying you don't have a system for knowing how your students are doing. And so some of these things would not be optional. So I feel like that is a dilemma when we're saying, you know, there's the tension there of, in order to do better by our students, we actually need the ability to innovate. But then how are you evaluating that and how long do you give an innovation time to take root? Because sometimes we're seeing that schools are innovating, but they're not getting the results that we need. And so I've named that as a tension, the differentiation, the differentiated assistance. The other thing, and this came up a little bit earlier, around instructional minutes. So in one vein, we are thinking of ways to reduce our investment in transportation. And so during this conversation, there was a suggestion that we could save $1 million by aligning our bus schedule, and that would be a staggering. But we would have to set the school schedules to be somewhat similar in a region. And, you know, if we're saying, okay, we're going to give you autonomies to set your own instructional minutes, you can't have both working at the same time. So we would have to think of the trade-offs. Maybe it's not $1 million savings. Maybe we can't implement this completely, but the tension there that we need to work through of, like, you know, if a school has an autonomy, then we need to be realistic about the amount of savings that we would have for that investment in transportation. So there are definitely trade-offs. And one last area is around special education. We had a presentation today about special education, and one of the districts that was studied around the autonomies that is not in our state is actually under a federal consent decree because they are not serving special education students well in the autonomy zone. And we happen to investigate that through a special education collaborative that we are a part of. And, you know, we were hearing a lot about, oh, the autonomies are just producing such great results. But then when we talked to the special education arm of that district, they said, actually, we're under federal sanctions for this. So there, again, you know, there's some tights and looses in this conversation. You could have autonomy, say, in curriculum, but you would have to have certain things that are still considered tight, like special education services and being compliant with our services and IEPs. So just to reiterate, we're saying that our district model is in the middle between managed performance empowerment, which is earned, and empowerment performance, which is more of an automatic or opt-in way of looking at autonomies. So with all of this, we want to continue to move this work together, forward together. And we are suggesting that there are different phases that we would like to implement. And the full description is also within the actual document that's supporting this presentation. But we really need the time in the fall to field test some of these, like where do schools actually land? And are our checklists really yielding the type of assessment and the type of quality that we would like to see in our schools? We also have, it was mentioned, Board Policy 6005. So when we looked at the quality of school indicators, they are needing to be updated because they reference older frameworks. And so there is some, you know, bringing that current because a lot of our context has changed. And so that does influence the school quality reviews needing to be updated as well. So in terms of next steps, it's kind of talked about the iterative process, sharing the framework with the district leadership leadership team had an upcoming June retreat. So that is happening this week. We would, next week. We would continue to work with the Principal Advisory Committee. There was one discussion on autonomies. Lots of questions were raised. We also had an opportunity to present at the all administrator meeting. So this is very early on in the engagement of this work. We would also need to, and this was referenced by the working group, to engage the OUSD labor partners, combine the parallel structures that have been existing between our working groups, and then begin preparing for the fall of 2019 implementation. So that way we are more ready for when the school site planning comes around in the spring. So again, it would be for field testing. So with that, we asked the question to our board for feedback. This is an update. We would enjoy a discussion around some of the dilemmas that we posed and any sort of feedback that you have on the autonomies.
Thank you. So I anticipate that there will be a lot of questions. Let's start with each board member having 4 minutes. We'll loop around. 3? Okay, we'll start with 3 minutes. I'm working with you all. Director Gonzalez or Director Yee, who would like to go first?
So I will agree to the 3 minutes, but I'm going to need multiple rounds.
Yes, I understand.
Okay. So Dr. Aguilera, and I would love to have somebody from the design team as well. Can you talk about sort of like what are the distinctions between what you're proposing and what the design team has proposed? And I really want to understand, this piloting idea. And, my biggest question is, I think one of our biggest challenges as a district is this, and I don't know if this comes out of having so many charter schools or if this comes out of the small schools movement, but this like culture of competition, and how are we going to move past that to a culture of, because what I don't want to see happen is that pilot schools, sort of like, I want to make sure that whatever we do is benefiting all schools, and it doesn't just become like, here's this other niche of sort of exclusivity where amazing things are happening, but it's not translating to broader success across the district. So I want to, but for me, right now, my main question is, what is the distinction between what you're proposing and what the design team has proposed, and how are these two concepts going to be reconciled?
So the working group wants to come up and help answer this, but I would describe it as a distinction between defined autonomy, which is you have autonomies that are provided to you, and we're proposing that schools earn the autonomy. So it's not automatic that a school site would have autonomies. Would love to.
Yeah. No, I think Dr. Aguilera described it well, and what I would add to that is that we see the autonomies as a lever for change, and that's why we're pushing for the defined autonomy, whereas an earned autonomy, especially given the uneven playing field that exists currently in our schools, could exacerbate some of the existing both like unhealthy competition and haves and have-nots.
Okay, and then how are these two concepts and these two different teams? I don't know if you're proposing a team in Central that would sort of figure out how to move this work, but there's people who've already been working on this for several years now. And so how are these two teams going to be reconciled to be working together?
Part of the next step, and we did have a meeting not so long ago to say that we need to bring the two structures together. And so just something that would also be helpful is to know that this is work that happened and has been happening in the central office since 2016, 2017. There's been different models tried out and tested, and there's been some engagement, but now we're starting to pick that up and update the work. So I did provide that history in the background, the memo.
So when are we going to be updated on what that was going to look like moving forward, the combination of these two teams?
We can work with board leadership to understand when you would like an update. We are likely not going to work too much during the summer because people will be, out during the summer, but we are needing to pick up in August because we do need to get ready for implementation and field testing these items. So when you look at the timeline, this would really, as schools need a moment to kind of settle, we would be applying some of these rubrics and checklists in October. So that way schools have an opportunity to settle.
Thank you. Director Yee.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That really brings back a lot of vivid memories. The first memory is Don McAdams. Somebody referenced Don McAdams' work, and we actually had Don McAdams come out to work on performance empowerment and board policy governance. And he actually came out and he said the center of all this work is how the board relates to its superintendent, and whether the board is going to be a policy governance board or a micromanaging board. And that was the fundamental dilemma that he put before us. And out of that came a lot of the stuff around quality school development and so forth. But Don McAdams and CRSS is still out there. And if you want him to come back, I'm sure he actually basically said he couldn't come back because we hadn't resolved within ourselves as a board how we want to operate as a board. He came back recently?
He came back when Superintendent Wilson joined us.
Okay, I'm just telling you. So maybe we improved sufficiently, but it fundamentally has to do with the board and the board's relationship with policy and with individual things. And so for me, it was like the discussion about special ed today, where there was a request to do specific board policies. So the question is that governance or is that management? And those kinds of discussions really have to be raised in frank ways. That's the first thing I want to say. The second thing that was so interesting is at the time, Director Kakashiba and myself, we were both on the board and around 10 years ago, and we had this exact discussion around whether autonomy should be earned or whether autonomy should be taken away if you fail. And that's the policy discussion that was never, it's very difficult to resolve because we don't always operate under consensus. So I really appreciate you guys reminding me of that. The third piece that I think is really important is around teacher empowerment. So the kindergarten teacher talked about getting teachers involved. Actually, the rollback of RBB, and some of the people who are principals here will remember, the rollback of RBB was on behalf of teachers and behalf of the OEA who criticized the RBB policy because it put teacher salaries and benefits in the RBB equation, since that's the biggest differentiation in the funding of schools is how much the teachers made. And so that discussion led to what we called in 2013-14 equity-based budgeting, which was a version which took that off and indexed the amount of money for the teachers. And I'll wait for my last one, except I'm so proud of the work that the high school people have done under linked learning, because I think if you look at the linked learning process over the last 3 years, you would see 80% of what you're talking about already operationalized by our high schools around exactly where you are, and that is defined autonomy. So the money is there, you just have to work your processes of assessment to it.
Thank you. Director Harris.
And that's my 3 minutes, but we get another round.
We're probably gonna need several rounds, but I'm trying to have us be a little disciplined.
But
this man is fired up, by the way.
And I just want to remind you, colleagues, it's now 10 to 10, so we're gonna need a motion to extend the meeting.
Motion move to extend the meeting to 11 p.m.
Thank you, Director Gonzalez.
Second.
With one objection. That's it. But he's fired up. I don't know that I need 2 rounds. I can go quickly, particularly since Mr. Seychow hasn't started my clock and I got a little bit of extra time. I just really want to appreciate this team for putting in the work. It's beautiful to see. We adopted an official defined autonomy policy, I think, in 2015 or 16, one of those years. So it's been a while, and it's very complex work. And I think the temptation to kind of gloss over this and not really focus on this, I think this is the essential body of work, that once we figure out how to do this, we will get better as a system, as a system of schools. So, you know, it's important that we're paying, we are led by groups like this, groups by central office, and I think the tension, it's not necessarily bad, but it's, I think, what you do going forward. And what you speak of in terms of earned versus defined, I think is the right tension, but you have to figure it out. So that's to say probably 10 to 20% of our schools have principals that have high capacity. A high percentage don't. And so how do we create a model where we learn from some of the best practices that were shared tonight and create a space where those incoming and new principals can see a system and say, oh, that's how it works. Now, how do I get my school on that and actually get them actively working toward that? And we're missing a system, like the Warriors were for probably 35 years, right, until they established the system. So I think that tension is not something you run from, but you actually explore. And so I'm glad to hear that there's a commitment to continue that work. The thing that I think was missed, two key things, and it's because the timeline is very aggressive that you pointed out, Ms. Aguilera. It's because it involves implementation in the budget, I think, for January and June of next year, January to June, which is quick. And I just want to make sure you address, so this is particular to, you mentioned the budget policy, quality school development, as well as the community of schools policy. Having accompanying administrative regulations that kind of outline the rules, and then as you get into implementation, you can adjust those regulations. But I think spending some time in the fall coming up with a soft plan for what implementation looks like and how you plan to do it, and socializing that amongst this group might be a good thing. And the one thing I'll say last here, maybe I do need a second round, is the school site plan. Only 27 seconds left. The school site plan, so we'll see a lot of those coming up in the coming weeks. We'll see 87 school site plans, which largely are kind of just like a rubber stamp, right? This is really the opportunity to speak to the importance of the plan, but to also merge the work with autonomy into that plan and where each school sits on that spectrum. So, 1 second, there you go.
Can I just ask you a clarifying question around the administrative regulations? Were you referring to a particular board policy, or do you mean the whole body of them? Because we do have some, and there's some that are being generated, and we have to update administrative regulations for 6005.
And so I just, in the last 5 years, we've kind of looked at the big three, RBB, 6005, and the site governance policy, and then we added one. Each of them makes mention, save the site governance policy, each of these other three policies makes mention of defined autonomies, so it would make sense in terms of bringing the policy to life to speak to administrative regulations for each. And there should be a merging, so it shouldn't be separate for this policy, here's a regulation. They should come together, I think. So
document, okay.
That makes sense.
Thank you. Let's go to Director Torres, if you're ready.
So I wanted to ask Dr. Aguilera, who did you engage? Who were the stakeholders you engaged in regard to what you presented?
So we began engagement. So this is part of what I was referring to as like years of previous work that has happened, and now we're reviving and updating. So we started, and I named that it was one conversation where it was, here's the beginning of the update with the Principal Advisory Committee. And we had an all administrator meeting where the framework was presented, and there was a feedback form that they were able to provide.
Okay.
And then upcoming, we do have plans to bring this to the district leadership team, which is a newly formed body. There are teachers, principals, and central office for their ability to have some input on this.
So is that a new team aside from this team? Like you're adding another new team?
Well, they work on different items. It's not only defined autonomies.
Okay.
So they're working on the overall instructional program in our district, and
the instructional focus that was highlighted at the Standards and Equity group. So that meeting is coming up on, I believe, on Monday. So we wanted to preview with that group. So we do have still a lot of engagement to do, and we'd like to do that through our field testing,
And
so
in
schools
regard
can
to-
experience the implementation.
In regard to what we heard earlier about the current way of getting opt-in, opt-out, so on and so forth with regard to budget, isn't it true that the current way would require exorbitant amount of forms that have to be filled out to get these opt-in, opt-out processes, which make it very frustrating? Wouldn't you say there's quite a bit of work just in forms that have to be filled out for leaders at schools?
Can you explain a little bit more about your opt-in, opt-out, which
well,
is...
for instance, there was a presentation about, you know, whether or not schools are really getting the budget that we allege they're getting, and then there's this whole process in regard to the things that they have to spend the money on. Isn't it true that what we currently have is a rather onerous process for schools to get all of that approved? Or is that not true? Forms, lots and lots of forms.
So there's a different process for each one. So it's like the curriculum waiver process is a form. The OEA waiver process is a form, and that's a different process that they work through with OEA.
Okay.
So
what
I
we're
guess the
hearing
answer would be
tonight
yes,
is that they
yes.
want to bring it to be more cohesive, correct? To bring it to be more cohesive and to not make it so, I guess, daunting, especially because we have a high principal turnover, high teacher turnover, and then we have people who come in from another district, and my principals have said, I'm not sure how you guys do budget and why you do it like this, where I feel like I'm being punished for things. So it becomes complicated, right? So isn't that what their whole work for 2 years was about, simplifying things? Isn't that kind of what you heard from them?
Sure. I have to ask you some more questions around
Okay.
the
Well,
opt-in,
I'm out of
opt-out.
time, so
Sure.
it looks like I'll have to go to round 2.
Great. Director Hinton Hodge.
Okay, so I'm just gonna do a punch list. So you started out talking about an elephant in the room, and so for me, the biggest in the elephant in the room for you all in your work was Ed 78 and this notion that some ideological, political issues needed to be worked out. The elephant in the room for me is the lack of diversity of your team. The elephant in the room for me is that I don't know that there's any representation of any schools in West Oakland, or I don't even know of your region. And so I am like, just off the top, I'm not willing to, there's too much data, there's too much Twitter, right? There's too much engagement around the fact that like the lowest performing kids in our school district are African American and in the state of California, and there is nothing reflective in any of this about how we get to that. So I have questions on whether or not we've abandoned our value, like where are our OUSD values? Because I saw we are OUSD. So is that the integrity, the joy, the equity piece? Like I need to know, because this is a lot of information that you just gave us, a body of work. And so there's a lot of edu-speak. I've been around now for a minute, and I see how y'all flip words or shift it, but it's really kind of the same thing. And so yes, your implementation is a huge, big thing. And if you sit here with this team that doesn't acknowledge that like African American teachers, leaders, SEIU have to be at the table, I don't understand. No, please. It's my time to speak and respond. The central services, I know we just brought in this new COO position around central services, and so what I hear is a lot about, yes, site-based control and not getting very strong, and but I don't know who you think or who you identify as central, right? Like, is it central who does like payroll? Is it central who drives transportation? Or is, who is central in this, and like who's actually engaged fully into these particular conversations? So that's that. The small schools movement did not serve African American children at all. There are no vestiges of a small school in West Oakland right now that shows high performance, shows joy, shows children learning, shows educators excited about what they do. So that footprint didn't happen for my community at all. So when someone asks us to visualize, I don't see nothing. And this plan doesn't seem like it includes me. My community is fighting to be present. And I would suggest that there is a lot of articles on African American retention and teachers and leadership. There is also an equity report that is done by the city of Oakland. So when we talk about we're doing this work, and I know I'm gonna close up, we're doing this work in the context of a citywide plan, our community, our students, but like in this city of Oakland, there are incredible discrepancies and disparate attention to many of the kids, right? And so I need y'all to get courageous, because I'm like, please don't tell me you agree, because you've not demonstrated it. So I look forward to your growth, development, and I'll always be an ally to talk about it.
So I'm going to take the privilege of just sharing some of my thoughts and observations. I feel like I've heard this debate. Well, Director, you said this. I feel like this debate has been going on since I joined the board, and I can't believe we're still having this conversation. I did have an opportunity to meet with some of the folks involved in this earlier in the week, and I shared the frustration that Director Hinton Hodge raised, that your group does not represent, and I know you acknowledge this, but it's a real sore spot for me that people come to me and say, do this, and you didn't talk, from what I can tell. You talked with one principal from a school in my district who is a great principal and leads a great school, but it's a completely unique school. And I have other schools in my district that are they are the schools that families want to go to in this city. And I've just looked at the LiveGo data for every school in my district. And for you to not consult with the leaders of those schools, one of whom just won a California Distinguished School Award, these folks are doing something that is resonating for families across the city, and it is really frustrating for me when the leaders in my district who work really hard are not being consulted in these types of initiatives. And I know that you all said, you report out to them at different meetings. That is different than having them at the table and help craft what it is you're putting together. So I share that frustration as well. But what I really want is for you guys to just be specific. What are the 3 things that would really make a difference? Just say what it is, because there's a lot of words in here, and what I want to know are, from the design team, but also from our staff, what are the 3 things that we can do? We hear a lot of discussion about how we can't do everything. So be really specific and say, if these 3 things would change, that would make a huge difference for me. And then I'm also really torn, because we heard that presentation. Unfortunately, most of you were not in the room when we heard from our Community Advisory Committee on Special Ed. They want much more centralization, because they want to make sure that every student is mainstreamed, and that every person, every adult in our district who comes in contact with those students is trained in certain ways and has certain capacities to work with our students. And I don't know how we would marry those 2 things together, but that to me is an example of a real tension here. I also hear very clearly your interest in having more control over your staffing. I feel that frustration. I was with a group of principals last night who were very frustrated about the bumping process, and all I can say is we need to engage the unions in this conversation 3 months ago. They need to be at the table to understand, how they can work with us to make these processes easier. Finally, to the design team, I've been looking in the documents posted online, and I'm not seeing your full report, so if someone could send me a link, that would be helpful. And I may come back around again, but I know we're going to need another round, so let's just go right to it. Who went first? Director Gonzalez? Go ahead.
Thank you, everyone, for your work. I should have started by saying that. So I want to understand, a lot of the principals who've been involved have been long-term principals. And I do have some long-term principals in my district, although unfortunately one of them is leaving this year. But I also have a lot of turnover. And so what I want to understand, one of the things I want to understand is, how does this work? I think I saw the number 3 years or something like that. But sometimes my principals don't last 3 years. And so how does this, your team's proposal work in the event of a principal turnover? Does the time frame change? Like, how does that work? I also want to understand, can you give some examples of what it would look like to opt out of central services? You said you're not talking about opting out of maintenance, building maintenance. You're not talking about opting out of this, that, or the other thing. So what are some of the services from Central that that principals are interested in being able to opt out of?
Okay, so the first question, can you repeat that for me? I'm sorry, I was just checking in with Chum.
What happens if a principal leaves in the middle of this term, in which we are exploring whether they should be able to maintain their autonomies?
Actually, I wanted to bring that back to a comment Director Yee made earlier, where he talked about talking with Director Kakashiba and about, is it that autonomy can either it gets taken away or it gets given to you? And I think that's a both and. And one of the things that we actually didn't have in the past when we did give school sites autonomy is we did not have a mechanism for taking it away. We granted school sites autonomy through the new small schools movement, and then and that's kind of how we got to where we are today, and some of them flourished and some of them didn't. So there absolutely has to be a mechanism for taking it away, and it wouldn't just be around that 3 year if there was a leadership crisis that could impact the capacity, and figuring out the details of that is something we would want to do together with central partners. The second question with respect...
So just to be clear, you're saying that that needs to be worked out, but you guys don't really have a vision right now about what would happen if during that term during which we were trying to determine whether this person or this school should be allowed to.
Yeah, because that really comes down to metrics, right? I mean, what that might, and we haven't gotten to the details of the specific metrics in terms of what are those outcomes you want to see at the school site, and some of those are going to be student outcomes, some of those are going to be site-based leadership. So there could be different scenarios. It could be that what happens is the principal gets removed, if the issue really is about principal leadership. If it's about a larger distributed leadership issue at the school site, that might lead to some reduced autonomy for the whole school site. And we haven't gotten into those details, but those are the details that would have to be worked out.
Okay.
And I do think what's really important, and that's why I wanted to get back to it, is we need a framework. If we're going to give autonomy to school sites, we need a framework to take it away. And we need the accountability to go both ways. The second one, an example, I'll take an easy one, and that's curriculum. All right, so right now we know that certain curriculum is paid for by the state of California, and so we have to use our curriculum funding for that. However, a school site might decide that they have that there is a state adopted curriculum that is better aligned to their school program. That actually happened to me in my leadership at Oakland Soul. We chose to use the FOSS middle school science curriculum 2 years ago. That's because we knew we were using it in our elementary schools. It's for all the same reasons Oakland is adopting it right now, and the same reasons we adopted it tonight. But we actually made that choice 2 years ago. So for the last 2 years, we've been purchasing the curriculum out of our school site budget. And what a framework like this would do would give us our own funding for the curriculum. There would still be controls, because we would have to get something that was authorized by the state that was Common Core aligned, but we wouldn't end up double paying. And virtually that's basically what we've done. We've paid for what's already been adopted by the school district, and then we've bought our own FOSS curriculum for the last 2 years.
Thank you. Let's move on. Director Yee, do you have additional questions or comments?
I didn't get a chance to share that I really agree that implementation is everything, and implementation is really hard. I think that all of us are thinking about, I'm looking at the principals here, most everybody here are people that have been around for a while and have demonstrated that commitment. We're looking, as Director Gonzalez said, what to do about schools where there's high turnover, and what to do about schools that need turnaround. And this gets back to the taking the autonomies away. So if you take the autonomies away, what do you replace it with? And then if you replace it with, let's say a stronger, more forceful leadership intervention, how will that be received by the school and by the community? And you know, as I said, I'm, as you can tell from, you can imagine, I'm very fond of what we've built into the Measure N process, where we put schools on probation when they don't meet a certain standard, even though we gave the standards out and everybody was eligible to begin with. And we're going to be here about 2 schools which have Measure N processes, and I hope, you know, that the team, I'm noticing most of the team is elementary and middle school, and I'm, except for one, thank you. So I think maybe you could help us by commenting on the Measure N process, and the extent to which you believe the Measure N process reflects the kind of design team work that you've done. I mean, that's where I'm coming from, but you can push back against me if you want.
Hi, my name is Mallory Moser, and I'm the 11th grade teacher for digital media arts at Oakland International.
Oh, great.
I'm a coach and the Media Academy director. So we are in the process of implementing our Measure N criteria and writing up reports. I personally think it's an amazing process because we were given the criteria ahead of time. We had 3 years to meet it. Our school is small, so we're more agile. We also benefit from a lot of autonomies from the small schools movement, which is exactly why I'm here. I would want to see that at other schools across the district. I'm actually not even a part of this for Oakland International High School. But the Measure N process it's held us accountable, and we are currently engaging all of the teachers at our school site to start thinking about how we can cohort students better, how we can implement curriculum in the 11th grade advisory, how we can use post-session, which is a credit recovery course that we have, again, because of our autonomies. So there's a lot in Measure N that I think we should lift in terms of holding schools accountable and incorporating performance reporting.
So then for me, the
Director
pilot,
Yee- Director Yee,
yeah,
we're
for
gonna-
me, the pilot I would propose would be that we look at 3 Measure N-based schools, one which is, you know, has a level of, you know, if you pick the 3 and take a look at them and see the elements to which you are writing to are reflected in those 3 schools, and the pilot will already be there for you. I'm that confident.
Thank you, Director Yee. Director Harris, do you have additional?
And thank you.
Yeah, I would just, the last thing I was going to say was the core question that keeps coming up at a lot of schools in my district do have high turnover with principals, but it's the underlying thing. So you mentioned some schools don't know, Dr. Aguilera, some schools don't know if the capacity they do currently have with Articles 12 and 27. Some schools, in addition, don't know how the SSC budgeting process works, right? So they're all kind of related, right? And I think that the driving question for this work is how will we educate and support those school communities that don't have capacity, right? So it's come up, what happens if autonomy is taken? Well, quality school development policy speaks clearly to schools that aren't performing, right? There's a process that happens, and so there's not much imagination that needs to go on with that. We actually need to live by and implement that policy. But I think the driving question, you know, for whether it's 80% of schools or 60% of schools that don't have the leadership we want, that don't have the capacity we want, if we develop a plan that speaks to that, and it's then articulated in their site plan, then we have something to look at. So I think that's a key question, because we can do this all day long, but if we don't answer that key question, then what some folks mentioned they fear the most is that this further exacerbates the disparity, right? And so if we don't have a plan to support the schools that aren't where we want them to be and really scale them up, and that starts, in my opinion, with the SSC. That starts with the teacher leaders that have been there the longest. So I just invite you to look at that as kind of a key question that could drive the process. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Director Torres.
So, again, I probably didn't say it earlier, but yes, also thank you for the work. Thank you for putting in those 2 years. Thank you for sitting here tonight and getting numb. Your butt cheeks are numb, probably. The questions I have, you have a 100-page report. I definitely want to take a look at that. It's going to take time. But I would ask, in regard to, there was a parent who spoke in Spanish about what she saw. She saw that students who were of color in poverty were performing highest. She saw, and we kept moving to other speakers. She saw that students were being given the resources they needed in Boston, in Massachusetts. I don't remember what city. But my question was, in the 100-page plan, what you all saw, and we can do it here, can we get something distilled into a 10-page action item of the 100 pages? 10-page action item that we can work with, and then we can create admin regs and whatnot. You're telling me we have all the policies, so we will not have to bring another policy to just screw it even more up. So the things that most matter, as everyone has said on this dais, as we all suffer from it as 7 board members, retention rates. Teachers, principals, the retention rates are astronomically low. Exit survey isn't really where it's at. It's while you're here survey and you just got hired survey. The exit survey's too late. They're leaving. Who cares? So in regard to what you saw, were teachers of color part of that? Because we have issues around cultural bias, microaggressions towards students of color, not just by white teachers, but teachers in general, dealing with class issues. So we need to deal with whether you saw teachers of color. If you did, great, I want to know that. And students of color and in poverty. Monday at the event of teacher training, they talked about students of color and white students can perform the same if given the rigor and the opportunity. In Oakland and in many districts, we're not giving them the opportunity. So we have data that reflects what we're doing, which is not giving them the rigor and the opportunity. But they can perform just as well as any kid. So I just wanted to say that if you can give us a distillation of 10 pages and touch on retention rates, teachers of color, students of color, and poverty. And lastly, what did you see? Because I have family members that taught in Massachusetts. Budgets were way different over there. Now she's back. And it's like we're working with shoestring budget. They're working with caviar budget. So can we do it with our budget? That is a real question, right? And if not, then obviously Prop 13 reform and getting up to Sacramento around legislation. Lastly, I will say special education, 18% of our students, 1 in 5. How did that play into it if you can make sure that in the 10 pages you touch on special education? That's what I want to see. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Torres. Director Hinton-Hodge?
Thank you. So page 14, I found to be a very interesting page. This is the one with the star around improved student outcomes, retain talent, develop transformational leaders. And so, and I really kind of don't like using the word equity too much, but I do believe the idea of how we don't privilege the privilege already, how we make sure that like there's the voices that obviously are not really well represented show up in each of these little categories that you have. So supporting authentic community engagement. I thought it was interesting, the box around addressing charter competition. And so for me, as someone who has engaged the charter world for a really long time in a space around like glasses actually half full, this is actually good competition, why don't we learn, why don't we know about Article 12 and 27? They're the levers to compete with a charter, and why don't we know that? That's been around for 4 or 5 years. So again, we can be scared and have elephants in the room and our ideological differences, but we are not doing the work particularly. So anyway, this particular page 14 feels like, yeah, this is all the work. The thoughtful right-sizing of the central office and district. I would say things like SQR, those Yeah, those things have been in place, but again, when we chop from the top, we lose our capacity to do a lot of those elements. And so this is for me where it goes back to the hard work of right-sizing the district. I don't want to villainize anybody who works in the district, and I don't want to villainize anyone that makes $100,000, right? Like, I feel like you deserve that. And so I will fight for those types of things, but I've got to be really clear to, like, again, there's a sense of like who holds those jobs is diverse, and then how do we protect that either as board members or the superintendent, that you know, this is the inconsistency, right? This is the difficulty around implementation. We have tools and we kind of don't use them all the time. I think people will the PAC got to decide you know, what was valuable inside this district. And some of the things they said, like organizational development wasn't necessary. Office of Equity wasn't really necessary. So again, you know, this autonomy thing to me is like, it's something to be judged, and you've heard me say it for years. I don't believe in putting every cent at school sites because I don't have the confidence and the faith that people aren't going to use that money in kind of equitable ways without bias. I don't feel like they teach parents how to use those resources and be a part of decision making. So, and we also saw that there can be principals that kind of go out of control when there's been direction given at the central office, and then they decide to spend however they want to spend, and we get to the end. You know, it's not just principals, right? But it's also like we can't close books because, you know, there is this like everybody Wild Wild West can do whatever they want to do. So I know y'all are grappling with it, and so I just will say, with my heavy critique, I think this is the exact work that we need to be doing, and I just hope you bring more wisdom into your space and don't tokenize people. It doesn't feel good.
Thank you, Director Hinton-Hodge. I want to appreciate the work of the design team. I know I was a little harsh earlier, and I really do appreciate what you did, but I feel like there's a lot of gaps and inconsistencies, and or not even inconsistencies, just competing priorities and interests in what we've heard throughout this board meeting tonight. And I guess my question for both Deputy Superintendent Aguilera and the design team folks is, how are we going to pull these two things together? Because I heard everyone saying we want direction sooner rather than later. So it doesn't seem that you're ready to provide that tonight, or we're ready to provide that tonight, but we need to figure out a timeline and what that process is going to look like. If you want to respond, you can. I also am mindful that we need to go to public comment. We extended our meeting to 11, and we have 2 more items ahead of us. So I would like to find a path to wrapping this up. Did someone want to respond? Otherwise, we're going to keep going. Did you want to respond? Superintendent's going to respond. Ms. Carter, please.
Well, just a couple of things. One, I think the clear next step, which we had talked about in our last meeting, is figuring out a way to kind of bring together the work. There were 2 things that the design team had said. They talked about capacity and mindset as we think about systematizing this work. And one of the pieces I lifted up is when we talk about autonomies, a lot of school leaders still don't have a clear concept of what that means, and definitely centrally, there's a lot more conversation, which the team talked about, in terms of making sure that we all are operating under the same mental model, so to speak, when we're talking about the earned versus the defined autonomies. And kind of back to the capacity building, which we really haven't touched upon much, which is a huge piece around the implementation. So back to Jason Willis and the work that he's done with West Ed. He worked with us in the district last year. I know he worked with the design teams, been doing just a lot of work around this topic, because he was here when we were beginning to put some of those pieces in place. And to that saying, to whom much is given, much is required, we have to think about what the investment is if we want to have more schools that have site-based decision making. So we were in West Oakland yesterday, and we heard emphatically from some of our parents around, you know, the district needs to do a better job training principals around how you do parent outreach. The principal's job is huge. It's not just about instruction, and I think sometimes we take for granted. And it's the same thing for teachers. Just because you come into the profession because you love students and families, that you automatically know what that skill set and disposition is. So if we're saying on one hand that our policies are about site-based decision-making, there's an investment that we need to make if we actually want to get to defined autonomy versus just staying and earn. So there's an investment in terms of if that is a value. I think Director Torres spoke about your budget reflects your priorities. So if we're saying that that is a priority, we need to think about over time how we're building the capacity so that there's training, so somebody who may start off and not have that skill set to do distributed leadership can grow into that position. There's also on the financial side too, it's cheaper to centralize because it means you need less staffing. If we want to have more site-based decision-making, there needs to be more investment in terms of, I remember being that principal with RBB, I spent hella time with my fiscal analyst on everything. And all of the new principals that we've been interviewing, the big piece around where they need support, particularly anybody coming new from another district or even as an assistant principal, is the budget. And knowing, okay, if I'm going to have $1 million, in some cases, high schools is more, particularly with Measure N dollars as well. We need to think about how we're building in the systems of building that capacity. So I think those are two things when we come back with an update is a lot of the conversations, I think the tension is good. And we shouldn't walk away from it. This is hella hard work in terms of figuring out, but really making sure we have a shared mindset around all of central office and our union partners around what this is. Lastly is I put a charge in terms of I would like to see more visits in terms of California districts that are doing this work. So I'd mentioned Chula Vista, and I'd mentioned Santa Rosa as just two districts that I'm just going to put it out on the table, how we're creating more charter-like conditions within the district. So in Chula Vista, they have a whole concept around dependent charters, which are charter-like innovations within the district. They figured out ways of kind of having governance structures with teachers. So there are many different ways we can operationalize this, but context does matter. And so being able to do some trips with some districts within California so we can learn, you know, within the current state, how are districts thinking about kind of central and systems conditions differently. So I appreciate the work and conversation and looking forward to the next steps.
Vice President London, I know you want to move to public comment. I just need to say one more thing.
Okay,
one
more thing.
Okay, when this comes back, what I need to be able to make a decision is an understanding of a couple things. One is there has not been deep engagement with labor unions, particularly the classified employees. I need to understand some of the autonomies that principals or that you all, the design team is asking for around staffing. I need to understand what are the implications. How would the union contracts need to be changed? What has the feedback from labor unions been? What is the impact, right? If you all have the ability to opt out, for example, of gardeners or custodians or whatever it is that you guys are thinking about, how does that impact some of our most vulnerable workers, right? Or nutrition services, if you guys could buy from any food vendor. And I'm not saying those are ideas that are on the table, these are examples. I want to understand sort of like what is the impact on unions going to be, what is the feedback, what would need to change in the contract. And then the other thing that I need to understand is a really, really clear analysis, and this is to, several people have raised this point about capacity building. How would we actually, what resources would we actually need to shift to building capacity for this to work, right? For principals to be supported in having autonomies, for distributive leadership teams and instructional leadership teams at schools to be supported in having this level of autonomies. Because that is the piece that if we can't stabilize staffing, this is never going to work. And so how do we need to support schools to stabilize their staffing and build really strong leadership teams? Otherwise, we're going to continue to have a few schools that have stable leadership, both the principals and the teaching staff, and they're going to be well equipped to adopt this sort of autonomous model, and then we're going to have 75 or 80% of our schools that are never going to get there if we're not adequately staffing this capacity building work. So those are the two things I really need to understand. It's like, what are the impacts on labor? What is the feedback from labor? And how would we actually need to be staffed in order to do the capacity building that's necessary to really support this? Thanks
Thank
for
you.
the work,
Do any
everybody.
other directors want to offer more comments? All right, Director Harris. Because you guys, you know,
I know.
we're going to take some. We're going to
I
go over
know.
11. I predict it.
But this is a quick one. So, yeah, they lost. Well, we're not supposed to know that though. So next time there won't be two presentations. There will be one. This group working with the central team. Is that the?
Yes.
That's the milestone. That's the commitment.
That's a
Because
milestone,
I
yes.
think we will save some time if you work together and we shorten this. But no, appreciate the conversation and that commitment. So look forward to seeing the team come back together as you work through this. But thank you. That's all.
Great. How many public speakers do we have?
There are 9.
All right. We'll give each person, we've been giving people 2 minutes. So if you feel like you want to offer comment, this is going to be your moment. If you can be quicker, we would appreciate it. If you feel that your point has been covered, we would also appreciate that as well. Can we call the names, please?
Kim Davis, Mike Hutchinson, Jim Mordecai, Carol Denton, Ismael Armendez, Cesar Cruz, Mallory Moser, Timothy Douglas, Eleanor Alderman.
If your name was called and you'd like to offer public comment, this is your moment. Thank you. Hi.
My name is Cesar Cruz. Many blessings to you, school board. I'm going to use some of the superintendent's words. I'm hella nervous, so I prepared remarks because I've been in your presence only twice before in 25 years that I've been in this district. I'm one of the design team members representing our community. I have a deep love for our district that goes back to when my career started at Fremont High in '94 through Upward Bound. In the 2000s, I was part of the small schools movement, serving a black and brown school in East Oakland called East Oakland Community High School, but we were not able to actualize our dream. For the last 10 years, I've been blessed to be part of the Homies Empowerment Program, born in 2009 at Fremont and Castlemont High School. And we're deeply excited about Board Policy 6006E, which allows us to dream about new ways to serve our young people. At Homies, we're focused on serving 14 to 16-year-olds who are being pushed out of both district and charter schools, and we want to serve the warriors, healers, scholars, and hustlers within that we know they already are. Over the past few years, we have been developing a model that includes grandmothers in every class and lifers from prison as advisors. We want to do this unionized. We have much love for the OEA, and we believe in models like Street Academy, and like ours, they can be possible in Oakland Unified. But in order to do so, our schools need certain freedoms to innovate. For us, that means ethnic studies not in just a side class, but in mathematics and science. Our security guards are grandmothers with chanclas. Our fences are made of corn. Our grades are by students as they prove their mastery. It means we'll have a sweat lodge at the school and career preparation in activism-related fields, from immigration to Black Lives Matter. It means 30 college credits. However, everyone tells us that the only way to innovate is as a charter because we won't honor our policies. We don't believe that. We want to develop this model with you, but the only way we can do it is with this autonomy. Bless you and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cruz. We appreciate you coming tonight. All right. Is there anything more on the autonomies item? All right. Thank you, everybody. We are moving on. It is 10:35. We are now on item T2, 191240. This is the partnership between Castlemont High School and Leadership Public Schools. And I see a team coming forward. Thank you very much for your patience this evening. And for those who were here for the autonomies item, we really appreciate your work and your commitment. So Superintendent, I'm turning this to you.
Okay. I have a
So continuing on in terms of Board Policy 6006, We are here with the update around the Castlemont Complex partnership between Castlemont and Leadership Public Schools. So at this time, I am calling up Yvette Renteria. Who am I calling up, Yvette?
Chef.
Okay, Vanessa Cifuentes, Network Superintendent for High School. Is anybody else joining you?
Yes, Superintendent. I will go ahead and introduce the team shortly behind me. Well, I'll let them introduce themselves when they come up. Good evening and thank you, Superintendent, Board of Directors. My name is Vanessa Cifuentes, and just for the record, I serve as an Executive Director on the high school team. I didn't just get a promotion. I'm happy to be here with you this evening to share a little bit with you about the work that our team at Castlemont has been doing over the last 5 years. Castlemont is one of the schools that I've had the privilege of supporting over the last 4 years during my time at the district. And this evening I have the opportunity to share and kind of open up this presentation for you, to share updates with you all about the work that has been happening between Castlemont and Leadership Public Schools, which is the charter campus that is the charter school that is co-located on the Castlemont campus. So as I mentioned, this work has been taking place over the last 5 years, and under the leadership of Principal William Chavrin. One thing that I'd like to cite before our team comes up and shares more about the work is that not only is this an example of a successful district and charter collaboration, it's also an example and a bit of a bridge to a potential opportunity that will help us move our work forward around Board Policy 6006, which, as we know, is part of our work to create quality and sustainable schools across our school district. So just the team will share more with you. But the only other thing I'd like to say before I pass the mic is that this is also the first opportunity for us to hear a little bit more. It's our first presentation that touches on a potential Prop 51 approval for Leadership Public Schools, which is, again, an opportunity for us to support our larger district goal around improving quality schools across the district in the communities that need it the most. So with that said, I'm going to pass it along to Principal William Chavrin, who can tell you a lot more about the work that's been happening on his campus over the last 5 years.
Greetings, distinguished members of the board and superintendent. My name is William Chavrin. Well, because of being raised in Oakland, attending Oakland schools, being a teacher in Oakland, having family members that attended Castlemont High School, 5 years ago I proudly became the Castlemont High School principal. It became very evident when I first got there that we needed to become a hub in East Oakland that provided incredible opportunities and amazing opportunities for our children. We currently share a campus with Leadership Prep School, which is a charter high school. We started 5 years ago building a relationship and collaborating on safety strategies. We've grown that collaboration into now we have students that share classroom experiences. They practice restorative strategies in order to resolve conflict, compete side by side on athletic teams, and our administrative team meets monthly. We are now discussing actual activities that we want to share as the prom, dances, field days, field trips, all sorts of fun experiences for our children across the campus. The goal one of the goals that we have is how can we double the resources and types of experiences as opposed to dividing them. So we're combining our resources in order to provide incredible experiences for our children. We are also working collaboratively with college course opportunities and work-based learning opportunities, which as we are projecting for our children to take college courses, have college credits already completed, LPS has some opportunities and Castlemont has opportunities. So we want to combine those resources for our children. And of course, our children love to make money, so the work-based learning experiences are there as well. And The second goal that I'll speak about, there are a lot that others will be speaking about, but the second goal that I'll speak about is how can we make our campus attractive for the students, the school-age students that live in our district, to choose the Castlemont community. And so we have a lot of things that we're already doing, but we are seeing that we'll be able to do more things in the near future. So in the following presentation, you will hear from community members from both campuses and the array of ways that we collaborate now and things that we're talking about doing to create amazing experiences for our East Oakland community.
Good evening, my name is Laura Hayes and I'm the principal at LPS Oakland. What I am going to speak to is some of the work that we're doing around investing our students in their future. So first off, both of our schools have received really high rankings in our Measure N review, and we're really proud of the pathways that we have developed over the last couple of years. A second aspect of just supporting our students with their future is thinking about early college credit, and we have students from both of our schools who are graduating with from a semester to a full year of college credits, which if we want to think of that in terms of dollars, we could consider that a scholarship for our students that could be up to, if they are going to a UC, thinking about $30,000 after they graduate from our campus. We also, through Measure N, have just a lot of pathways for significant workforce experience for our students and providing them certification opportunities and internship experiences. And we really believe that it's important for the Castlemont community of schools to become known as a space where students can jumpstart their work towards college and career.
Good evening, Board. Good evening, Superintendent. My name is Frankie Navarro. I'm coming to speak with you as a proud Castlemont alumni, current member of the leadership team, but also a longtime East Oakland Birch Street resident and a proud Elmhurst parent. And what I'm speaking to you is just really about the things about how to make this happen. Some of these things have already been happening. In my tenure at Castlemont, I've been through the turnover of administration. And to be honest, it wasn't until we had a consistent administration at Castlemont that we began to bridge that divide between LPS and Castlemont. So someone that worked along leading the restorative practices at Castlemont has worked closely with the Dean of Students at LPS to make sure that the priority is around safety. So just speaking around campus safety, we've had strong relationships between our administration, between our security, where there's constant communication about issues and concerns. We communicate about events that happen at either site or crises that might occur at site or in the neighborhood. We began this conversation really talking about creating a safety corridor to the campus. I think that's a key and important thing that brought us together about creating safe spaces for travel for all the students that attend both schools. So, and the last thing around just campus safety, we utilize restorative practice as a means to really bridge both communities, and we've seen that culture from students really come together to understand when there is issues and not to create that divide. The other piece is around student collaboration. Someone that's graduated from that site and has been involved, I've always wondered about why do we do two different things? Mr. Shavrin spoke a little bit about just what some of the planning has been going on around creating activities around prom, homecoming that are collaborative, but as someone like myself that just finished his 13th baseball season coaching at Castlemont and leading athletics at Castlemont, that's been something that's really brought both campuses together, because under CIF rules, LPS students are able to participate in our sports. Therefore, Castlemont has benefited from being able to fulfill teams, and more importantly, over the last years, LPS has provided some financial support for athletics, specifically when we think about how short some of those resources can be around athletics. So that collaboration has been great. We're looking to grow around athletics to include more LPS teachers as coaches on those teams, so that there's more of a community base for that. Even a coach has led to a coach really just inviting LPS students to join a college tour this spring from Castlemont and Fremont. So just we're starting to see those. There's a garden that was started by LPS that's now kind of grown into that's fallen under the Castlemont Sustainable Urban Design, where students from both campuses kind of share internships there. So those are things that, like I said, we want to continue to build out. It's starting, but I can tell you that for the last 3 years, being able to have a partnership where we kind of blur the line of that divide, and that's what's important around student collaboration. Laura's going to speak to you more about the community partners, because I think being on the same campus, we share some of those things as well.
So I want to speak to just some of the community partners that benefit both of our students. So first is really the partnership with Peralta. We have been able to have both Castlemont and LPS students together in a statistics dual enrollment course. It's a course that fulfills students' UC or CSU math requirement when they complete it, and so that's a shared space for our students. And this summer, Castlemont has invited LPS students to participate in a child growth and development dual enrollment course, and so we're working to get Castlemont and LPS students together for that. This spring, we began a partnership with Oakland's Adult and Career Ed, and we are offering something that both of our parents have really been asking for years, which is English courses for our families. And so we have a full room Tuesday and Thursday nights on the campus filled with parents from both schools who are engaging in that. Through some of our recent community engagement, we also were hearing our families speak about a desire to bring additional courses that all of them can benefit from. We were hearing some of our English-speaking parents were requesting Spanish classes, requests around computer literacy courses, financial literacy, things like that. We also both benefit from our partnerships with Children's Hospital and Youth Uprising, which are just really integral to our ability to serve the whole child and their families. And we are excited about opportunities through grants and funders that I think are going to be spoken to by someone else, but just to continue to support our vision and to bring more resources to our campus for all of our students.
So next steps about how we make the vision real, and I'll be short because I think Mr. Shavin took up most of my time to speak. But really, as a true Castlemont graduate, what I know of the Castlemont is the 100, 200, 300 building. And I think this vision creates an opportunity and space for LPS to return the 100 building back to Castlemont, for us to also increase enrollment. And my goal would be that there's waiting lists at both schools. This is a school of choice for many of the students that live around where I live, but for high school. So the vision around creating staff collaboration, creating staff inquiry groups, collaborating with student governments for student activities. But more importantly, when I came back into this work just recently, I had an idea of bringing back staff. I do it every year for Castlemont, where I invite folks to my home and do a taco social. So this year I was able to do that and invite LPS staff, and it was well attended with over 75 staff from both schools, which I think is just a pivotal step to bring both campuses together to share ideas, best practices, things that work well, things that don't work well. And for the longest, be able to provide an example of how we really should be working together, public and charter. So with that, also with the increased dual enrollment opportunities, students are able to interact in their day-to-day. So my hopes is that with the support of you all, support of everyone in the community, that the Castlemont Community of Schools is the school of choice for folks that live within East Oakland.
So good evening. My name is Dr. Pat Sadler. I'm the new superintendent for Leadership Public Schools. I'm excited to be here. I was a former OUSD teacher, OUSD principal. I moved out of the area for a short period of time, and now I'm back, and I'm excited to be a part of this collaboration with Castlemont. So I wanted to just clarify a few things as we enter into the discussion around Prop 51. First of all, I want to just clarify that we are not planning at all to increase our enrollment at LPS. We want to stay within our charter. We're not trying to pull more students away from Castlemont. We actually want to move forward with this project and hopefully be able to increase enrollment for Castlemont and bring back the students that live in the community. So if we're able to move forward with Prop 51, we will return the 100 building, which is where LPS is currently housed, back to Castlemont, and they would be able to grow into those classroom spaces. We would also no longer need to share classroom spaces with Castlemont, and LPS's enrollment would be capped. And very excitingly, we have this, as part of this vision, is that we will build an early college center, which will house courses that students from both schools would have access to. They would be able to work on earning college credit, and it is my hope that we would be able to ensure that students would earn potentially 24 to 48 college units before they graduate from high school. In order to sustain that, we have many partnerships. You saw a slide earlier, Children's Hospital, the two community colleges. There are other organizations that are interested in partnering with us. There's community-based organizations. There are several local foundations. There are the faith-based organizations. There are community members. There are alumni. We have 2 alumni here tonight that have come back, and they give back to the LPS Castlemont community. And so I feel confident that with those partnerships, despite who's in my role or who's in Kyla's role, that this partnership will continue to grow and thrive and impact the students in East Oakland, because they are so deserving of being able to go to school in beautiful facilities and thrive.
Thank you.
I have one more slide.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Sorry. I'm a little tired.
That's okay. Me too. And I have a fractured foot. And so I just wanted to, once again, just kind of share what the benefit will be for Castlemont and for OUSD. So if we're able to move forward with Prop 51, we have made over a $400,000 investment in Building 100. And so Castlemont students would benefit from that investment. We would, again, I would reiterate that we will have the Early College Center, and we will work collectively to seek funding so that as we are able to build a facility for LPS on the campus, we will also be able to invest in Castlemont and provide upgrades both physically as well as infrastructure. And with the partnerships, we hope to continue the partnership around athletics and garden. And we also feel that it's really important to open up this early college center for all of our students. Additionally, we currently have a commitment from the San Francisco Foundation. They awarded a 3-year grant to Castlemont that is valued at over $200,000. We have the residency programs trying to address teacher shortage across the city of Oakland. We're going to be partnering with Loyola Marymount University with a new special ed residency program. And we also want to just share with you that LPS students are East Oakland students. They are 98% free and reduced students. Over 13% of our students are English learners, and about 13% of our students are special ed students. They are mostly mild, moderate students, but we do support and thrive at building a model to support all students that come to us in East Oakland. So I just want to close with saying that I personally am excited to come to the helm of LPS, to be a part of an exciting partnership with Castlemont. And I hope that collectively we'll be able to build out this vision and really impact the youth of East Oakland. They deserve it, and we're ready to roll our sleeves up and do the work to ensure an excellent opportunity for them. So thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, any questions or comments?
Vice President London, I'm wondering if we can take up the facilities, the lease. Is that appropriate at this time? Just save some time, and because my questions are related to both things.
Is there anybody? Well, we're going to need to take public comment on this item before we do that. Okay. Are there questions specific to this presentation that board members would like to ask, or comments you would like to make?
Are there efforts?
Let's do 3 minutes, please, Mr. Seychell.
Are there efforts to create a special education population at LPS that's more reflective of OUSDs in terms of more severe disabilities? And then my other question is, can you talk about the San Francisco Foundation grant and what is that for collaboration, and what is that for?
So I'm going to have Will speak to you about the San Francisco Foundation grant, and I'll have Laura talk with you about the vision around special ed.
Yeah, so our special education population at LPS has really grown over the last couple of years, and we have been working to,
Vice
we have,
President,
Excuse me.
could I get clarification from you, Director Gonzalez? When how did you describe the sped students? What did you say, more severe? So is that students that are in wheelchairs? Is that students that are
So
blind?
this is my time right now, so I'm going to
No,
hear
so
the
I need
answer to the question.
clarification.
Can I have my time back? 'Cause
Sure, you
I've
can
been
have all of it
interrupted.
back. I don't care. You can have my time. I'll give you my 3 minutes. My question is, when you say, do you take more special ed? I'm saying, what autism students in wheelchairs? Can you define what you're talking about?
They said that most of their special ed population is not a severe, it's a moderate. So I'm asking about.
To take more severe students, which would mean a student in a wheelchair, a student that's blind.
I think my guest director, I don't want to speak for Director Gonzalez, but I think she was relying on the definitions that are used in the special ed community.
Very well, but I know we start to mince around more or less, and so I need better definition when you say more.
I asked my question the way that I wanted to ask it.
Let's resume the clock and let the, go ahead.
So
Thank you.
we have definitely increased the range of students who are serving with IEPs on our campus over the last couple of years, and that has resulted in really expanding our staffing for that department. And so we've added an ERMS mental health therapist to the staff to be able to support students who are coming in who are diagnosed as ED. We've added one-on-one behavioral aids for students, and so have continued to grow and are completely committed to making sure that we can support whichever students enroll at LPS.
Okay, but you do not have a counseling enriched classroom. Do you have any students with severe physical disabilities, and do you have plans to be able to support more severely disabled students as you go forward?
So we do not currently have students who are severely disabled. We have been, part of the program that we have developed has been around thinking about how we can support students who have come from a counseling enriched program, and we've done this with multiple students to make it work within our program. We also are in the process of hiring a program specialist for next year, which is a role that we haven't had before, with the intention of really trying to be thoughtful about how we can continue to create programs that don't currently exist at our school.
Thank you.
San Francisco Foundation has given us $200,000 for the next 3 years. So that's each year we'll get $200,000. So the value is actually $600,000. And the focus is on teacher retention, culture, and college and career. And so those are the three areas that we're putting a plan together and a budget to serve our community.
But specifically to support collaboration in those areas, or is it for Castlemont, period?
Right now, Castlemont has worked with the San Francisco Foundation to secure those funds.
Okay, great.
Yes.
Congratulations, that's awesome.
One piece to add, just point of clarification, is that about 10% of our students with IEPs are moderate or severe.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions or comments from board members specific to this item? Director Harris.
I just want to first say thank you for the work. Beautiful to see this team. If board members really want to see just transformation at work, I think you should look at, not to exclude the folks at LPS, but first look at these two gentlemen here. When I first joined this board, Castlemont High School was not the place it is today, and that's due largely to these gentlemen here and the love and care that they put into the school. So I just invite you to go and visit and look and see what they've created. It's a loving, caring space, and I think it's only going to get better. And just thank you for your leadership. And thank you to the whole Castlemont community team who pulled me into a meeting, and they said, "Look at what we've been doing." And I was like, "What? Y'all been doing all this?" And so, this is not something that I said you have to do these things. It's not something the superintendent said you have to do. It's really an organic thing that they began to work through and are still working through. But I really think that the key ingredient is relationship, family, and community, right? That's at the foundation. Without that, you can't really teach a kid math or science. What I do see when I go to Castlemont is I see kids who feel a part of community, who feel loved, and I just appreciate that and appreciate the opportunity Castlemont has ahead of it. It is really becoming a flagship, 8601 MacArthur, man. We never thought we would see the day, but thank you, man. Appreciate it. Appreciate the work.
Director Yee.
So there's two gentlemen sitting down. Are they part of this this presentation? I give them my 3 minutes. I give you my 3 minutes.
We're here for public comment, Director Yee. We're going to call them next.
Well, well, okay.
Do you want to offer any comments or questions?
Well, I mean, they've been here the entire evening, and I'd like to at least find
well,
out who
we're
they
going to
are.
move to
I
public
have no
comment
clue
when
who
you're
they
when
are.
you're done. We're going to public comment. All right. Any other? All right, and we're going to need to extend the time. Can I have a motion, please? No, we're going to need at least 30 minutes.
At least half an hour.
I'm going to make a motion to extend the meeting to 11:30.
Second.
Thank you. We're going to move forward. Can we have public comment, please? How many speakers do we have?
We have 6 speakers.
Great. We'll give each speaker 2 minutes.
Oscar Ureno, Jorge Diaz Alvarez, Daniel Romo, Asada Olabola, Carla Thomas, Catherine Carter.
Ms. Dalton says she signed up online. Let's have the speakers come forward. If your name was called, please line up at the microphone. You have 2 minutes. We appreciate your ability to.
I'm sorry, there was one additional.
Yes.
Carol Dalton.
Great.
Yes.
Welcome. Thank you for sitting here, and we look forward to hearing from you.
Good evening, board and superintendent. My name is Daniel Romo, and I was born and raised in East Oakland. As a child, a brisk walk down the block brought me to the doors of Brookfield Elementary School, where I made lifelong friends and memories. In middle school, I attended James Madison, which is now known as James Madison Park Academy in Sobrani Park. After 8th grade, I found myself pursuing an education at LPS Oakland, and using that knowledge I had gained from both charter and district schools, I attended and graduated from the University of California, Santa Cruz. And here is where I found my calling as a teacher and decided to come back to my community in hopes of inspiring young students of color just like me. This year I managed to teach accelerated math and reading courses to high school students, to high school freshmen at my alma mater, LPS Oakland R&D. With this meeting, we have a chance to destigmatize the relationship between district and charter schools. Together we can lead by example in an effort to support the larger cause, which is to enrich the young minds of Oakland. Investing in new and upgraded buildings will create a platform for adding program resources and opportunities for our students to become familiar with college-level courses before even attending one. In addition, a common building will allow students to connect and build relationships in order to provide a more unified community. I'm incredibly excited to move forward with these plans in hopes that they make students proud to attend Castlemont's community of schools. With the connection to Castlemont campus nearly lasting a decade, I can say that I am honored to be a part of an initiative that breathes new life into Castlemont, into our shared campus as well. The way I see it, our collaboration can only lead to a result of further engagement from our families, our community, our students, and our faculty. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jorge Diaz, a 2018 LPS Oakland alum. Currently, I am pursuing a bachelor's at Cal State East Bay, majoring in business economics. I just completed my first year of college. Fortunately, I was given the opportunity to return to the LPS community as a tutor for Algebra 2 for students who are struggling. Last year, I was a part of the pilot program at LPS Oakland Castlemont that provided students with the opportunity to take 2 college-level statistic courses. This was the first time LPS and Castlemont had a joint academic class. Through this program, I was able to get to know Castlemont students. Being enrolled in the College of Alameda Stats course our senior year of high school helped me have a better understanding of the students at Castlemont and provided me an opportunity to have a deeper sense of community on our shared campus. One of the Castlemont students, Jaylene, was planning on attending tonight. At the last minute, she was unable to attend, but she wanted to tell you about the importance of the class to her success at UC Berkeley this year. The stats class was very rigorous, the daily homework, weekly quizzes, and activities, but we both found means to persevere and excel through the course while also getting to know each other and better understand our schools. We realized that we really had similar experiences. Being enrolled in dual enrollment classes in high school was extremely important to me. I did not have the financial struggle of paying for the same class right now as a college freshman. I can say it helped boost my confidence as an academic. The class was challenging, but I did well. I was ahead in credits and felt more prepared to do college level work. It also helped me adjust to East Bay. I could focus on different classes and not worry about doing lower level math classes. It helped push me in the right direction. In addition, it helped me on the personal level of finding a love for math. I feel excited about coming back to LPS to work with students struggling with math because I was one of those students at one time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, school board members and President Trammell. My name is Carla Thomas. I'm a resident of Oakland the last 20 years. I consider myself a bit of an advocate for youth in general. And what I've seen of the leadership of LPS and Castlemont, I'm just really excited about their collaboration and wanted you to know that I support it. This is we speak a lot on the problems and issues, but it's nice to see people working together, coming together with a solid solution that will be a win-win for not only our students, but the community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas.
Good evening, I'm Carol Dalton. I'm sure that there are good things happening at LPS for many students, and it was wonderful to hear about them. But do not be mistaken. LPS is contributing to your special education budget problem. At 13% enrollment in special ed, or 13% students with IEPs, LPS enrolls 25% less students with IEPs than Oakland Unified in general. It is a member of the El Dorado SELPA, so it does not contribute to cost sharing for students with all types of disabilities. Page 49 of its application refers to a resource program, and the word severe appears nowhere in the over 600 pages of that application. We heard about how special education students are intersectional. So we could expect that there would be students with severe disabilities across the various groups that LPS does serve. Moderate severe is an academic category. You need specialized staff who can administer the CAPA in order to serve moderate severe students. You need teachers with moderate severe credentials. The LMU residency, you can look it up. It only supports a mild, moderate credential. Whoever this school is serving, it is not providing the legally required services for students with moderate to severe disabilities. It is not serving a comparable percentage of special education students to OUSD.
Thank you.
Love life, love black people. I'm very limited on understanding what's going on with these two schools. I know one is chartered, I know one is not. I don't know what the difference is as it relates to teaching and learning, because what they're giving you tonight is how they collaborate, almost doing the same thing. So if they're doing the same thing, why do we need two schools, is my question. Now, I worked at a collaborative school situation in New Orleans, and one part of the school was a magnet school, and for gifted and talented students at the high school level. The other school in the same building was an alternative school for kids who were doing very poorly, and they were given another chance to succeed. And the concept was put two different types of populations together so that they could learn to coexist as the real world. But I don't get the difference here. Two schools doing the exact same thing. Why do we need two schools? That's my question, and it's been my question ever since I got here. I've never seen chartered schools that give you a description of what they do differently as it relates to teaching and learning. They just chartered schools running their own programs, period. So if there's a collaboration and you're doing the same thing, the question again, why do we exist with two schools?
Thank you.
Just very quickly, I'll save most of my comments for the least next. This isn't a collaboration. You know, Castlemont didn't reach out and find a school to work with and then set up a partnership. This was a school that was put on that campus, not because Castlemont asked it to be there. And thankfully, there are site administrators that are making the best of a situation that is a co-location, not a collaboration. And so just listening to the presentation, we heard this big news about a grant from the San Francisco Foundation, and then further details come out, and it turns out it's a grant to Castlemont. So this sure sounds like the charter school wants to collaborate by using more of our resources. Having students from both schools sit jointly in a Peralta college class is not collaboration. That's called registering to the same class. Let's be honest about this. This is not something we want. We know this is an end run to try to make that school permanently on that campus. This is not the same as when the school board broke up Castlemont and ruined it in the first place by turning it into small schools with no plan and then tried to put it back together. This is a charter school that's been placed there through Prop 39. This is not a collaboration. And when you made those offers, you told the community that you had to do it, that you had to offer that space, that you had to put them there. This is an occupation, not a collaboration. And we need to use the proper framing. Collaboration means both parties are coming to this as equals with equal say. We didn't have any say in this school being placed there. So it could never be a true, authentic collaboration. And this won't work no matter how many games you play with words. Luckily, my education in Oakland came before these current changes, so I actually have a quality vocabulary.
Thank you. This was a presentation, so there's no further action required. We're now going to move on to item T2, 191240. This is a, okay, wait, sorry. Director Hinton-Hodges, it's on the item we're closing.
It's a clarifying question.
Thank you.
And just to indulge my colleagues, because we have been talking about this item for a while, and we've been, probably a good year. And at some point, we decided that we would have criterion, and that needed to be the first step to do anything. So I just want to indulge my colleagues in the possibility of voting today. If you don't want to go for it, that's fine. But I would like to make a motion that we actually hear this and be able to make a vote today. There's been a bit of a precedent that's been set a few weeks ago where without even doing a reading of a new legislation matter, we actually took a vote. So it's not unheard of that we might do something like this. So wanted to see if I could indulge.
So let me introduce the item, and then we can. The item is, I'm sorry, I read the wrong number. It's 191274. This is an agreement, a charter school facilities agreement between Leadership Public Schools at Castlemont. It is listed as a first reading.
Not properly noticed as a voting item.
It's not noticed as a voting item. So we are going to have a presentation. Because this is a first reading, I don't believe we need a motion at this time. Is that correct, Mr. Rakestraw?
That's correct.
Great. So let's have the presentation. Is there a presentation? Here comes our charter school office director. Thank you, Ms. Maraca. Thank you for being here so late. I just want to remind folks, time check, we have 15 minutes remaining in this meeting. Is there, I believe there's, I think he's calling up the slides, but maybe you want to introduce yourself while we get going.
Sonali Maraca, Director of the Office of Charter Schools.
Go ahead.
Is the presentation almost up?
He's pulling it up right now.
Okay, great.
I'm sorry for the inconvenience.
Oh, no problem. So here today to talk about a long-term lease for LPS. That would be in conjunction with the Prop 51 dollars that they are eligible to receive. So,
do you tap dance?
Vice President Lundy, can I just ask a question since we're
Sure,
waiting?
go ahead.
I wasn't clear, the language was not clear to me in the contract. So there's a 20-year lease term, and then there's 2 optional 10-year renewals. But I'm not clear on whether that is solely at LPS's discretion or if that's something that has to be mutually agreed upon, because the language is a little vague.
So, and we can go back, I can go back to our legal to see if we want to clarify the language. My understanding is that either side has the option to do a reopener for negotiations.
So let me make sure I understand this. LPS says we'd like to re-up for another 10 years, and we say no thanks, and then that's the end of it?
I believe it has to be a negotiation process. I don't know what the details would look like. I can talk to our
Okay,
legal counsel.
so I would like the language to be more clear.
Yeah.
So while we're waiting, I don't know what the delay is with calling up the slides, but is it possible for you to just
I'll
do
just pull it
this
up on my
without,
laptop.
and then we'll
Yeah.
tag along? Thank you.
Yeah.
And here it is. Look,
Oh, great.
magic.
Great. So just quick background, which most of you are familiar with. LPS was approved by the board to apply for Prop 51 back in 2017. The school was awarded by the state $28 million for Prop 51. Half of that comes as a grant, and half of that is a loan to be paid back. Before receiving those dollars, it's expected that the district will sign this long-term lease because the charter school has to commit to paying back this large loan. And as the previous presentation talked about, they talked about the plans for the money, so I'm not going to go into details here about that. As folks know, we approved long-term lease criteria back in May. So I will talk here about how the school fits with the long-term lease criteria. So there are 4 areas: access, equity, quality, and operational sustainability. So I'll quickly go through each of these, and then if folks have follow-up questions, we can go through it in more detail. So around access and community benefit, here the criteria is looking around benefit to any co-located district school. Again, the previous presentation talked a lot about this. The positive sentiment among the community, there's been a lot of recent engagement around Prop 51 between the 2 school communities, and has a clear neighborhood that they're serving, or is a clear citywide kind of magnet-style program. LPS serves over 90% from the local neighborhood area. Around equity, 99% in-district Oakland students. They hold seats for newcomers, which is unique. They're the only charter school, I believe, that does that, and accepts students in actually all grade levels. And their demographics, the way we've defined in the long-term lease criteria, are reflective of OUSD. That's when we look at the percent students with disabilities combined with percent English learner, percent students with disabilities. And then also when we look at the severity of need, there's percent moderate severe as well as percent newcomer. Again, because of this holding of seats for newcomers, those 2 data points aggregated put them very close to the OUSD average. On quality, this is where they don't have the full 5 points. We set pretty aggressive quality targets on the dashboard, which sadly, nearly none of our schools, district or charter, would meet. So they earned 3 points here based on their dashboard and based on their core growth. And for operational sustainability, they've had very strong fiscal health for over the past 5 years, and stable enrollment and few notices of concern. So key terms of this long-term lease, we just talked about the sort of 20 years plus the 2 additional terms of 10 years each, which we can go back to the legal team to get clarity on how we want to refine that language. The actual design of what will happen on the campus, the actual construction project, is to be finally determined based on some initial funds that LPS will get from Prop 51 to do a full scoping. And then with that, once they have that information, we would as the district, work with them to approve a final design before the construction can actually begin. The folks in the earlier presentation talked about the enrollment cap that LPS is agreeing to. And furthermore, we've also asked them to agree to include in the lease the fact that they will not come forward for a material revision for enrollment increases throughout the lease unless mutually agreed upon with the district. And then the last piece, LPS will not be allowed to submit a Prop 39 request for classroom space once they're in their newly constructed space. The financial terms are here. They are constructed as percentages of the school's overall revenue. I know for most folks, it's probably easier to think about this in dollar amounts. It is difficult to put with a lot of confidence dollar amounts to this. The estimate that we've come up with is about $2.5 to $3 million throughout the course of the 40 years that we would be getting in terms of these facilities fees. This is separate from the oversight fee, the 1% oversight fee that the school will also be paying. And of course, that doesn't include the fact that they'll be investing millions of dollars into renovating and updating the Castlemont campus. And then lastly, just a quick timeline here. We're at the first read today, planning for a vote next week. If that is approved, then the long-term lease would begin July 1st. And the anticipated date that the construction would be complete is August 2022.
Is that it? Thank you. We have some questions. We'll do 3 minutes for each person. Start with you, Director Gonzalez. I know you're eager to go.
Thank you.
Do 3.
So just this is more of a comment. To me, 40 years is a long time. We like what they're doing right now, but we don't know what's going to be happening in 40 years or even 5 years. So why 40 years? Why can't we just do a 15-year or 20-year lease?
Yeah, because the loan needs to be paid back over 30 years, it is unlikely that LPS would be willing to take on that loan without the commitment of a long-term lease. I'm happy to sort of call up them to speak more to that.
Okay. You mentioned 2 notices of concern. You didn't feel that they were serious. What were the notices of concern for?
So one was when we said serious, they aren't about student safety. So one was a Brown Act violation, which was that the door was locked when our staff member tried to go to the meeting, which they've since remedied by making sure they have a notice outside with a phone number that you can call. And the other one was a documentation issue with an expulsion hearing with a piece of information that wasn't quite right.
Okay. And then how does this payment schedule compare to revenue that we're getting from other leases?
Yeah. Well, so if they were on their current Prop 39 rate and space, which again, both of those are not 100% certain that those would stay the same, over the 40 years, it would be about $8 million, which is quite a bit more than this would be. However, obviously, we wouldn't then have the multi-million-dollar investment in the campus. So it is a consideration. But so that is the difference.
So if we agree to this, we're losing somewhere between $5 and $6 million, but we're gaining some improvements to the campus. To me, that's not particularly compelling because we don't know if we're ever going to have this space back. They may be there forever, right? And so to me, that's not compelling. So, just putting that out there that I would need to believe that the other benefits of this agreement are worth the $5 or $6 million in revenue that we're foregoing. So I think it would be helpful when you guys come back for a vote to include that information in the presentation, like what is the difference in the revenue under the current arrangement and the revenue under this agreement. Because I just feel like we're not presenting all the information without that analysis, that comparison.
Great. Director Torres.
Can you go back to the previous slide on this presentation? So It says that they will cap enrollment unless mutually agreed upon by the district and LPS. What does that even mean? I mean, it's either a cap or it's not.
So it's that they've capped enrollment, that's period, and they agree not to come forward for a material revision for an enrollment increase unless mutually agreed upon, which would mean that they would have to have in writing from the district that we want them to come forward
So we're
for a
asking
material
them
revision.
to come forward is what that means in the second half.
If we ask them to come forward,
Correct.
that's the only way they can come forward for
They're
a
not
material
going to
revision.
make the move first.
They
is
can't,
what
they're
that
not
means.
allowed to do
Okay.
it without our approval.
And then it says in the last bullet point that they're not going to ask for more classroom space. And that's based on the fact that they're going to cap their enrollment, correct? I mean, all of this is relative to each other.
It's, and
Somewhat.
also just that they've agreed because they'll be getting these facilities and paying these fees, yeah.
So I'm similar in thought to Director Gonzalez about this being a very long time. We have a couple other charter schools that have long leases based on the fact that they need the financing, and it's going to take 20 to 30 years to pay. So I think when we first dealt with this, it was Oakland Military Institute. We ended up doing 15 years. So we might want to look at that one for precedent and keep it consistent. And Lazier, we also looked at that, and it wasn't the first ask. There were modifications. So if you could look at that. And then the other issue I have is, can we also, since we're giving up so much, can we also ask them to join our SELPA and get out of the El Dorado SELPA, since they were quick to highlight that they have moderate to severe disability? I think we should start getting this on track, that charter schools get on our SELPA, and that would be something I would also want included in this. So if we could do that, I don't know if I know it's not relative, but it's time for things like that to start happening.
So just one note on the SELPA piece, and I can follow up with you and Ms. Bawa together. We've been talking with a few charter schools who are already interested in joining the SELPA,
Okay.
and we're not sure financially it actually makes the most sense right now to have some of them join, and so it would be worth us following up with you.
We should probably then have a meeting about that, because
that sounds good.
It's definitely a concern, and as we saw, 1 in 5 children, and so having programs that serve the special education students well, whether they're charter or school or district schools, is important, as we are now clear that we're carrying too much of the burden. So it is time to push back, and it is time to ask for programs in more schools that are non-district schools, or else we won't be able to take those students, and the lawsuits will just keep coming. So anyway, more layoffs too. Thank you.
Great. Anybody else have any questions or comments? Can we call the public comment, please? How many speakers do we have?
We have 7 speakers.
Let's call the names, please.
Asada Alabola, Mike Hutchinson, Kim Davis, Carol Dunton, Carla Thomas, Jay Herbert, Jennifer Afdal Rio.
Given the hour, we're going to limit public comment to 1 minute. Thank you.
Love Life. On page 13, it says that there's a possibility that a request for increased enrollment can happen if there's mutual agreement by the parties. Also on page 13 of the document, it says if the district elects to place another charter school on the site, that could be taken on consideration as well, using this document. The issue that should be considered is the evidence of an already existing collaboration and whether it's working as it relates to dedicated spaces and shared spaces. If you're going to consider an extension of an already existing lease, you need to see the evidence, because there are some challenges when you have to share dining room areas, libraries, science, music, band, facilities, athletic fields, and how is that working? The legitimacy of going forward with this has to be evidence that it's worked. This is very challenging to have these 2 schools on the same site.
Next speaker, please.
Mike Hutchinson, just to recap quickly, We found out about this plan when this agenda was released 72 hours ago. Now we get 1 minute to speak on a 40-year lease that we only just found out about, and already we had a board member suggest to have the final vote tonight on a 40-year lease. I guarantee you nobody knows this is happening. And there's some people who are kind of absent here today, including maybe the Castlemont community, maybe Castlemont alumni, maybe people who live in the neighborhood. You're trying to rush through a 40-year lease, and you're going to grant it to an entity to a charter school that their charter is 1/8 of that length. This lease will outlive me most likely. And this is what you're going to do? And this is how you're going to do it? So I guess my 60 seconds are up. Thankfully, I got more seconds than there's actually years in this lease.
Good evening. My name is Jabari Herbert. I'm actually a resident on 94th and MacArthur. I live in this community. So the fact that you have both schools coming together, I think is a great thing. I wanted to commend Superintendent for the hiring of the charter school department. I think they've done a phenomenal job setting up the criteria. Yvette and Sonali has done good just getting this to this point. I think you guys have reviewed this maybe a dozen times in closed session, so this is nothing new. I think moving forward, it was asked upon, could there be some things that was raised for the Castlemont side? And I said, and I made a commitment to that. So with that, I would like to announce the Oakland A's have committed to providing funding through LPS for the facade and for the sports athletic department. So that was an invitation for a letter of intent up to $850,000 to support that, as well to be the first of the 9 schools that received Prop 51 in response to the Post article. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Herbert, and thank you for that announcement.
Good evening, directors, Superintendent Johnson Trammell, OUSD leadership. My name is Jennifer Afdal Rice. I am the proud Oakland resident as well as an OUSD parent. I also serve as the Bay Area Executive Director of Pacific Charter School Development, which is a nonprofit facility developer of charter schools. Just to remind you to include in your calculations as you look at the district position, according to your own Jacob study of the facility condition and for future life cycles, this building will be costing over the life cycle of the lease $10 to $14 million. So make sure that you do include that calculation as part of your overall analysis. Also, as another example, we have the Lazier note, or the facility use agreement, which does set the precedent for the 20 plus 10 plus 10 that we are looking at here. Also, keep in mind that in West Contra Costa, a district that is in a worse position than OUSD is looking at leases, a lease that was for Prop 51 that was set at $10 total per year. So we are in a much better position here in Oakland. I would like you to consider all these things as you review your vote.
Thank you.
Good evening, Carol Dalton. I've already reviewed why I think the equity score for this lease is too high. We've already heard that the term is too long. Do not let your past mistakes serve as precedent for going forward to committing the district to something that will hurt your finances in the long run. You say there are too many buildings, yet you're about to approve the building of another building. 2 issues particularly about the lease. It is not clear at all what the square footage is. It is not clear at all what the price per square foot is or any dollars from that. Please analyze that. And also paragraph 3B deals with abandonment. We know that construction projects run into problems. If the construction project is abandoned, you need much more specific language on how that is going to be remedied in the middle of an existing school community. Think hard before you hurt OUSD.
President London, can we do one more quick?
Yes, we can. I was going to ask about that. Is there any more public comment? All right. Directors, do you have further questions or comments?
Ms. Maraca, to that point, can you speak to what happens, for example, if they voluntarily surrender their charter, or if we were to vote to close LPS, or if they run into problems with their construction project and abandon it? What responsibility, if any, does OUSD have for taking on or paying back the state or anything like that?
If we close the charter or they voluntarily surrender, which we're definitely, that's all free to happen under this. There's a sort of set process under Prop 51 of what has to happen. First, another qualifying charter school could occupy the facility on the same terms and they would take over the debt payments. If there's no charter school that wants to do that, then we can take the facility and use it, pay off the remaining debt, or we can dispose of the property through a 7-Eleven surplus process, and then some of that money would go towards paying off the debt.
But we assume responsibility for the debt regardless. Is that what you're saying?
Unless a different charter school takes it over.
Okay, so if no charter school says, yes, we would like to take over this debt, then it falls to OUSD to pay off the loan?
Yeah, or sell or lease it, yeah.
Are there further questions or comments from board members? Director Harris, do you want to say something? It looks like you're on the verge of wanting to say something. I know it's very late.
It's late. Thank you. Who is this guy?
Excuse me, but we're
right
having a conversation.
Right now, you're showing that you're tired. So maybe you need a nap. Okay.
Director Harris, let's stick to the conversation between the board.
I want to thank you for the rubric. I think that makes a lot of this clear and kind of cuts short the conversation. And just thank you for that. And so I think we have some things. There's still some fundraising I think is needed, but we're still working on that. I saw that as bullet 3 underway. But let there be no mistake. Leadership has been committed to MacArthur Boulevard. So I just be the last person to speak to this. This is a school and a charter partner that has not run from the students in the district. It has a higher population of special education students than many of the district-run programs that we have, and they have been a partner when many schools have not. So, you can say whatever you want in the vacuum that you live, but this community is about partnership. Leadership is about serving the community, and so too is Castlemont. So I just want to say that, and thank you for the rubric, so that all of the rhetoric that sometimes I spew and we spew can be put to rest, so we can look at the data and the numbers and see just how good of a partner they are. So 18 out of 20, I trust the work Director Gonzalez and I did to put that rubric together, and let that be our guide. So we're not voting tonight. We've had this conversation, and I thank you for that. And I thank the community for coming out and showing up.
I have a comment.
Great. Director Hinton Hodge?
So I just want to say that my little cousin Aaron graduated from LPS, and he went on to Sacramento State. He came back home, so I don't know if y'all can follow up on that. That would be really great. But and this is a kid who, on some sides of my family, there's folks that have not gone on to college, and so Aaron was actually that kid in my family that was the first to go to college, and it was because of LPS. And so, again, I just want to always be reminding folks that there's people with skin in the game doing this work and doing the advocacy, and it's not about personal gain as much as about how do we build our communities and how do we make sure that our young people are having opportunities, because for me and my family, there's been generations that have not been able to have access to resources, not had access to education. And so just watch what you say and think about folks and project onto folks, because you don't know people's story and you don't know how these young people are like struggling every day to make it through something, and they don't care whether it's an LPS. Do you care if it's LPS? I mean, you probably cared, but at the end of the day, you want to be educated, right? And you want to come back and give something and be healthy. So commend you for being here as well. So that's just my comments, and I'm going to check that rule about not being able to push this forward.
Well, I think we're going to, at this point, we're going to conclude this presentation. This item will come back to us next week on June 12th for a vote. Thank you all for that. We're going to move on now to, are there any speaker cards for the second public comment who have not spoken already? Everyone has spoken. Adoption of the pupil discipline consent report. Do I have a motion to approve? Moved by Director Torres, seconded by Director Hinton Hodge. Do we need to call the roll here? Let's go.
On the motion to adopt the pupil discipline consent report, Director Hinton Hodge. Yes. Director Harris. Director Yee. Yes. Director Gonzalez.
Yes.
Director Torres. Yes. Acting President London.
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you. We'll move on now to board member reports. Does anybody have anything to report? I have something to report. Very briefly, this Saturday from 10 to 1 at Claremont Middle School, I will be hosting a town hall meeting to talk about criteria that we might use as we look at our citywide plan and make decisions about the futures of our school. Everyone is welcome. Send me a note if you think you want to come, because there's just some information. It's going to be in the music room at Claremont before they start putting the new field in, because it's one of the schools where we're doing a new field this summer. Anything else? Anybody else? Is there any introduction of new legislative matter? Okay, we're meeting again next week. It's a regular meeting, so you can do it then. With that, we are adjourned before midnight. Thank you.